Under the perfect sun. The San Diego tourists never see. Mike Davis, Kelly Mayhew, and Jim Miller. Introduction. It was one of those miraculous January days, as sunny as springtime in Virginia and as fresh as early autumn in Vermont, for which San Diego is world famous. The angry diesels of a big tug were straining to turn the bow of the USS Tarawa toward Ballast Point. A state-of-the-art amphibious and helicopter assault ship, the Tarawa was carrying battle-ready units of the 1st Marine Division to the Persian Gulf. The band had just finished playing Anchors Aweigh, and rugged young crew-cut Marines were stowing their gear below decks. A television news helicopter hovered at a respectful distance. Back at the 32nd Street Naval Station, service families lingered at the dock, wiping away farewell tears, consoling their small children, and exchanging anxious gossip. War against Iraq seemed inevitable, and it was likely that some of the 4,000 young sailors and Marines would never return. Yet the rest of the city hardly seemed to notice the Tarawa's ominous departure. Official San Diego is unctuously patriotic, but its attention was diverted by war's moral equivalent, Super Bowl XXXVII. Tourism is San Diego's other traditional cash crop, and sports playoffs are lucrative harvests. Municipal crews were already busy sprucing up downtown's gentrified Tenderloin, the Gaslamp district for affluent football fans. Once, this side of downtown belonged to the Fleet, but the locker clubs, peep shows, clip joints, and chow mein palaces have been redeveloped into wine bars, nouvelle restaurants, and million-dollar condos. BMWs and Hummers cruise past the corner of 5th and E, where radical orators once exhorted San Diego's toilers to throw off the shackles of John D. Spreckles' plutocratic rule. 90 years earlier, Spreckles and other city fathers had used vigilante terror to repulse a famous invasion of wobbly free speech fighters led by Red Emma Goldman. Now, in 2003, a new administration braced for an onslaught of rowdy Oakland Raiders fans from the tougher, less gentrified city to the north. This time the goal was not to tar and feather the barbarians, but, if possible, to pick their pockets, pickle them in margaritas, and then send them on their way. 2 weeks later, while the Tarawa was steaming past Australia, San Diego's NFL experience was reaching its pre-game climax. Crowds of drunken revelers staggered past beer company-sponsored stages featuring mediocre cover bands and little-known celebrities. Raiders fans screamed at Tampa Bay Buccaneers fans, and fights periodically erupted but were quickly quelled by San Diego police patrolling on mountain bikes. Inebriated packs of young women leered at equally blitzed hordes of muscular young men. At night, the Gaslamp became a kind of football hell, with constant war shrieks of raiders. People waited in lines for hours to get into suffocating dance clubs, while vomit and beer pooled in the gutters. Hoping to interject some moral seriousness into this NFL orgy, War Veterans for Peace held a vigil outside of Horton Plaza Mall on the edge of the Gaslamp. Wearing buttons bearing such slogans as "Peace is patriotic" and "Veterans against the war," the protesters passed out leaflets calling for sanctions rather than war against Iraq. Beer-swilling football fans, in response, gave them the finger and taunted them with insults, "You're not patriots. And go back to Iraq." One young male shook his fist in trembling anger, "Fucking traitors! Fucking traitors!" The vets finished the vigil fearing for their safety. The football fans returned to their street party, and the Tarawa continued on its voyage to war. War, tourist spectacle, endangered descent, these are the perennial axes of modern San Diego history. Here, where illusion is a civic virtue, reality has always nested inside spectacle like a set of Russian dolls. First, of course, is the happy tourist in shorts and a SeaWorld t-shirt proffering his credit card to the gods of commerce. Second is the introduction heroic warrior, blue eyes fixed on the westward horizon of manifest destiny. Third is the smiling booster, handing out the brochures welcoming newcomers to heaven on earth. Fourth is the low-paid service worker or enlisted person struggling to afford the cost of paradise. Fifth is the scorned dissenter, trade unionist, or civil rights activist. And sixth and innermost is the recent Latino immigrant, whose invisible labor sustains the luxury lifestyles of Coronado, La Jolla, and Rancho Santa Fe. Unlike in Los Angeles, however, the existential discrepancies between tourist San Diego and working San Diego, as between militarism and fun in the sun, have never translated into an open clash of icons, of sunshine versus noir. Despite Philip Marlowe's final jaded vacation in La Jolla, in the last and most anti-Semitic of Raymond Chandler's novels, the cultural vigilantes have generally kept the noir sensibility north of the county line. San Diego's perfect sun, they would have us believe, doesn't cast a single dark shadow. The skeptical visitor or rebellious native will search in vain for a serious history of the city or a realistic portrait of its social extremes. Nor will she find much critical thinking in a local newspaper monopoly that has been characterized for generations by its vicious intolerance of liberal and radical opinion. The present volume is a first step in redressing this deficiency of published social criticism of a city that so many conservatives extol as a utopia of patriotism and free enterprise. In truth, we argue, San Diego has too frequently been a town wide open to greed but closed to social justice. Like its Sunbelt siblings Orange County, Phoenix, and Dallas, it has a long history of weak and venal city halls dominated by powerful groups of capitalist insiders. Private government has long overshadowed public politics. And, despite its sunny reputation, post-war San Diego has generally been the most corrupt city on the West Coast. But it also differs from other Sunbelt cities, indeed from almost any other metropolis of its size, by its exceptional degree of economic and cultural militarization. 10,000 active duty military personnel are currently based in San Diego County. Super patriotism, in turn, has too often been used as a bludgeon against local movements for economic and racial justice. But this is not an expose for expose's sake. Shooting holes in booster stereotypes can be an enjoyable pastime, but we are not engaged in mere target practice. They, for authors, rather, count themselves proud to be part of San Diego's large and growing progressive community. Building on a rich local tradition of underground journalism and muckraking investigation, we offer an alternative, people's history of San Diego, from the dual perspectives of its elites and their opponents, as well as autobiographical portraits of some of the other San Diego's everyday heroes. We hope, in the first place, that this will be a useful tool for activists and stimulate further explorations of San Diego's controversial past, especially the neglected histories of labor and communities of color. We also have faith that it will annoy some of the rabid radio talk show hosts, sports franchise publicists, downtown renewal cheerleaders, and Pentagon lobbyists who too often pass themselves off as San Diego public opinion. This is a partisan book, dedicated to the San Diego left, past and present, and it is meant to sting. Forward. California, Southern Sea at least, which, however, the real sea, I believe much repudiates, has completely bowled me over. Such a delicious difference from the rest of the U.S. do I find in it. I speak of course all of nature and climate, fruits and flowers, for there is absolutely nothing else, and the sense of the shining social and human inane is utter. Henry James, writing from the Hotel del Coronado, April 1905. A city is a body of fate, but unfortunately the world cannot be persuaded that San Diego is anything other than a sunny congeries of tourist attractions. Here, crimes, follies, and misfortunes that would stupefy and amaze if they were set in New York or Los Angeles do not intrigue beyond the county line. Historically, it seems San Diego cannot represent itself, and is barely represented by others. In history and literature, though America's seventh largest city at the millennium, it scarcely registers. Beginning with Helen Hunt Jackson's novel Ramona, 1884, on which was founded the lucrative romance of the Missions, the most valuable literary properties, even if nominally set in San Diego, are sooner or later annexed to L.A. It is typical that Raymond Chandler, the master mythographer of Southern California in the 20th century, who spent the last sad sodden decade of his life in La Jolla, writing and drinking at 6005 Camino de la Costa, denied that he got the least inspiration. 6. From his opulent surroundings, telling a friend, "I've lost any affinity for my background. Los Angeles is no longer my city, and La Jolla is nothing but a climate and a lot of meaningless chi-chi. The historian Kevin Starr was asked by Neil Morgan, the Union Tribune columnist, why San Diego got so little space in Starr's celebrated Americans and the California Dream, 1850–1915. Starr replied serenely, from a historian's point of view, nothing much happened in San Diego before the Second World War. It cannot be said that he is refuted by the dutiful chronology filling 4.5 closely printed pages in the 1937 Federal Writers' Project Guide to San Diego, which shows the city just before the clouds of war began darkening over Europe and Asia, guaranteeing remote Southern California its prosperity not uninterrupted for the next several decades. Between the 1769 founding of the first mission atop Presidio Hill and 1850, the most dramatic episode in the region leaving aside the mission's sacking by the ungrateful Diegueno Indians in 1775 was the pathetic Battle of San Diego in 1803, the Leela Bird, an American ship under command of Capt. W.M. Shaler, attempts to leave port with 1,000 smuggled otter skins. The Spanish garrison at Ballast Point opens fire, the Leela Bird returns it and sails out. No casualties. From 1850, with much excitement the first county election is held, to the opening of the Panama-California Exposition in Balboa Park in 1915, the tale is told as dry commercial chronicle, enlivened by occasional bizarre disasters. 1882. A snowstorm plays havoc with flocks of sheep within the city limits. Thousands die of exposure. The growth of a naval-industrial complex, according to Mike Davis, commencing around 1915, unfolded in the period between the wars in a country where, as someone has nostalgically said, military affairs commanded little more public interest than the fine arts. Those were the days. According to Francis Fukuyama, in his famous 1989 essay The End of History, the past in a place like San Diego before the war, off history's beaten path, is like the future of whatever obstinate parts of the world reject liberal democracy. Events do occur in such out-of-the-way precincts, of course, and they are of absorbing interest to those involved, but for the world, and history, they are too provincial to matter. Thus detached from 7. The mainstream, provincial history becomes secret history ignored by the great world, forgotten, suppressed, or Baudelarized by provincial rulers. It is not simply the adjacent Babylonish glare of Los Angeles that casts San Diego into obscurity. As Jim Miller writes, unlike Los Angeles, however, San Diego has largely managed to conceal its contradictions and market an image of itself that pushes the real city to the margins and buries its history under a mountain of booster mythology. Long delayed, the Angel of History, in its whirlwind, arrived in San Diego around 1940 as the huge airframe assembly plants in Southern California expanded to fulfill FDR's demand for 50,000 warplanes a year. A wartime visitor, the great reporter John Gunter, found that between the Navy base and the aircraft factories, this shining plaque of a city, once the final destination for so many invalids and pensioners from the Midwest, was easily the most crowded. Congested was the bureaucratic term of art, city in the country. As he writes in Inside USA. 1947, a transient body of 125,000 soldiers, sailors, and Marines was jammed into the community on top of its violently expanding population, which desperately sought makeshift housing. 48,000 workers were employed in a single aircraft factory, Consolidated Vultee, later Convair, stretching a mile alongside the sparkling harbor and elaborately camouflaged at roof level to deceive Japanese bombers. Among those were my father and mother, Max C. Reed and Antonia Maids, who arrived from Oakland, Texas, and Salt Lake City, Utah, respectively, in time for Pearl Harbor. Luckier than most, they found decent quarters, my father in a boarding house, formerly somebody's stately home, on Golden Hill, and my mother in the grandiose U.S. Grant Hotel downtown, which had been converted to war housing. Working the swing shift together, they courted in movie palaces, the Fox, the Orpheum, the Spreckles, and nightclubs on Kettner Boulevard. In wartime, San Diego's entertainments, like the Plant, ran 24 hours a day, and married in 1943. My father did a tour in the Navy, returned in February 1946, worked a shift, and joined the Great Machinists' Strike. When, in 1996, the Republicans convened in San Diego to nominate Senator Robert Dole for president, a forlorn cause, the New York Times asked me to write a column about my hometown for their op-ed page. I obliged, observing how the local Republican establishment had never admitted to itself how much of its prosperity was owed historically to decisions made by despised Democratic bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., during the New Deal, World War II, and the Cold War. San Diego, I noted, was recovering from the collapse of its old military-industrial order and remained devoted to money-making and bronzed outdoor living. It retained the feel of an enormous village, the phrase Louis Adamic used to describe Los Angeles in the 1920s, and the arts suffered from an insufficiency of dedicated social climes to support them. The symphony had just gone bankrupt. I continued, the nouveau riches seem content with their gated community privacy, their electronic games, and sports. They are socially moderate and fiscally conservative, meaning that they disdain the creationists and pro-lifers who live in the less affluent inland valleys but disclaim responsibility for the poor and luckless who are the business of government. The column was datelined Berkeley, where I now live. Punctually, a letter was published in the Times denouncing my remote place of residence, my BDI, and my disrespectful remarks about the yacht harbor. With heaviest irony, the writer, Alice Goldfarb, Marquis of La Jolla, one urged readers to accept my dismal characterization of San Diego and leave its many cultural amenities for the lucky few who already enjoyed them. Certainly, the region's writers don't want more alien scribblers cluttering the local literary scene. Certainly not, yet it occurs to me that until the last 20 or 30 years, almost all of the significant writing about Southern California has been done by alien scribblers rather than the natives, and as a cultural region San Diego would have benefited from more rather than less of their attention. To such alien scribbling as we have, from Richard Henry Dana Jr.'s 2 Years Before the Mast, 1840, to Thomas Pynchon's Vineland, 1990, sheds a fitful but necessary light on the secret and public histories that unfold in this book. To begin, 2 years before the mast was a decisive event in the imaginative appropriation of California by the Imperial United States that preceded the actual plundering. When Dana first glimpsed California's remote and almost unknown coast in January 1835, he was 19 years old, a delicate Boston Brahmin who had dropped out of Harvard College because of eye trouble and gone to sea as a common sailor to defy his own fears of feudal gentility. 9. Now he had arrived at one of the ends of the earth, the most outlandish place in the world, as 18th-century Jesuit geographers had called the future Fortunate Coast, and its huge emptiness haunted him. An aristocrat himself, he admired the hospitable Californios on their vast land-grant ranches for their ease and grace, and yet sometimes they appeared to me to be a people on whom a curse had fallen, and stripped them of everything but their pride, their manner, and their voices. Lacking sound Yankee or British busyness, the locals were too indolent to live up to the splendor of their natural environment. At the same historical moment, let it be noted, less adventurous travelers from England and America were apt to find contemporary Greeks and Italians also unworthy of their ruins. As Theodore Roosevelt, the Adams brothers, Henry and Brooks, and Jack London would later assure, Anglo-America was ascendant, old, southern, Europe was over, and its decadent descendants from Athens to Mexico were back numbers, and dubious as immigrants too. As Jim Miller suggests, selfing contrasts between Latins and Saxons would become a staple of Anglo-California's social mythology. A new bourgeois utopia had arisen out of the quaint ruins of the Spanish past. For several months, Dana was a beachcomber and day laborer in San Diego, carrying and curing hides. In his free time he enjoyed sexual adventures in the canyons around Mission Valley, a detail omitted from 2 Years Before the Mast. From that book, he wrote in his journals, I have studiously kept out most of my reflections and much of the wickedness I was placed in the midst of. His shipmate Benjamin G. Stimson teased him in a March 1841 letter about the beautiful Indian lasses, who so often frequented your humble abode in the hide house. Thus, as Starr observes, the annals of California literature begin on the one hand with self-concealment and on the other with Dana's tendency to project his youthful fears of failure, moral and otherwise, onto the natural and social landscape around him. The degraded Yankee drifters who had washed up in distant California fascinated and appalled him. Here he went dead to leeward among the pulperias, gambling rooms, &c. He writes of a Philadelphia tailor who had come to ply his trade at the Pueblo de Los Angeles. One of the same stamp was Russell, who was master of the Hyde House in San Diego. 10. He spent his own money and nearly all the stores among the half-bloods upon the beach, and, being turned away, went to the Presidio, where he lived the life of a desperate loafer. Sunburnt and long-haired, Dana returned after almost 2 years to Cambridge and college, graduated at the top of his class, wrote his book, became famous, and took the bar. 2 years before the mast was the Uncle Tom's Cabin of Abused Sailors, the first book ever written about the sea, not from the bridge or the cabin, but by one of the hands, Van Wyck Brooks. By exposing himself to the brutality of life at sea, Dana had proved himself deserving, unlike the cursed Californios, of privilege. Returning to California 24 years later, Dana found San Diego eerily untouched by the great events that had transformed the San Francisco Bay Area, formerly a vast solitude, into the setting for a famous metropolis of 100,000, one of the capitals of the American Republic, and the sole emporium of a new world, the awakened Pacific. Even the drifters had drifted away from San Diego. Where were they all? Undoubtedly, the companions of his youth were mostly dead, but how had they died and where? And he was a disappointed man, his political ambitions frustrated, his marriage to a proper Bostonian a bitter disappointment, his application to the law a dutiful grind. His hopes, his dreams. The past was real. The present, all around me, was unreal, unnatural, repellent. By the time Henry James settled luxuriantly into the Hotel del Coronado in April 1905, San Diego had witnessed the several cycles of real estate frenzy, peopling, and unpeopling described by Mike Davis and associated with the names of William Heath Davis and Alonzo Horton, the builder of Newtown, also known as Horton's Folly. John D. Spreckles, scion of the sugar fortune, had descended like a corsair to dominate the fortunes of the city for a generation. The Hotel del Coronado was his gaudiest acquisition. None of this James knew, nor would it have interested him if he did. The famous and difficult novelist, the legendary master of John Singer Sargent's portrait and Ezra Pound's description in Canto 7, the great head Iaki Onesti e Tardi, was 61 years old, overweight, and on a lecture tour. The days have been mostly here of heavenly beauty, and the flowers, the wild flowers just 11. Now in particular, which fairly rage, with radiance, over the land, are worthy of some purer planet than this, he continued in the letter to his sister-in-law, Mrs. William James, that is quoted in the epigraph of this essay. I live on oranges and olives, fresh from the tree, and I lie awake nights to listen, on purpose, to the languid lisp of the Pacific. A purer planet, but an empty one also. Coronado Beach was a magnificent resort, no doubt, but it was not Newport, Rhode Island, with its complex civilization. It was more like Ounce. In fact, L. Frank Baum spent time in San Diego, and there are scholars who believe the end-of-the-world splendor of the Del Coronado inspired him. Certainly, as far as Henry James was concerned, the locals might as well have been munchkins. Coronado has been a lure for alien scribblers. Rudyard Kipling's novel Captains Courageous, 1897, about the spoiled son of a railroad magnate who is washed overboard while on a luxury liner and is rescued by sturdy fishermen who teach him to be a man. The affecting 1937 movie starred Spencer Tracy and Freddie Bartholomew, improbably locates the boy hero's father's headquarters in Coronado, where, from a seaside palace, he commands by telegraph a transcontinental railroad empire and shipping routes extending to Yokohama. When his supposedly lost son wires that he is alive and in Boston, the father, Harvey Cheney, clears the railway lines of the nation so that his private car can lunge across the continent in a terrific 87 hours and 35 minutes, derailing all other traffic, and, incidentally, terrifying his rivals who, imagining a coup, frantically announce their surrender. Kipling is a romantic. He conjures up a fleet of Chinese junks that Cheney keeps at anchor in the harbor, but also a realist. The first command Cheney gives is to have his private car brought down from Los Angeles. Physically, as Davis notes, and the canny Kipling realized, San Diego with its hem of forbidding eastern mountains is a cul-de-sac. Its intractable geography frustrated generations of promoters who longed for the direct railroad connection to the east that might have made it a great entrepot. Rather than becoming the hub of a railroad empire, however, San Diego was doomed to be a sideshow for remote capitalist deities like E. H. Harriman, master of the octopus and Kipling's model for Cheney. Rapacious even by the standards of his fellow robber barons, Harriman, 12, who controlled the Union Pacific and Southern Pacific Railroads, was the first to envision and almost to accomplish a global transportation network. According to Davis, the development of North County in San Diego was retarded for a generation as a remote consequence of Harriman's duel with the overmastered Henry Huntington. 26 years after Henry James checked out, Edmund Wilson, America's most brilliant literary journalist, checked into the Hotel del Coronado. It was the bottom of the Depression. Again, the interval had been eventful for San Diego, and perhaps now some of the world noticed. In 1915 the Panama-California Exposition at Balboa Park had been overshadowed by the Panama Pacific Exposition in Imperial San Francisco, which had looted the federal money originally intended for San Diego, but unlike in San Francisco, San Diego's romantic Churrigueresque exhibition halls, intended to be temporary, were left standing, to become the architectural focus of a great 1,400-acre urban park. San Diego had also survived an invasion by the Wobblies and Emma Goldman and acquired a civic religion, not being Los Angeles. In the Progressive era, the political class divided into geraniums and smokestacks, giving birth to a perennial quarrel that John Gunter summarized a generation later. The smokestacks want to bring in more industry, and the geranium folk resist this at all costs. They say, let San Diego live as it always did, on tourists, on retired Navy pensioners, on celery, asparagus, and climate. The geraniums, led by the merchant George Marston, had prevailed, more or less, but in 1931 the old industrial order everywhere seemed to be dying, and many of those who had retired to San Diego on small pensions faced ruin in their tidy bungalows and garden apartments. The suicide rate was the highest in the country. Edmund Wilson commented on it. You seem to see the last feudal effervescence of the burst of the American adventure. Here are people, so long told to go west to escape from ill health and poverty, maladjustment and industrial oppression, are discovering that, having come west, their problems and diseases remain and that the ocean bars further flight. Among the sand-colored hotels and power plants, the naval outfitters and waterside cafe, the old 13. Spread-roofed California houses. They come to the end of their resources in the empty California sun. In this amazing dispatch from the depths of the Depression, the city of San Diego is a sunlit necropolis and the Grand Old Hotel a symbol of imperialism. San Diego is a double jumping-off place. The placid bay in which the defeated folks drown themselves is a point of departure for Manifest Destiny's next chapter in the Pacific and beyond, in Hawaii, China, and Japan, in the Pacific War and Vietnam. In Vineland, Thomas Pynchon's panoptic historical eye lights on the brief but legendary Trasero County coast, where the waves were so high you could lie on the beach and watch the sun through them. Although fictitious Trasero County is bracketed by the two ultra-conservative counties of Orange and San Diego, it is recognizably North San Diego County, where the madrona of wind-shaped cypresses of the clifftop campus of College of the Surf rises, with the military blankness at its back. Here, as of 1990, is the landscape shaped by 75 years of the naval industrial complex, including an academic annex. It is generally forgotten that Dwight D. Eisenhower's farewell warning of a military-industrial complex included a pointed reference to complicitous and ambitious universities. As a former university president himself at Columbia, Ike knew whereof he spoke. According to Mike Davis, the militarization of the San Diego economy after 1915, the epochal event in its 20th century history, began with the wiles of Democratic Congressman William Kettner, master seducer of admirals and generals, whose greatest catch was the young and vain Assistant Secretary of the Navy in Woodrow Wilson's cabinet, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Unlike his chief, Josephus Daniels, a landlubber from North Carolina who had first to be persuaded to move the Navy into San Diego, FDR loved ships and the sea. He was enchanted by the city and delighted by a royal reception arranged by the Chamber of Commerce in 1915. As the New Deal president and commander-in-chief during World War II, FDR continued the patronage of San Diego that began when he was a junior warlord, disregarding the stupid anti-New Deal prejudices of the local oligarchs, including the transplanted Reuben E. Fleet. On his occasional visits to the city, FDR entertained 14. In Balboa Park, like an absolute monarch visiting one of his remote hunting lodges. 3. The Navy presence permitted San Diego to industrialize without prejudice to its geraniums, but as a socially conservative force, it reinforced San Diego's tendency to become an ideological cul-de-sac, paralleling its unhappy geographical status. San Diego would become one of the anchors of the Sun Belt, whose creation was the great geopolitical project of the New Deal. FDR's ghost was repaid with generations of thankless industrialists, none more thankless than San Diego's, save Houston's, not to mention the presidencies of the apostate New Dealer Ronald Reagan and 2 Texas-based Bushes, one actually elected. Dictionary authority reminds me that cul-de-sac also means, finally and most poignantly, a situation in which further progress is impossible. As such, the term appears as the title of Garrett Scott's masterful documentary film, Cul-de-sac, A Suburban War Story, 2002, which Scott describes in the Harvard Film Review as his attempt to reveal a particular terminal suburban tract of San Diego, Claremont-Linda Vista, as a geopolitical event continuously unfolding for. The same, it seems to me, is an ambition of this book. San Diego might even be developing its own unillusioned historical sociology. In his great novel Nostromo, Joseph Conrad imagines a Central American republic, Costaguana, whose affairs are manipulated as a hobby by a financier, the Great Holroyd, in distant San Francisco. Being a busy man, Holroyd can spare little time to this diversion, which involves backing the local oligarch, the deluded idealist Charles Gould. So, too, have San Diego's destinies been shaped, for much of its history, by a little pantheon of remote, mostly absent gods, Harriman, FDR, and, in more recent years, Jimmy Hoffa, and subsequent masters of that enormous body of money known as the Teamsters Pension Fund, Central States, in association with mobsters resident in Chicago and Las Vegas, to name the greatest, acting through and sometimes frustrating their local agents. As in imaginary Costaguana, politicians, realtors, mobbed-up developers, visionaries, criminals, reactionary publishers, and technocrats Reed Spreckels, Marston, Ed Fletcher, Irvin Kahn, Glenn Ricks, Roger Revelle, Pete Wilson, and Roger Hedgecock, a mixed bag, have accommodated themselves to the realities defined by such world historical forces as these, or 15. Have pursued increasingly irrelevant careers. The resulting combinazione show exactly the unfolding of San Diego, from Horton's New Town to the Golden Triangle, as a geopolitical event. In Vineland, again, the College of the Surf was intended by Southern California's moneyed classes, oil, construction, pictures, to have been their own private polytechnic for training the sorts of people who would work for them. So, too, the actual University of California at San Diego was originally envisioned as a captive graduate school for the military and the aerospace industry, and just as in Pynchon's novel, the undergraduate division that was reluctantly added turned surly and rebellious in the 60s, a sudden lust for information swept the campus, and soon research somebodies, into something was going on 24 hours a day. It came to light that College of the Surf was no institution of learning at all, but had been an elaborate land developer's deal from the beginning, only disguised as a gift to the people. Jim Miller's extraordinary episodic history of rebellion and resistance is counterpoint to the circulation of elites, the real estate deals, and the buying and selling of politicians pursued by San Diego's private governments. This history from below has amazed even a reader who imagined himself reasonably informed about events above ground. The range and corresponding documentation is enormous, unburying tracks off a story encrypted beneath the official version, from unromantic mission days to the rise of the global phobics, surveying along the way such episodes in dissidence and reaction as the vicious hounding of Emma Goldman and violent persecution of the IWW in the 1910s, the 1934 lettuce strike, the efforts of communist organizers such as Lee Gregovich of the Cooks and Waitresses Union and Luisa Moreno in the Canneries, the red baiting of Harry Steinmetz at San Diego State College that preceded by 2 decades the similar pursuit by irritable authority and local prejudice of Herbert Marcuse at UCSD in the 60s, the battle for Lumumba Zapata College at UCSD, the growth of the underground press, the door of fond memory, Black Power, and generations of organizing on the waterfront. Is it generally known that Henry Miller, in 1913, on his way to a whorehouse in Tijuana, stopped to hear Emma Goldman lecture downtown as a riot impended, and was converted to radicalism and free love? This may be the only curious happen. 16. Ing from the tumultuous 1910s that Jim Miller omits. Otherwise, no episode is less familiar or more vivid or Pynchonesque than the anarcho-syndicalist Magonista revolt, Red Flag over Tijuana, led by the Los Angeles-based Mexican revolutionary Ricardo Flores Magón and which coincided crucially with the Panama-California Exposition. The revolt encompassed the Battle of Mexicali, the brief seizure of Tijuana, and the Magonistas' betrayal by the absurd booster daredevil Dick Ferris. Quite rightly, Miller calls this affair both the most bizarre series of events in the history of San Diego and the birth of the liberal revolution in Mexico. Needless to say, no other episode has been more deeply occulted by the official version. More than Los Angeles, San Diego was a kind of Anglo-Crusader kingdom, such at least was the conceit of the political class and most of the polity. In a great demographic movement that began with World War II, the mixed multitudes that Lord Bryce found so distinctive in San Francisco in the 19th century are at last emerging as the commanding reality of San Diego in the 21st. The extraordinary portfolio of interviews by Kelly Mayhew includes self-portraits of veteran activists, labor, environmental, academic, and of the region's most recent arrivals. It contains retrospectives and conclusions, first impressions, fresh appraisals, political resolves. Emphatically and eloquently, San Diego begins to represent itself. David Reed. Portions of the above draw on my essay Under Eastern Eyes, in University Publishing 12, Winter 1984, in which I discuss Americans and the California Dream, 1850–1915, Oxford University Press, 1972, and Imagining America by Peter Conrad, Oxford University Press, 1980. The Next Little Dollar. The Private Governments of San Diego. Mike Davis. Jenny, for we must find the next little dollar, for if we don't find the next little dollar 6 girls, I tell you we must die. Bertolt Brecht, The Rise and Fall of the City of Mahogany, 1930, 1. The secret city San Diego hoped more, or longer, than the others. Earl Pomeroy. A narrowly political history of San Diego would tell us surprisingly little about its evolution from a dusty hide and tallow port to the 10th largest metropolis in the United States. Indeed, with the exceptions of Congressman William Kettner in the 1910s and Mayor Pete Wilson in the 1970s, its politicians have been an eminently forgettable succession of lackluster talents and poorly equipped ambitions. Its busyness elites, on the other hand, have included some acidly memorable robber barons. John D. Spreckles, Reuben Fleet, James Copley, C. Arnholt Smith, Irvin Kahn, and 18. Today, John Moores. Big fish in a small pond, they enjoyed remarkable success in deflecting political reform or reshaping it in their own image. Indeed, as we shall see, the two most important watersheds in the city's political history were probably Spreckels's derailing of the progressive movement in the 1910s and the savings and loan industry's co-optation of slow-growth protest during the Governor Wilson years. This imbalance between government initiative and private power has been a constitutive feature of the local scene. On a comparative spectrum of large American cities, San Diego would be furthest from the examples of New York or Chicago, where strong mayors have to resolve complex algebras of interests that include powerful non-business actors. In San Diego, by contrast, there have never been vote-rich unions, civil rights groups, or ethnic political machines to countervail the influence of local capitalists and developers. For much of its history, San Diego government has been closer to a private utility than a commonweal. Certainly San Diego elites have had to pay deference to the commanding role of the Pacific Fleet in the regional economy, stoking a repressive culture of superpatriotism and opening the inner sanctums of power to retired naval and marine brass. Likewise, since 1970 big developers and landowners have deftly navigated around the bump in the road represented by San Diego's various environmental movements. Much of the energy of these protests, as we shall see later, has been shrewdly recuperated as political fuel for downtown and neighborhood gentrification. Most of the drama of local politics, therefore, is generated not by populist uprisings but by wars between elite factions. Periodically the equilibrium of money and power has been upset by powerful outside intruders, Spreckels in the 1890s, Fleet in the late 1930s, Moores in the 1990s, or homegrown nouveau riches, the Mission Valley Browns in the 1950s, Peterson and Silberman in the late 1960s, the Hoover Dominelli clique in the 1980s. All hell is usually paid as a consequence. Staid notions of a power structure or growth machine poorly capture the disorderly nature of these power struggles or the volatile hierarchy of San Diego's wealth, especially since 1970. In contrast to the reactionary but well-trained city of the 1920–70 era, when one Mr. San Diego happily followed another into the 19th sunset, the losers in today's competitions tend to become economically extinct, like local banking dynasties after the 1989–91 meltdown, or to go to jail, like so many of the dominant figures of the 1960s to 80s. Like Brecht's opera Mahagani, the city of nets, modern San Diego thrives off ruin and downfall. The carnage of reputations and fortunes has become almost as reliable as the sunshine. So has corruption. San Diego has an undeservedly benign reputation. In fact, the get-rich-quick ethos here raised, literally, to the status of religion causes endless civic mayhem. Wall Street aside, San Diego is arguably the nation's capital of white-collar crime, specializing in Ponzi schemes, Westgate, J. David, MB Financial, and Pin Fund USA to name only the most infamous. It is also the seat of chronic municipal corruption to rival that of Youngstown or Providence. Two of its modern mayors have been hauled off in handcuffs, while another escaped a grand jury indictment by the skin of her teeth. A score more of council members, police chiefs, planning directors, judges, and commissioners over the last 30 years have been charged with perjury, bribe-taking, or the illegal use of funds, a record unequaled by any other large city on the West Coast. Moreover, black capital, as the Italians would call it, has played a significant role in building modern San Diego. In the 1960s and 1970s, San Diego real estate was a preferred destination for mob-controlled union pension funds as well as for the gambling scum from Tijuana and Las Vegas. The city's most powerful business figures, including John Alessio, C. Arnholt Smith, Irvin Kahn, and Richard Silberman, had lucrative associations with crime family personalities. More recently, the murderous border drug cartels have laundered their cash flow in La Jolla.coms and Coronado condos. San Diego, in other words, is a tougher town than the usual images of koala bears and wet t-shirt contests connote. By the same token, it is also a splendid place to observe how untrammeled greed is translated into politics. Although other Sunbelt cities, Phoenix, for example, can make similar claims to being the paradise of free enterprise, San Diego deserves special distinction. It was, after all, Dick Nixon's lucky city, and remains the one true bastion of Christian patriotism on an otherwise pagan left coast. With the strongest local economy in California at the beginning of the 21st century, it is also a paradigm for evangelists of the new economy. In what follows, the political history of San Diego is retold from the inside out, that is, from the vantage point of an economic history dominated by a relatively small number of major individual or dynastic wealth strategies. As game plans for future accumulation, rather than just inventories of existing assets, these straight geese are the ultimate molecules, so to speak, of dynamic, even visionary, self-interest. Famous examples include John D. Spreckles' successful attempt to control all of San Diego's critical infrastructures, C. Arnold Smith's monopolization of tourist-related services, or, most recently, John Moore's manipulation of his baseball franchise to secure a dominating position in downtown redevelopment. Individual wealth strategies can be brought into coordination through informal alliances, Scripps and Fletcher versus Spreckles, secret partnerships, Spreckles and E. H. Harriman, criminal conspiracies, Hedgecock, Hoover and Dominelli, interlocking directorships, the First National Bank serving as a trust for old downtown wealth, and speculative syndicates, San Diego Security Company selling land to the U.S. Navy. More broadly, they can be institutionalized as campaign organizations representing a single sector of interests, like San Diegans, Inc. Major downtown landowners, and seed, large developers, or as local capital in general, like the Exposition Commissions, the Chamber of Commerce, and the San Diego California Club, ancestor of today's Convention and Visitors Bureau. Darwinian competition with larger, more powerful West Coast cities has given unusual discipline and urgency to the self-organization of San Diego business. Although often impotent to control struggles within their own ranks, these busyness groups have otherwise constituted an efficient para-government dedicated to steering large-scale future movements of capital, as with downtown redevelopment, and setting parameters for public action, as in plotting infrastructure and resource investment. Their capacities for long-term planning and permanent lobbying of elected officials, moreover, entirely overshadow those of public interest organizations. The peak business organizations routinely preempt the shaping of city policy, typically through alliances with powerful and secretive city managers and planning. 21. Directors. This mutually beneficial alignment of business groups and the city bureaucracy explains the paradox of how a city with such a famously weak executive and feudalized city council can provide such consistently high levels of support to major private sector initiatives, whether donations of Pueblo land for research centers or public subsidies to sports franchises. This is the secret city where the future of a metropolitan area with now more than 3 million residents is shaped sometimes consensually, other times in violent conflict by a few hundred very wealthy people and their political and media functionaries. When radical political scientists define city government as an engine of economic development for business elites, it causes no surprise to most rank-and-file San Diegans. 2. Indeed, local talk radio, when not bashing immigrants, is largely an endless speculation about the goings-on within this secret city. But most of the innuendo goes nowhere, it simply makes the mythology of power even murkier. It sharpens suspicion and sows apathy without increasing understanding. What activist San Diegans need, at least as preface and context, is a realistic, rather than conspiratorial, history of how wealth strategies have shaped local politics, a history, in other words, of the finest cities' successive private governments. 2. Feudal speculations. San Diego is bankrupt. Horton is busted and property nearly worthless. Visitor's Letter, 1874. 5. Generations of San Diegans have been indoctrinated with the myth that their celebrated harbor represents a manifest destiny. Once world history fully arrived on the shores of the Pacific, a great city would follow almost syllogistically from its incomparable advantages. Indeed, for the modern tourist or new resident, bewitched by the postcard beauty of San Diego Bay, the idea of geographical determinism is easy to grasp. But it is also illusionary, since the modern harbor is a social artifact, a century-long, billion-dollar work of jetty building, dredging, and infilling. The natural condition of the harbor, as seen by its 19th-century Yankee conquerors, was less obviously a mandate to greatness. When John Quincy Adams's 22. protégé Lt. George Horatio Derby, of the U.S. Army Topographical Engineers, arrived in 1853 to survey the proposed construction of a levee at the mouth of the San Diego River, he discovered a few hundred demoralized residents clinging to their dusty old town perched above the floodplain. The river, heavily laden with granitic sands eroded from the Cayamacas, was picturesque, particularly in its meandering through the broad valley surrounding the derelict mission, but it was also seasonally unpredictable and dangerously flood-prone. In the 1850s, its course pivoted 90 degrees at the ruins of the Spanish Presidio to empty into San Diego Bay through the large marsh that would someday be drained to construct the Marine Corps recruit depot. Derby discovered other channels, still subject to saltwater surges at high tide, that had recently provided the river with alternative outlets into False Bay, which on his map was not yet clasped nearly shut by the Mission Beach sand spit. For San Diego Bay, in the lee of Point Loma, offered superb shelter from the northwesterly winter storms that so often made San Pedro and Santa Monica Bays unisable roadsteads. On the other hand, this beautiful lagoon, the joint embayment of the San Diego, Sweetwater, and Otay rivers, was mainly shallow, with the tide-scoured deep water channel that shifted treacherously. The channel was narrowest at the harbor mouth, where a notorious hook-shaped shoal brought unwary ships to grief throughout the 19th century. The true potential of the harbor could only be developed through expensive public works, beginning with the diversion of the river to False Bay and the dredging of Middle Ground Shoal. But the huge capital layout of making the bay into a working port could not be amortized unless San Diego was linked to the commerce of the Southwest and beyond by a transcontinental railroad. A railroad was thus the widely accepted sine qua non for any serious program of harbor improvement. But San Diego's physical geography defied its dreams of railroad construction. It is easy to forget today what a remote corner it occupied on the Victorian world map. Few Americans, until the late 1880s, had ever heard of it. All of Southern California, in fact, has been accurately described as an island on the land, isolated from the rest of North America by the furnace-hot Mojave and Colorado deserts. But as the topographical engineers, in their early 1850s surveys of possible routes for a trans. 23. Continental Railroad, quickly recognized, the San Diego and Los Angeles regions possessed different schedules of geographical assets and liabilities. Thanks to the San Andreas Fault, which shifts entire mountain ranges, the Los Angeles Basin has two great natural gateways to the east, the San Gorgonio and Cajon passes that were used by Indian raiders in the 1830s and 1840s before they became the routes of the Southern Pacific, 1879, and Santa Fe, 1885, railroads. The natural deficiencies of San Pedro Bay were compensated by these generous portals to the east. San Diego, by contrast, is easily accessible from the north via the Camino Royal, and early boosters, especially Texas and Arkansas slave owners, held great hopes that Army surveyors would find a convenient pass through its mountains to the east. Indeed, a 32nd parallel railroad route had become a geopolitical obsession with future Confederate statesmen like Secretary of War Jefferson Davis. But the Army expedition led by Derby's comrade Lt. Robert Williamson discovered a wild, virtually impenetrable backcountry. The most distressing conclusion of the Williamson surveys, writes the Topographical Corps' principal historian, was that no feasible railroad pass existed between the Gila River and San Diego. Both Warner's Pass and Jacumba Pass were pronounced impracticable. 5. San Diego, in a word, is a natural cul-de-sac. This is a term that its promoters have always despised, but it accurately describes the bay's isolation by its bordering maze of high mountains and deep canyons, what an early geologist characterized as an angry ocean of knobby peaks. 6. None of the early, bone-crushing stagecoach routes offered any shortcuts to railroad surveyors, and when John D. Spreckels finally surmounted the Lagunas and Cayamacas with his San Diego and Eastern Railroad in 1916, it was only by dipping the line into Mexico for 44 miles and then re-entering mountainous eastern San Diego County through a series of 21 tunnels. It was an engineering feat comparable to boring through the Sierras or the Rockies, but in the end succeeded only in linking San Diego's commerce back to the mainline Southern Pacific, and the domination of outside capital, at Yuma. The never-profitable line was washed out by Hurricane Kathleen in 1976, and today San Diegans are still lobbying, as they were in 1853, for a rail connection to the east. 24. In the face of such intractable geography, realists might have trimmed their ambitions to fit economic logistics. Yet, for the town's fervid boosters and would-be profiteers, the dream of San Diego Bay as the terminus of a great transcontinental railroad would not die. Indeed, it became a messianic religion. For 60 years, until the advent of the real Deus Ex Machina, the U.S. Navy, and through 4 wrenching cycles of railroad-inspired booms and busts, they built a cargo cult around the steel road and the instant dispensation of wealth that its arrival would bring. The first to go mad with railroad fever was William Heath Davis in 1850–53. A New England veteran of the hide and tallow trade, he joined forces with local landowner Miguel Pedrorina to develop a new town on a site recommended by the topographical engineers, a salient of flat, dry ground several miles south of Old Town that reached the bay through its otherwise daunting penumbra of marshes and wetlands. There, Davis and Pedrorina awaited the coming of the grandiosely named San Diego and Gila, Southern Pacific and Atlantic Railroad, which was being promoted as Dixie's window on the Pacific. But the Southerners' lack of federal or overseas financing, soon followed by the Civil War, turned Davis's new town and the South's Pacific port into a ghost town. When Richard Henry Dana, on a nostalgic reprise of the 1830s voyages that he so famously chronicled in 2 years before the mast, revisited San Diego in 1859, he found a defeated community, certainly not grown since 1835, living in a radical isolation comparable to the Russian colonies in Alaska or the Danish trading stations in Greenland. The town's only direct land-based communication with the east was an infrequent, hugely expensive, $400 in $1,857, and dangerous. Each passenger had to arm himself with a Sharps rifle and Bowie knife, stagecoach to El Paso. Dana was thoroughly depressed by the town's fallen prospects and atmosphere of defeat. But the worst was soon to come. The Civil War years brought literally biblical disaster to California south of the Tehachapis. The worst drought of the 19th century scorched the grasslands of Los Angeles and San Diego counties into ochre deserts and destroyed the livestock wealth of the region's mixed Anglo-Californio pioneers. In San Francisco, by contrast, the fabulous fortunes of the city's Nevada silver colony, the Comstock, as 25. Well as the profits from the construction of the Central Pacific Railroad, had created a boom of Medicean splendor. After the end of the Civil War, the excess capital of the North soon flowed south to take ownership of the ruined ranchos. There was an almost complete turnover of elites as silver barons, like Baldwin and Irvine, and Central Pacific Railroad speculators, like Lankershim and Van Noss, acquired an empire of former Spanish land grants at rock-bottom prices. Their counterpart in San Diego was Alonzo Horton, a wealthy San Franciscan furniture merchant who arrived in San Diego in 1867 flush with cash and armed with a fervent belief that the railroad millennium was nigh. He discovered a town so ruined by drought and neglect that he managed to buy Davis's failed new town site as well as much of the rest of present-day downtown, Horton's addition, at public auction, where he was the only bidder for a mere 26 cents per acre, a better deal than the legendary Dutch purchase of Manhattan. Horton also built a sturdy commercial pier and opened a comfortable hotel, employing as clerk a young Wisconsin fortune seeker named George Marston. Horton's speculative investments were buoyed by the scoundrel wheelings and dealings of General John C. Fremont, controversial impresario of the Bear Flag Revolt in 1846, and his proposed Memphis, El Paso, and Pacific Railroad. When that collapsed in scandal, Newtown was saved by Colonel Tom Scott's Texas and Pacific franchise. Scott was starting a war of giants with Collis Huntington's Central Pacific Railroad, which monopolized California's commerce. Huntington's cunning was legendary, but Horton and the Sandiegans, like most contemporary Americans, regarded Scott, the president of the vast Pennsylvania Railroad, as invincible. Among the Pennsylvania's many assets was the largest corps of lobbyists in Washington, the better to wine, dine, and corrupt the Grant administration. 8. While the Union rhapsodized that hard times come again no more in San Diego, Scott's engineers re-explored the notorious backcountry. 9. Like Williamson a generation before, they were appalled by the ruggedness of terrain and endorsed his alternative railroad route through San Gorgonio Pass, east of Los Angeles. There could be no direct approach to San Diego Bay. But before construction could begin, Wall Street sunk into the panic of 1873 and the Paris-based Rothschilds withdrew. 26. Scott's financing. The ensuing World Depression found its epicenter in an overbuilt American railroad system and its grossly overvalued, or overwatered, stocks. 10. Instead of building a new empire on the Pacific, Scott ended up battling insurrectionary railroad workers on his bankrupt Pennsylvania system. The bursting of the railroad bubble ruined Horton, who for a glorious few months had been selling his 26 cents an acre lots for as much as $6,000 each. He was now forced to auction off his wharf and mortgage his hotel. The creditors finally foreclosed on it in 1881. Simultaneously, Newtown's swollen population of speculators and land investors, who were waiting for the Texas and Pacific to make them instant millionaires, melted away to the far corners. San Diego altogether lost nearly 70% of its residents and for the remainder of the 1870s was forced to earn a modest living from beekeeping, whaling, and vineyards, with an occasional mining boomlet in the mountains. Once again, in Hubert Bancroft's acid phrase, the forlorn town crawled along like a starved dwarf, wandering among trees laden with fruit beyond his reach. 11. Finally, after the return of national prosperity in 1878, a new team of promoters, the Kimball brothers, traveled through the East trying to sell their national city development just south of Newtown as a potential Pacific Railroad terminus. The Kimballs, like Horton, were San Franciscans who had bought San Diego Rancho land, in their case, the Rancho de la Nacion, cheap after the 1860s drought, and, also like him, had been bitten hard by the city-building bug. Although they were rebuffed by Commodore Vanderbilt and Jay Gould, Thomas Nickerson of the Boston-controlled Santa Fe system was interested. In July 1880, the Santa Fe directors agreed to make National City their coast headquarters in return for a handsome bribe of 17,000 acres of land, including 485 prime lots, and $25,000 cash from the Kimballs and the city of San Diego. They proposed to construct the California Southern from San Diego to Oceanside, then through rugged Temecula Canyon to the San Bernardino area, where it would eventually hook up with a route being built westward from New Mexico. 12. Before the first locomotive could use the route, however, the deluge of February 1884 washed out more than 30 miles of track in the Temecula area and plunged 27. The overextended Santa Fe into financial crisis. The eventual resolution was the abandonment of the inland route and then, in 1889, the relocation of the repair yards and business offices north to San Bernardino. In effect, the Santa Fe management double-crossed the Kimballs and then kept their bribe, the choice National City properties. All San Diego retained was a Santa Fe coastal spur to Los Angeles. However, this was all that it immediately needed to participate in the real estate mania that was sweeping Southern California in the wake of the transcontinental rate war between the Southern Pacific and the Santa Fe that began in early 1887. A trickle of curious visitors to San Diego soon became a torrent of treasure hunt ers. Although there were no industries and few farms to support the increase, San Diego, population 2,637 in 1880, had swelled to more than 40,000 residents by the winter of 1887. The city's boom economy seemingly consisted of speculators selling land to other speculators. 400 realtors were busy subdividing enough lots for the population of 1 million that some zealots were predicting for San Diego by 1900. Poorer fortune seekers, denounced in the papers as poison ivy, squatted in long rows of shanties across from the Santa Fe tracks at the foot of Broadway, awaiting the millennium. Like the cloud city of Laputa in Gulliver's Travels *, San Diego defied the laws of economic gravity. Horton's worthless acres were now changing hands for tens of thousands of dollars, and big men were laying even bigger plans for dams, aqueducts, electric street lights, gingerbread palaces, buildings with elevators, and other marvels. 13 Then, in 1888, the boom abruptly collapsed, and San Diego's inflated land values came crashing back to earth. The Santa Fe's move from National City the next year was a final nail in the coffin. Within mere months, 24,000 of the newcomers had packed their valises and swarmed back, chastened but suntanned, to Sedalia, Peoria, and Lansing. As one ruined speculator supposedly told a local paper, "I had $1 million wiped out in the crash, and what's worse, $500 of it was in cash." 14 Assessed valuation plummeted from $40 million in 1887 to only $25 million by 1890. Such local celebrities as William Carlson, the developer of Ocean Beach, and William Babcock, the builder of the Hotel del Coronado, were outright ruined. The national panic of 1893 brought even more carnage, the embittered Kimballs of 28. National City went bankrupt in 1896, and Father Horton, now truly a pauper, was forced to sell his last heirloom, Horton Plaza, to the city. San Diego was once again a city of broken dreams. 3 A one-man town. You have often heard the remark that San Diego is a one-man town. This afternoon you can't give our great leader enough glory. Mayor Lewis Wild, saluting J. D. Spreckles, 1919, 15 One sunny day in July 1887, John D. Spreckles' yacht Lurleen, looking much like a marauding pirate ship, sailed past Ballast Point. As Spreckles' hagiographer would later hyperbolize, the day of the Lurleen's arrival must forever remain the most important one in the history of San Diego. 16 Spreckles, curious about the San Diego boom, was a wealthy 34-year-old San Franciscan, the owner of a Pacific steamship company. And, far more than any of his three brothers, he was also a chip off the old block. His father, German-born Klaus Spreckles, the so-called Sugar King, was the third richest man in California history and probably the most piratical of all of San Francisco's Gilded Age robber barons. The founder of the Western Beach Sugar Industry, he also built the world's most modern and profitable sugarcane plantation on the Hawaiian island of Maui while becoming the power behind the throne and free-spending lifestyle of Hawaii's King Kalakaua. Klaus relished plundering the Pacific Main and fighting epic battles against both the Eastern Sugar Trust and Hawaii's wealthy Haole elite. John D., who served an apprenticeship managing his father's Hawaiian empire, inherited this love of conquest as well as a business philosophy based more on the dictums of von Clausewitz than those of Adam Smith. Indeed, in hindsight, his enemies would later recognize that John D. had conquered San Diego like a Prussian general, systematically overrunning one stronghold after another. His first step, not long after docking the Lurleen, was to construct a modern coal wharf at the foot of Broadway. Controlling the city's supply of imported energy, he was in a superior position to leisurely cherry-pick the best properties. 29. Thus, when the real estate bubble burst in 1888, he acquired ownership of the boom's crown jewel, Elisha Babcock's now bankrupt Coronado Beach Company. Babcock, who had opened the magnificent Hotel del Coronado just in time for the crash, was retained by Spreckles as his erstwhile junior partner and local front man, a humiliating role he always resented and would eventually repudiate. Even more of a bit player was John D.'s unhinged brother Adolph, formerly a partner in the San Diego venture of Spreckels Brothers Commercial Company but seldom seen away from Barbary Coast pleasure houses. In 1884 Adolf had attempted to assassinate San Francisco Chronicle publisher Michael de Young after the paper had accused Papa Claus of swindling his Hawaiian stockholders. 17 Brother John preferred to murder his competitors in the pocketbook. As land values and business equities crumbled, he bought cheap, like Horton in the 1860s. His acquisition of the Union in 1890, and the Tribune a decade later, gave him the loudest voice in town the better to publicize the reservoirs that his Southern California Mountain Water Company was building to rescue San Diego from the severe drought of the early 1890s. In 1891 he purchased the local horse-drawn trolley franchise and converted it to electricity, generated, of course, by Spreckels's coal. His San Diego Electric Railroad, under General Manager William Clayton, would define the main axis of urban growth in the early 20th century as it built a network of lines across San Diego Mesa, today's Mid-City. Many of the resulting Mesa-top subdivisions from Hillcrest to East San Diego would be financed by the Spreckels-controlled First Trust and Savings Bank. Likewise, John D., by buying up the entire south side of Broadway, formerly D Street, from 6th Avenue to the waterfront, pivoted the axis of downtown commerce from 5th Avenue to Broadway, whose Beaux-Arts skyline would consist principally of Spreckels's properties, the ornate Spreckels Theater, the San Diego Hotel, the Union Building, and the commanding Spreckels Building. By 1900, according to one of his principal adversaries, Colonel Ed Fletcher, Spreckels owned nearly everything of value in San Diego, and paid fully 10% of the county's property tax assessment. 18 It was a degree of absentee control. John D. did not move his residence to San Diego until after the 1906 San Francisco 30. Earthquake, unequaled anywhere in California, and editors and publicists had begun to routinely refer to San Diego as a one-man town or principality. But even the Promethean energies of Spreckels in consolidating and rationalizing the city's key infrastructures were of little avail against the depression that gripped San Diego for nearly a generation after 1888. Even in 1910, its population would still be smaller than it was in 1887. In 1893 John D. had to provide coal on credit to the bankrupt Santa Fe Corporation to prevent it from discontinuing rail service to what Los Angeles papers gleefully referred to as the ghost town to the south. 19 Indeed, the 1890s ruthlessly clarified the differential growth potentials of the two Southland cities. Although Los Angeles was also knocked flat in 1888, it was back on its feet and growing vigorously by the mid-1890s, largely due to its exploitation of hitherto unsuspected mineral wealth. The most important discovery was that the Los Angeles Basin and its inland valleys literally floated on millions of acre-feet of underground water, which, thanks to newfangled electric pumps powered by dams in the foothills, could be used to irrigate thousands of orchards and farms. Los Angeles, as a consequence, quickly became the richest agricultural county in the nation. Its other bonanza was oil, first discovered on the flanks of downtown in the 1890s, then in fantastically rich fields near Long Beach after World War I. Los Angeles, which had always relied on expensive coal imported from Australia and British Columbia, became the Saudi Arabia of the 1920s, with prodigious reserves of cheap fuel for its cars, suburbs, and new branch plants. San Diego, by contrast, had no oil and precious little groundwater. Nor did it have a large constituency of wealthy citrus growers aggressively pushing for the comprehensive development of the water and power resources of its local mountains. Indeed, by the time that imperial Los Angeles made its famed grab for the water of the Owens Valley, thirsty little San Diego was still embroiled in petty water wars between the Spreckels' Otay interests and the competing holders of water rights on the San Diego River. Unlike Los Angeles, which could afford to build vast infrastructures in anticipation of future growth, San Diego habitually failed to keep up with current demand. Indeed, as we shall see, this historical shortfall in water provision, as well as 31. In sewage treatment, would assume crisis proportions in the 1940s. Whereas turn-of-the-century Los Angeles seemed to enjoy a virtuous circle of cheaper resources, more abundant capital, and high growth, San Diego stagnated without the capital to develop the necessary resources, or the resources to attract the necessary capital. There was, however, a surprising silver lining to the region's slow growth. As George Marston, Alonzo Horton's humble room clerk, now the city's major dry goods merchant, was perhaps the first to realize, San Diego had preserved the potential which rapidly industrializing Los Angeles was squandering to someday shape itself into a city beautiful. Marston, a tougher businessman than usually depicted, recognized that landscape capital was perhaps San Diego's chief comparative advantage. Although John Nolan, the famed Eastern landscape architect whom Marston brought west in 1906, found the existing town neither interesting nor beautiful, he was full of praise for its advantages of situation, climate, and scenery. Unlike Los Angeles, which had recklessly alienated its public lands, San Diego still possessed 40,000 acres of developable pueblo land, 1,400 acres of which had been providentially set aside for a great municipal park. With proper planning and good advertising, San Diego might yet become a bigger version of Pasadena, the celebrated town in the Los Angeles foothills that was a winter home for dozens of Midwestern millionaires. Although Spreckels was hardly an arts and crafts aficionado like Marston, he owned major tourist assets and appreciated the obvious business logic of moderate public investment in parks, beaches, and pageantry. At least while waiting for the Satanic Mills to arrive from the east, it made sense to package the climate for sale to a leisure class of wealthy retirees, consumptives, and cultists, all of whom might stay in Spreckels's hotels and tent cities or buy lots adjacent to Spreckels's streetcar lines. John D. indeed would become the principal individual sponsor of the city's first national advertising campaign, the Panama California Exposition of 1915. But the road to the famous fair was paved with contradictory intentions and had to pass through some hostile territory, including a railroad confidence game that Spreckels played on city voters and the surprising eruption of an anarchist republic in San Diego's own backyard. 32. For consummate deceptions and San Diego reform victories were transient and superficial, Republican dominance soon returned and with it the centrality of John Spreckels. Historian Amy Bridges 22. When Oscar Cotton, the former child actor who became one of San Diego's leading boosters in the 1920s, first arrived in the city of blighted hopes at the turn of the century, he was stunned by the landscape of dereliction and failure. If you took the steam train through National City to Chula Vista, you would pass rows of empty old store buildings. It was quite appalling. After 16 long years of depression, real estate sales finally began to stir again in 1903, the beginning of a moderate boom that lasted until the Wall Street crash in spring 1913. After getting his feet wet in a Pacific Beach subdivision, Cotton partnered himself with Marston's brother-in-law, R.F. Burnham, and made a fortune selling homes in the East San Diego area by the then novel system of monthly mortgage payments. 23. The return of prosperity to Spreckels Town also brought rumblings of mutiny. Among the handful of newcomers to San Diego in the bust years were Ed Fletcher, a young fruit peddler who quickly became the region's leading citrus packer, and E.W. Scripps, a consumptive Cleveland newspaper baron who built a regal hacienda on Linda Vista Mesa and called it Miramar after Maximilian's famed palace near Trieste. Scripps in particular was an odd fish, a hard-drinking robber baron who sympathized with Belamite socialism and whose San Diego son championed all the causes: the American Federation of Labor, Robert La Follette, free speech for radicals, and so on that Spreckels's union despised. 24. In the new century, Fletcher and Scripps, often in tandem, began to earnestly chip away at the monolith of a one-man town. Eventually the two, joined by scrupulous George Marston, would wrap themselves in the righteous banner of the progressive revolt against the old corruption of John D. Spreckels and the other McKinleyite oligarchs who controlled California's Republican Party. But, as is usual in American history, idealistic political insurgency was propelled by less visible and more selfish economic alignments. In the San Diego case, the local power struggles of the 1900s, not surprisingly. 33. Were subsidiaries of more far-reaching regional and national conflicts. At the turn of the century, for example, following the death of Collis Huntington, the great Harriman, yearning to gird the entire globe with rail and steamship lines, obtained control of the Southern Pacific Railroad, which, added to his existing ownership of the Union Pacific and a large minority shareholding in the Santa Fe, gave him a stranglehold on the commerce of Southern California and the Southwest. He also inherited the corrupt and seemingly all-powerful political machine, the octopus, that the Southern Pacific's founders, the Big Four, had built in the late 19th century to defeat the populist revolt. John D. Spreckels, whose portfolio was still divided between San Diego and San Francisco, became an ally and secret business partner of Harriman. One of their joint ventures was ownership of the San Diego City Council, a generally craven body dominated at the turn of the century by Charles Hardy, a local meatpacker who acted dually as the Southern Pacific's political boss in San Diego and as Spreckels's and Babcock's fix-it man. Contemporaries couldn't help but note the hypocritical contrast between the Spreckels's born-again rectitude in San Francisco's graft trials and John D.'s loose morals in San Diego. Thus, while brother Rudolph was using the family paper, The Call, to thunder against Southern Pacific corruption in San Francisco, John D. The Call's publisher, was conniving with Hardy and other San Diego Southern Pacific henchmen. 25. Harriman and Spreckels were supremely attentive to any threats to their allied dominions. Eventually, two local rail schemes cut across the prow of Harriman's dreadnought. First, the ambitious Ed Fletcher, now describing himself as a wholesale developer of land and water, became the agent of Henry Huntington of San Marino, the powerful Southern Pacific heir who was seeking to extend his Pacific Electric Railroad down the coast to San Diego in direct competition to Harriman's mainline empire. As general manager of Huntington's South Coast Land Company, Fletcher was San Diego County's first mega-developer, acquiring large tracts of land for new towns along the proposed Pacific Electric route, as well buying their future water supply in the watershed of the San Luis Rey River. The plan nicely complemented 34. E. W. Scripps' strategy for the development of his extensive land holdings in the Torrey Pines Miramar area, which would be only minutes away from downtown San Diego on the right-of-way through Rose Canyon, the route of today's 1-5, that Fletcher had purchased for Huntington. 26. Meanwhile, the city's third future progressive leader, George Marston, had been drafted by the Chamber of Commerce to renew the crusade to build a railroad to the Colorado River. Irrigation was creating an agricultural gold rush into the Imperial Valley, until 1907 part of San Diego County, but Los Angeles was stealing most of the trade. As the LA man fomented secessionism among the valley's growers, Marston raced against the clock to acquire right-of-ways for the proposed San Diego and Eastern Railroad that would defend and extend the city's interests east of the mountains. Tucson capitalists, some of whom were bizarrely agitating to make southern Arizona and San Diego County a separate state, offered their support. The prospect of an independent rail line to Arizona, however, was discomforting to Harriman, the Michael Corleone of Wall Street. His responses to the twin challenges of Huntington's Pacific Electric Corridor to San Diego and Marston's municipal line to Yuma were masterpieces, respectively, of cold-blooded betrayal and ingenious deception. First, Harriman bribed two of Huntington's most trusted associates, banker I.W. Hellman and developer Moses Sherman, to double-cross their bosom friend and sell him 51% of Pacific Electric's stock. Harriman immediately took a knife to Pacific Electric's proposed San Diego extension, throwing Fletcher out of a job and retarding North County's development by several decades. Having shut San Diego's front door by spiking the Pacific Electric, he then closed the back door by providing Spreckels with the wherewithal to take over construction of the Yuma line. 27. Even Marston was moved to tears by the Spreckels' patriotic magnanimity in assuming the burden of financing the railroad in 1906. The gesture seemed even more heroic when John D. announced that he was moving to San Diego to personally oversee the costly construction. As the Chamber of Commerce turned over title to its right-of-ways in a grand ceremony, none of Spreckels' perennial critics, not even Scripps' ornery son, fathomed that he was acting in collusion with that enemy. 35. Of the Republic Harriman, currently the target of Teddy Roosevelt's antitrust crusade, or that the city's glorious railroad was secretly intended to become just a small tentacle of the hated octopus. 28. Instead, the city condemned a huge swath of downtown land to provide a 100-foot right-of-way, as well as a roundhouse and terminal, for the new railroad. And, in further appreciation, the city council transferred the municipal water franchise from J.W. Sefton's San Diego Flume Company, supplying water from the Cayamacas since 1886, to the Spreckels' own Southern California Mountain Water Company. Spreckels' transit monopoly in San Diego was now duplicated by his possession of the water franchise. Sefton, of course, was wiped out, and his aging flume system was sold off by its British bondholders at fire sale prices to Ed Fletcher, who was shrewdly buying up water rights along the San Diego River and positioning himself to become the big power in East County. 29. Thanks to his clandestine alliance with Harriman, John D.'s control of San Diego on the eve of California's so-called Progressive Revolution of 191 seemed as unassailable as Porfirio Diaz's ongoing domination of Mexico. Ensconced in a gaudy granite pile in Coronado within eyesight of most of his choice possessions, Spreckels had less need of Babcock's services and so brutally shunted him aside. Although his control over local politics had been temporarily rattled by a revolt against boss rule in 1905, he took pleasure in watching his enemies fall out among themselves after it was revealed that Scripps, a chief supporter of the reformers' quest to obtain water rights for the city in nearby El Cajon Valley, was, in fact, secretly buying up land there. 30. The formation in August 1, 1907 of a statewide Lincoln-Roosevelt League, with Ed Fletcher, George Marston, and Edgar Luce as the chief delegates of the San Diego Progressives, seemed only distant thunder, since in November a Spreckels ally, title company owner John Forward, successfully reclaimed the mayoralty. Indeed, over the next few years, several of Marston's leading protégés John Sihon and Grant Conard, for example quietly, and profitably, made their peace with Spreckels, while voters scrapped the commission system of local government introduced to combat the Spreckels-Hardy machine. Perhaps to remind San Diego that he was 36. Still the king of pirates, John D. had his new yacht, the Venetia, painted buccaneer black. In 1909, following one of the most famous antitrust investigations in American history, Harriman unexpectedly died, and, not unrelatedly, there was a brief panic on Wall Street. European credit temporarily dried up and Spreckels, who was also borrowing money to develop his lower Broadway properties, was forced to suspend construction on the Yuma Railroad. Smaller businessmen filed for bankruptcy. With San Diego's future suddenly clouded, G. Aubrey Davidson, the former Santa Fe executive who was struggling to finish construction of the giant U.S. Grand Hotel on Broadway, proposed an international exposition to coincide with the opening of the Panama Canal in 1915. Although no city so small and off the beaten path had ever sponsored a World's Fair, Davidson and his Chamber of Commerce friends were convinced that an exposition, advertising San Diego's charms to the world, would be the best immunization against a new depression. Spreckels embraced the scheme and promised substantial financial support. Contemporary San Diegans tended to imagine Spreckels as Midas, with unlimited financial reserves. Although the temporary shutdown of railroad construction shocked some, its resumption erased any anxiety about his resources. What almost no one knew at the time, however, was that the death of Harriman had plunged Spreckels brothers into deep crisis. John D., recognizing that he was overborrowing to finance both skyscrapers and railroads, had tried to unload the Arizona project on the new board of the Southern Pacific in accord with what he claimed was his clandestine understanding with Harriman. But Robert Lovett, the Southern Pacific's hard-boiled CEO, turned the tables on him, insisting that he was, in fact, legally obligated to reimburse Harriman's investment and assume total financial responsibility for completion of the railroad. With Lovett threatening to air the dispute in court, it was only a matter of time before Spreckels's duplicity became a public scandal in San Diego. 31. To make matters worse, his sister and two of his brothers were also preparing to sue him. For years E.W. Scripps had been gleefully irritating John D. by having his son lavish editorial praise on the other Spreckles' brother Rudolph, the patron of 37. San Francisco progressives. But more than political ideology divided the Spreckles family. Rudolph and his two siblings accused their deceased father of having illegal-willed their mother's community property, some $9 million, to John D. and Adolph. This bitter internecine dispute, which threatened John D.'s most prized assets, was ominously headed to court at about the same speed as the Southern Pacific litigation. Unless other more lurid distractions arose, the two lawsuits against John D. would probably dominate the headlines of The Sun and other progressive papers for most of 1912. Five Vigilantes and Geranium Spreckles, of course, was the major force behind not only the suppression of free speech in San Diego, but also the open shop drive. Philip S. Foner. 32. In the event, there were indeed distractions, more dramatic than anyone might have imagined. Beginning in 1910, a violent labor war broke out in Los Angeles, a revolution overthrew Diaz in Mexico, and the progressives captured Sacramento in an epical election victory. These three events eventually had dramatic repercussions in San Diego in the form of an anarchist invasion of Baja California and a subsequent free speech fight and vigilante backlash in the streets of downtown San Diego. Since Jim Miller's chapter in this book chronicles this history and its oppressive legacies in splendid detail, it is appropriate here only to sketch how industrial violence, the progressive breakthrough, and the Baja Revolution were related to the recomposition of urban economic power in California and, in San Diego in particular, to a new round of conflict between the Spreckles and anti-Spreckles factions. Both the progressive movement and the simultaneous labor war of 1909 to 1911 were symptoms of Imperial San Francisco's declining hegemony over the other cities of the Pacific Slope. The progressives are usually depicted as an insurgency of the new professional middle classes, dentists, school teachers, architects, citrus growers, and grocers fighting for clean, nonpartisan, and scientifically managed government. But progressivism in California had another dimension much neglected in 38. Standard histories. It was equally an uprising of the younger urban business elites against the economic and political domination of San Francisco and San Francisco-allied local oligarchs. 33 San Diego progressives, of course, had special grievances against San Francisco. No sooner had they announced their proposed exposition than the Golden Gates boosters produced plans for an even more lavish celebration of the Panama Canal's opening. Then the San Franciscans used their political clout to grab the entire $5 million subsidy for foreign exhibitors voted by Congress, a blatant attempt to kill San Diego's Balboa Park exposition. 34 But after the statewide progressive revolt broke the stranglehold of the railroads over Sacramento politics in 1910, San Diego had an opportunity to take revenge. At issue was the desire of all the California coastal cities to municipalize their waterfronts by reclaiming state-owned tidelands, like the marshes that ringed San Diego Bay, for port development. In the 1911 legislative session, a coalition of Oakland, San Diego, and Los Angeles won the fight that allowed them to build powerful port authorities, while San Francisco, which had abdicated administration of its waterfront to a state commission during the so-called bulkhead wars of the 1850s, failed in its initial attempt to wrest port improvements from the state. As a result, haughty San Francisco for the first time was forced to bargain with cities previously regarded as its mere satellites. 35 The labor war itself was also as much about the struggle between cities as between their social classes. Although it ultimately embroiled the whole coast, the epicenter of industrial violence was Los Angeles, where General Harrison Gray Otis of the Times and his son-in-law Harry Chandler had been fighting unionism for almost a generation. To Otis and Chandler, the open shop, as enforced by their militaristic Merchants and Manufacturers Association, was not only an expression of capitalist fundamentalism but also, as the Times constantly pointed out, a comparative advantage in L.A.'s competition with San Francisco, the most unionized city in the world. San Francisco's merchant princes and bankers, like Klaus Spreckles and his sons, had reluctantly accommodated unionism in the 1890s only because the super profits generated by the Golden Gate's dominance over the Pacific Slope and its extractive. 39. Industries mitigated zero-sum class conflict at home. By the advent of the 1909 recession, however, San Francisco's spatial economic monopoly was rapidly eroding in the face of the competition of lower-wage cities, especially Los Angeles, but also Oakland, Portland, and Seattle. San Francisco's capitalists literally ordered the San Francisco Labor Council and California Labor Federation to equalize wage levels and working conditions by organizing Los Angeles or face an all-out open shop offensive in the Bay Area. The ultimatum, Grace Stimson notes, was a powerful incentive for a supreme effort to organize Los Angeles. Otis and Chandler, in turn, countered the campaign by the northern unions with the harshest anti-picketing ordinance in the country. Hundreds of trade unionists were jailed and the Times was bombed in retaliation. Los Angeles's embattled unionists called for solidarity from San Diego and elsewhere, while Otis issued blood-curdling demands for California's capitalists to crush labor terrorism. 36. Initially, San Diego seemed immune to the warfare in Los Angeles. Partially because of its industrial backwardness, it had little history of violent class polarization. There were few large employers, and neither the open shop nor the union shop clearly prevailed. If Spreckels's San Diego electric system was notoriously non-union, both of his newspapers, by contrast, had been successfully organized by the pressmen in 1908. 37. The Chamber of Commerce had not yet been put on a class war footing, nor was there a local counterpart to L.A.'s Bellicose Merchants and Manufacturers Association. This idyll ended when the red flag was raised above the Tijuana Customs House in 1911. Although the Magonista Republic, discussed in the next essay, lasted only a few months, it directly threatened the considerable interests of California gamblers in border bars and bordellos, mostly gringo-owned, as well as the immense land holdings of Otis and Chandler in the Mexicali Valley. 38. Moreover, the Red Menace of 1911, followed by the entrenchment of the Wobblies in San Diego's Tenderloin district, the so-called Stingery, provided hugely convenient pretexts, respectively, for Otis to bring San Diego into alignment with his anti-union crusade, and for Spreckels to distract public opinion from the duplicity of his railroad machinations. 40. To the disgust of local progressives, who despised the Los Angeles Times's incessant disparagement of San Diego, the city was often deleted in Times maps of Southern California. 39. General Otis was given a hero's welcome at a banquet at the U.S. Grant Hotel in October 1911. He urged the 100 or so businessmen in attendance to smite subversion and labor terrorism by adopting the model Los Angeles ordinance outlawing street meetings and picket lines. 40. Spreckels's union soon intimidated the city council into passing the ordinance, and San Diego's famous free speech fight punctually followed. The little city, previously characterized by the mild temperature of its labor relations, experienced nearly a year of fascistic rule by self-appointed vigilantes under the impassive gaze of its supposedly progressive police superintendent. There was broad speculation at the time that Spreckels was the secret leader of the vigilantes. It would not have been a new role. As a young plutocrat in 1870s San Francisco, John D. had armed his employees and led them into the sandlots to oppose Dennis Carney and the Working Man's Party. 41. Moreover, in Spreckelstone it was unlikely that anything so extreme as vigilante rule could arise without John D.'s instigation or at least tolerance. Some of the identified ringleaders indeed were clearly Spreckels's men, including a Union reporter. 42. The Union and Tribune likewise surpassed even Otis's virulent Times in their hysterical calls for violence, even murder, hanging is too good, against the industrial workers of the world, IWW, and its supporters. 43. Spreckels, moreover, had a compelling motive for staging a civic coup d'état. It was a splendid diversion from damaging news coverage of the Southern Pacific suit against him. According to Richard Porade, the suit confirmed what financiers knew and most of the public had suspected. The San Diego and Arizona was a creature of the Southern Pacific, and there had been no intention on its part, regardless of the hopes of Spreckels, of extending its line beyond El Centro to the Colorado River and thus competing with its own main line into Los Angeles 44. Unlike the Los Angeles progressives, most of whom eventually rallied to Otis's anti-union banner, the major reform leaders in San Diego denounced the reign of terror. But no great anti-Spreckles movement emerged in response to vigilantism. 41. Or the exposure of the Harriman deal. In effect, local progressives' hands were tied by the need to keep Spreckles on board the California Panama Committee. The success of the exposition had become a supreme cause, more important than the civil liberties of labor, and, since San Francisco had stolen federal subsidies, Spreckles' financial support was more urgent than ever. With real estate once again booming and possibly millions of visitors on the horizon, there was an overriding interest in returning the city to normalcy. Spreckles made shrewd use of this situation. Although his railroad project was almost as mired in skyrocketing costs and engineering problems as de Lesseps' ill-fated Panama Canal Company a decade before, he was able to raise desperately needed cash by the profitable sale of his water system to the city. Moreover, his chief antagonist, Lovett, was replaced at the helm of the Southern Pacific and, although the railroad was unwilling to advance further capital, the new regime left Harriman's original investment in place. Simultaneously, by dangling his proposed $100,000 subsidy to the exposition in front of local voters, John D. exploited one of the progressives' key anti-boss reforms, the initiative and referendum, to win a 25-year extension of his lucrative street rail franchise. He also used his financial clout to blackmail the Exposition Committee into changing its site from the 6th Avenue west end of Balboa Park to the undeveloped Central Mesa. The logic behind this move was revealing. Spreckles and others wanted to ensure a maximum serendipity between civic goals and their own profits. Even before the brush was cleared for the first exposition building, it was clear that the event had even more ambitious aims than simply advertising the city to the world and winning support for its major improvement projects, a transcontinental highway and a major naval installation. In addition, the fair was intended to directly sell real estate to the benefit of Spreckles, Oscar Cotton, of the Pacific Building Company, and other key backers. The public explanation Robert Sholey emphasizes was that the new site would offer more space for exhibitors. The private reason was Spreckles' desire to extend his streetcar system through the park and toward North Park and University Heights. He, 42, and other fair directors had real estate interests that stood to benefit from this move. Research indicates that Spreckles withheld his $100,000 pledge to the exposition until he got his way. 45. In contrast to Spreckles' impressive recuperation of his power, the progressives suffered surprising setbacks. In 1913 Marston ran for mayor with support of the progressives and some of the socialists. In a city of artful dodgers and self-promoters, where even Scripps and Fletcher seldom supported a reform without some eventual personal dividend, Marston had a unique record of almost selfless civic patriotism, including his leadership in the beautification of Balboa Park, his sponsorship of the 1909 City Beautiful Plan of John Nolan, his tireless work on behalf of the Arizona Railroad, and, currently, his frenetic efforts to make San Diego the terminus of a cross-country motor highway. In the eyes of the San Diego labor movement, however, Marston's halo was worn crookedly. Despite his oft-expressed sympathies with the working classes and his generally decent record as an employer, he had used non-union labor to cut construction costs on the new department store he opened in 1911. Moreover, the Labor Council was deeply worried about his advocacy of the City Beautiful. As previously noted, Marston was no mere aesthete, rather, he had a coherent vision of developing landscape capital to attract wealthy retirees, tourists, academy ICS, and lighter, non-polluting industries. He stood most emphatically for the kind of man and business that fits in with our natural conditions, said Oscar Cotton. Civic beautification was a priority because it pays in dollars and cents. 46. Most of the old guard leadership bankers and developers with their assets in real estate and tourism, like Babcock, Fletcher, and Luce, generally supported Marston's ideas, as did Scripps, who was already pushing hard for the Navy as the city's ideal partner. But labor, quite rightly, failed to see where horny-handed sons of toil fit into Marston's Garden City. In the 1913 city primary, the working class vote split. A large minority supported the Socialists, whose objective was not the mayoralty but unseating an anti-union councilman who had been the police superintendent during the free speech fight. More of the Labour vote, however, went to realtor Charles O'Neill. 43. And the less genteel camp of local capitalists who advertised themselves as the party of growth and jobs. Said O'Neill, "We don't want San Diego to be the Amen corner of the United States." Although much of the socialist vote returned to Marston in the final election, O'Neill kept enough of the blue-collar constituency to win by a small margin. 47. 4 years later, Lewis Wilde, a banker and former O'Neill backer, beat Marston despite Marston's unprecedented endorsement by both the Union and Sun by a far more commanding margin and effectively ended Marston's political career. The 1917 election, on the eve of the United States' entry into the World War, was dominated by both the local slump in real estate sales and Wilde's gift for Comey Cali portraying Marston as the leader of no-growth geraniums and himself as the champion of smokestacks and full employment. The two elections, in 1913 and 1917, were molds for the city's future in a double sense. First, despite his electoral defeats, Marston's vision of amenity-based clean growth, with preference to retirees, tourists, and sailors rather than heavy industries and industrial unions, would provide an enduring template to which the city's dominant business elites would repeatedly return until, in the 1980s, it simply became holy scripture. Second, the labor movement, except for a brief left-wing interval in the New Deal years, would perennially put growth ahead of any other issue of principle. In effect, this would propel the San Diego Labor Council into serial marriages of desperation with the demagogic politicians and reactionary local capitalists. 6. Seducing the Navy. William Kettner has hypnotized not only the committee but Congress. Illinois Congressman, 1920, 4s. The militarization of the San Diego economy after 1915, the epochal event in its 20th century history, owed something mostly in the form of unintended consequences to the rise of the progressives. First, by stoking anti-Japanese hysteria in California to a fever pitch and producing the first war scares with Japan in 1906. 44. And 1913, the progressives contributed to the geopolitical tensions in the Pacific that would eventually realign U.S. naval deployments. Indeed, the creation of a Pacific fleet to protect California from the Yellow Peril was a principal progressive demand. Second, by splitting the Republican Party, the progressives helped elect a San Diego Democrat, William Kettner, to Congress in 1912. He would eventually surpass his notorious contemporary, Mata Hari, as the era's most skillful seducer of admirals and generals. Kettner, whose sales skills had been honed in the insurance business, had won acclaim as the Chamber of Commerce's chief lobbyist to the Navy. It was a difficult sales pitch. Despite San Diego Bay's much advertised charms, naval planners had shown surprisingly little interest in its strategic potential. Admiral George Dewey, the key architect of U.S. naval policy in the Pacific, spurned the daunting expense of dredging a deep harbor in San Diego in favor of existing facilities in San Francisco Bay and forward deployments at Subic Bay and Pearl Harbor. San Diego was excluded from the first iterations of War Plan Orange, the secret U.S. strategy for war with Japan. The only concession to the city was a tiny coaling station opened in 1904. When Teddy Roosevelt in 1907-08 sent the Great White Fleet around the world to impress potential allies and future enemies, San Diego wasn't included on the itinerary. Kettner showed his chutzpah by borrowing Spreckles' yacht to intercept Admiral Bob Evans's armada at Magdalena Bay in Baja California. In return for Evans visiting San Diego, Kettner promised an Arabian Nights reception, rapturous flag-waving crowds, vast banquets, and a bumper crop of pretty girls. Spreckles agreed to underwrite the festivities and to regale the officers at his sumptuous Coronado Hotel. The inducements were irresistible, although the great battle line of dreadnoughts was unable to safely enter the bay and had to anchor instead off Coronado. During the brief visit, Kettner lost no opportunity to ply flag officers with juicy details of the exceptional opportunities for fortune hunting and leisure in San Diego. Although the fleet's visit produced no immediate windfall, it left scores of young officers, the future naval leaders of World War II, with exceedingly favorable impressions of the city. 49 Indeed, the ingenuity of the Chamber's campaign, as orchestrated by Kettner, was 45. To combine direct lobbying in Washington with a sales campaign targeting visiting officers and, especially, their wives. Although every port city on the coast was aggressively competing for new naval investment, San Diego was unique in the degree to which it welcomed U.S. Navy and Marine Corps brass into its elite inner sanctums. Stationed on barren North Island in 1914 during a brief flare-up of border hysteria, Marine Colonel Joseph Pendleton had expected to amuse himself shooting jackrabbits but was instead swept up into the glamorous social life of Spreckels's Coronado set. It took Pendleton no time at all to establish himself as a leading citizen and socialite, even while he was camping on North Island 50. His successors would have similar experiences. Flag officers, especially, were treated as local celebrities and welcomed to the most exclusive golf links and male retreats, while their wives were the guests of honor at the women's clubs and charity balls. On retirement, captains, admirals, and marine generals were invited to join bank and newspaper boards, appointed to city commissions, and encouraged to run for local office like Pendleton, who became mayor of Coronado after his retirement. Perhaps even more important, they were also cut into lucrative real estate syndicates, including those that sold waterfront land to the Navy and Marine Corps. An early example was Rear Admiral Henry Manny, who became head of the Chamber's Harbor Committee, was elected to the City Council in 1913, and later served as Superintendent of Police and Public Morals. Along with several of Kettner's other closest associates, Manny was a director of San Diego Securities, which owned the tidelands at Dutch Flats and Loma Portal that were sold for the Navy and Marine training bases. Manny was the pioneer figure in the rise of the naval industrial power structure that would become so distinctive of modern San Diego. 51 Meanwhile, in Washington, Brooder Bill, as Kettner liked to be called, laid siege to Admiral Dewey, the intransigent opponent of naval investment in San Diego. Although the hero of Manila Bay refused to reconsider his commitments to the primacy of San Francisco and Pearl Harbor, he grudgingly gave the insistent Kettner an endorsement for dredging San Diego Bay's treacherous middle channel. Kettner skillfully used Dewey's letter to pry open congressional appropriations and, above all, to whet the interests of Secretary of the Navy Josephus Daniels and his 46. Young Assistant Secretary, Franklin Roosevelt, in the naval potential of San Diego. In 1913, Daniels, the old progressive, was wined and dined by the old reactionary, John D. Spreckels, at Coronado. The next year Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt came as a Washington advance guard to observe the final preparations for the exposition. Cruising the harbor with Spreckels on his Venetia, the Roosevelts reputedly fell in love with the city. 52 Indeed, FDR was the Chamber of Commerce's prime catch. The most powerful and ardent convert to the strategic importance of San Diego in a dawning age of U.S.-Japan rivalry in the Pacific. Later, as president, he would continue his favoritism toward a city that otherwise was the most incorrigibly Republican bastion in California. 53 San Diego taxpayers, on their side, welcomed the Navy with huge donations of public land, including a precious corner of Balboa Park for a naval hospital. Their local elected representatives, however, were often peripheral in the crucial negotiations with the Navy. Rather, it was the Chamber of Commerce that became the Navy's exclusive broker in San Diego. Working hand in hand with their alumnus Kettner, Chamber leaders were intimately involved in selecting sites for installations of ever-increasing size and economic value, advanced naval long-distance radio stations at Point Loma and Chalice Height, the Navy and Army airfields and training schools on North Island, the huge World War I Army training base on Kearny Mesa, later Miramar Airfield, the Marine Base, later Recruit Depot, at Dutch Flats, and, finally, the West Coast Naval Training Center at Loma Portal, transferred, thanks to FDR's instigation, from Goat Island in San Francisco Bay. Several of these transactions, not surprisingly, were highly profitable for leading members of the chamber, including Spreckles' sale of North Island and San Diego Security Company's sale of the Loma Portal site. 54 After the creation of a full-fledged Pacific battle fleet in 1919, San Diego soon won destroyers, based at 32nd Street in National City, and a submarine base, at Ballast Point, transferred from San Pedro. If the biggest plums, the new battleships and heavy cruisers, went to Pearl Harbor, San Francisco, and Bremerton, it was a blessing in disguise. San Diego's compensation was an unusual concentration of the Navy's infant, cutting-edge technologies, long-distance radio transmission, carrier. 47. Aviation, and, later, undersea and amphibious warfare. This was San Diego's future high-tech economy in embryo. Moreover, as the bay was gradually deepened, San Diego was able to grab some cruisers and, far more important, the first generation of aircraft carriers, led by the Langley in 1922 and the Saratoga in 1932. The sediment dredged for the carriers was used, in turn, to create Lindbergh Field in 1929. In part, this was San Diego's just reward for its political support of Admiral William Moffett and other leading advocates of naval aviation. 55 With Kettner as Mephistopheles, San Diego had signed a Faustian pact with the devil and Josephus Daniels. The coming of the Navy, as Kevin Starr has emphasized, allowed the city to achieve a synthesis of its Marstonian ideals and economic growth. 56 Indeed, the Navy was an ideal industry, to most eyes. Its handsome warships and soaring carrier planes beautified rather than disfigured the environment. Each cruiser or carrier, moreover, added to the economy the purchasing power of a small or medium-sized factory. But these were factories without troublesome industrial unions, irksome strikes, or politically potent workforces. At the same time, the stability of naval expenditure mitigated San Diego's traditional tendency to extreme boom-slash-bust cycles. During the Depression, the Roosevelt administration increased naval appropriations every year. Finally, the constant stream of retiring naval and marine officers bolstered real estate sales and reinforced the city's influence within the Department of the Navy. But there was also the devil's side of the bargain. The Navy was, and is, a jealous guardian of its harbor and airspace prerogatives. In selling or donating prime waterfront, as well as choice interior land parcels, to the Navy, the city gave away opportunities to achieve crucial pans of the Nolan Plan, such as creation of a waterfront esplanade, as well as to promote the commercial industrial development of the harbor. The atrophy of the civilian harbor was almost total. In 1940 San Diego, the sixth largest West Coast city, was next to the smallest of 24 Pacific ports in volume of trade. It wasn't even officially designated a terminal port of call by the Pacific Westbound Steamship Conference. 57. In Los Angeles the opposite process occurred, with the big oil companies on Terminal Island successfully opposing naval expansion. 48. Moreover, the Navy was a profoundly conservatizing force and it reinforced San Diego's tendency to become an ideological backwater. The old Yankee Navy of the 19th century had become in the 20th century the armed service most dominated by Southerners and their white supremacist attitudes. A patrician, often ultra-reactionary naval culture thus overprinted the stolid Hooverism of the Midwestern immigration. The city's business leadership, especially the Union, reciprocated by zealously promoting San Diego as the most patriotic city in the nation, too often a euphemism for union busting and intolerance of dissent. And despite all the boasting about it being a Navy town, San Diego's infatuation was strictly with officers and gentlemen. It had a more ambivalent attitude toward its surrogate proletariat of enlisted men. Ordinary seamen, in turn, had a love-hate relationship with the city. When Josephus Daniels introduced the unusual reform of allowing crewmen to vote on which local port they preferred for liberty, San Francisco, which had been catering to sailors' needs for generations, always beat San Diego hands down. This was one reason why Navy boosters favored turning a blind eye to the drunken sailor-oriented fleshpots on Lower Broadway and along Fifth Avenue. Later Tijuana allowed San Diego to eat its cake and have it as well. But no solution would be found to the perennial problem of housing Navy families. Sailors are a low-wage workforce, and they had no more luck finding affordable housing for their families in the 1920s than they do today. 58 The bluejackets and leathernecks who built the fortunes of San Diego also became its permanent pariahs. 7 The sales pitch now was the time to reach these people, while they were newly rich, and bring them to San Diego. Oscar Cotton, 1919, Spreckles finally drove the Golden Spike to complete his San Diego and Eastern Railroad at Carrizo Gorge on November 15, 1919. Congressman Kettner, accompanied by 2 generals and 2 admirals, said he was proud to live in such a one-man town as San Diego, while John D. for the first time acknowledged that the true paternity. 49. For the railroad belonged to Harriman, now 10 years dead. Later, San Diego, forgiving his epic double cross, celebrated John D. Spreckles Day with a huge parade. In the evening, 3 super dreadnoughts of the new Pacific Fleet, the New Mexico, the Idaho, and the Mississippi, thrilled Spreckles' subjects by illuminating the city's mesas with their powerful searchlights. 60 It was perhaps the most anticlimactic moment in the city's history. Although Spreckles' union boasted tastelessly of the commercial tribute that Arizona and the Imperial Valley would henceforth pay to San Diego, Los Angeles, and the Southern Pacific retained their monopoly, just as Harriman had intended, on the trade of the Southwest. 61 Despite all the years of hyperbole and scandal, the railroad would make only a minor contribution to the city's future growth. But its completion was an authentic punctuation mark, signaling the end of one era and the beginning of another. The city's old elite, class of 1890, was running out of steam. Spreckles would continue to reign over San Diego until his death in 1926, but he had no more vast projects to unfurl or worlds to conquer. Broken in health by prodigious drinking, Scripps meanwhile had set to sea in his yacht with an attractive nurse, partially to avoid the bitter conflict between his sons over the management of his newspaper empire. While anchored off Monrovia, he died within a few months of his old nemesis, Spreckles. Babcock, always plagued by bad luck, had been ruined for a second time in 1916, when the famous Rainmaker floods of that year washed away his latest venture, a rail line to La Jolla. Kettner, meanwhile, retired from Congress in 1920 to bask in the glory of the naval infrastructure he had procured for San Diego. 62. His successor was a rabidly anti-labor Imperial Valley judge, Phil Swing, who continued to press for more naval investment in San Diego while also fathering Boulder Dam. Marston remained San Diego's geranium emeritus. He continued as a fount of civic wisdom and humane values for nearly 2 more decades, but was marginalized by the rapid extinction of the progressive ethos after the defeat of its hero, Senator Robert La Follette, in 1924. Marston spurned the conservative backlash and grasping business culture of the Roaring Twenties, often upbraiding associates who assumed that as a successful capitalist he too must be a knee-jerk Coolidge Hoover man. He 50. Preferred the idealism of his radical daughter, the founder of the Women's International Strike for Peace, to these Philistines. And in 1932 he became one of the few millionaires in the country to endorse Norman Thomas, the socialist candidate for president. Ed Fletcher was the only member of the old guard to keep a full ante in the game for another generation. After building and selling a water empire, the Cuyamacas Water Company, in the East County, he took charge of the campaign to make San Diego a terminus of one of the proposed national highways. It was another epic competition, like the Railroad Wars, with Los Angeles, but this time Little San Diego with the help of its Navy mayor, Admiral J.S. McKean beat the Goliath to the north, and for almost a decade Highway 80 from Savannah to San Diego was the only fully paved route to Southern California. This triumph boosted Fletcher into the state Senate, where he ended his career as a close ally of Governor Earl Warren. 63 As always, Colonel Ed managed to feather his own nest while pursuing the public good. 64 The successor cohort of San Diego business leaders was more simply interested in feathering their nests. As the Homeric generation of city builders passed from the scene, it was now the turn of the Babbitts, the closing tent artists and get-rich-quick boys. Their outstanding representative was Oscar Cotton, the young actor-turned-developer who had become a fat cat selling bungalows in newly subdivided Pacific Beach and East San Diego before the war. Cotton was the type specimen of the busy nest species, so well described by Sinclair Lewis, that would dominate post-progressive San Diego, political and social reactionaries, with little connection to the real world of production, who worshipped the power of salesmanship as a supernatural force. If engineers and genius tinkerers had been the heroes of the previous generation, salesmen of all kinds, including political demagogues and religious hucksters, were the 1920s new men of power. Modern scientific advertising, whose chief guru and systematizer was Freud's son-in-law Edward Louis Bernays, was essentially a brand new industry in 1919, an outgrowth of titanic wartime propaganda battles. Cotton's idea, elaborated to the local business leadership in 1919, was to use advertising's 51. Newly proven powers over the masses to market a mirage, a hyper-romanticized image of San Diego which, in turn, would sell local real estate, which had been in a distressing slump since 1917. Although the railroads, the West's largest landowners, had engaged in place promotion for decades, their geographical loyalties were contingent, and often promiscuous. Cotton, a rabid anti-socialist, wanted to municipalize the sales pitch. With the 1915 exposition as a model of elite cooperation, he proposed the creation of a San Diego, California club that would tax leading businessmen to mount a scientifically designed campaign to advertise the city to targeted groups of potential immigrants. 65 To whom are we going to sell? Cotton asked Chamber of Commerce lead ERS. Shall we invite laborers? Cotton's answer was no. Before further blue-collar immigration was encouraged, the city had to build a base of wealth in accord with the ideas long advocated by George Marston. But where would rich geranium lovers come from? From the Midwest, where wheat was selling at an all-time high of $2.20 per bushel in 1918 and where farms, worth only $40 per acre before the war, were now changing hands for $300 per acre. The war boom had fattened a large layer of Midwestern farmers and small business people whom Cotton proposed to induce to retire along the shores of San Diego Bay. The great outstanding opportunity San Diego has today is the opportunity to get these people now, while they have the money in the bank and before they locate elsewhere. 66. To accomplish this, Cotton emphasized, we must make San Diego symbolize California in the minds of the people of this Midwest district. The chief aphrodisiac would be Balboa Park, whose temporary exposition buildings would now be left standing, romantic follies to seduce wealthy hicks. The city beautiful, or, rather, its simulacrum in Balboa Park would be the heart of the proposed sales pitch. And, indeed, many of the eventual ads were headlined, built around a park. San Diego 67. The ad blitz, concentrated in key Midwestern papers, began in November 1919. By December, the club was receiving 900 inquiries per day. Under Cotton's instruction, the inquiries were divided into classes according to the presumed wealth of the sender. Stenographers then addressed personal responses to each of the class. 52. 1. Inquirers, who were enrolled as honorary members of the San Diego, California Club and sent a large, maroon-colored book entitled Where Life Means Most. Cotton later wrote, it contained many large pictures of our beautiful Balboa Park, the waterfront, and the beach scenes. 68. Just as San Francisco had copied San Diego's exposition, so now Los Angeles cribbed a lesson from the San Diego, California Club. Its version, unveiled in 1921, was called the All-Year Club of Southern California, and it was backed by a predictably huge advertising budget, 7 times the size of San Diego's. Houston, Phoenix, and other rising cities of the future Sunbelt quickly created their own counterparts, most of which, like the San Diego template, evolved into today's tax-supported convention and visitors bureaus. Cotton was genuinely the Henry Ford of civic boosterism. And in spite of Los Angeles's competing entreaties, the Class I people, the flush Iowa farmers and wealthy Indiana dentists, came to San Diego in a quiet flood, along with many of their less well-to-do neighbors. Although San Diego's industrial employment in 1929, 3,836, was virtually the same as in 1919, 3,427, Midwestern savings and annuities fattened the construction and services sectors. 69 Cotton's Pacific Development Company alone sold 40 subdivisions during the decade, ranging from a few hundred to several thousand lots in size. On the giant chessboard of San Diego Mesa, the boom filled in the vacant squares between the original streetcar subdivisions developed prior to 1917. The success of San Diego's Midwest sales pitch, of course, was also a posthumous moral victory for Marston's malign geranium platform of 1917, and in 1921 Mayor Bacon, a Marston man, invited John Nolan back to San Diego to update his 1908 proposals. Nolan's new plan urged the preservation of Old Town and envisioned the building of a city center and airport along the harbor front, as well as a scenic parkway through still rustic Mission Valley. Its official adoption by the City Council in 1926 was proof that beauty had proven its market value, although with no guarantee that it would generally prevail. In any event, the boundaries between San Diego's elected government and its para-government of business organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, the Realty 53 Board, and the San Diego California Club had permanently blurred. Glenn Rick, the pioneer planning director hired in 1927 to implement the Nolan Plan, complained that he often was unsure who exactly he was working for, since the Chamber and the Realty Board usually vetted planning proposals, such as the city's major street plan, before they were ever presented to the council. 70 The council majority obediently obeyed business agendas, and ambitious mayors were so frustrated by their weak authority that one of them, John Forward Jr. of the Union Title dynasty, resigned in frustration soon after taking office in 1933. His less fortunate and oft-lampooned successor, Rutherford B. Irones, took to drink and ended up in jail after a drunk driving hit and run. While San Diego was growing fat on its new diet of naval dollars and Midwestern retirees, the chief beneficiaries of the boom decided to properly aristocratize themselves by creating an exclusive retreat in the backcountry, a local counterpart to the Bay Area's Bohemian Grove or Pasadena's Valley Hunt Club. Located near Pine Valley, it was called Corte Madera Ranch, 3,400 wooded acres with a lake and polo field. The dozen families who built cabins at the ranch during the 1920s were, for the most part, the second and third generation offspring of the 1870s and 1880s speculators. They included the Belchers, now married to Spreckels, Goodwins, Whitneys, and Garrettsons, as well as the more parvenu Cottons, who eventually married Fletchers. Their overlapping power base was the First National Bank, then headed by Frank Belcher, and several had a stake in the San Diego Securities Syndicate that profitably sold land to the Navy and Marines. For the next 50 years, the Corte Madera set would be a synonym for San Diego's cloistered and incestuous old money. But there was also new money on the scene in the 1920s. The death of John D. Spreckels in 1926 and the subsequent sell-off of his San Diego assets brought the Midwestern newspaperman Colonel Ira Copley into the inner circle of local power. Copley, who became a colonel leading the Illinois militia against the Pullman strike (ERS), was an ex-Republican congressman with a fortune divided between downstate Illinois newspapers and power utilities. After losing a bruising battle with Midwestern utility czar Samuel Insull, Copley cashed in his utilities in 1928 and went on a 54 newspaper buying spree. His two biggest acquisitions were Spreckels's Union and Tribune, with the former becoming the new flagship of the empire. A close friend and supporter of Herbert Hoover, who, in turn, was the first California resident, if not native-born, president, Copley established the first in a series of significant liaisons between San Diego elites and Republican White Houses. 71 Baron Long, who acquired downtown's U.S. Grant Hotel in 1919 as well as a stake in the famed Caliente racetrack in Tijuana, brought with him links of a different kind, to both the Hollywood movie colony and a border underworld of corrupt politicians, high-stakes gamblers, and vice operators. Although Long introduced himself to Sandigans as Los Angeles's most celebrated impresario, the owner of well-known cafes and nightclubs, and the chief investor in the famed Biltmore Hotel, this was only the tip of an otherwise very dirty iceberg. Long, in fact, was one of the original czars of the bars, along with Carl Withington and James Cough Froth. According to a recent history of U.S. investment in Mexico, the three owned nightclubs, gambling establishments, and brothels along the border from the Pacific Ocean to Matamoros in the Gulf of Mexico. 72. Tijuana's transformation in the 1920s from a dusty hamlet into the Monte Carlo of North America, or Las Vegas avant la lettre, if you prefer, was a considerable boon to the San Diego economy. The cornerstone was the racetrack, which Withington's ABW Corporation opened in 1916, after the progressives had closed down racing in California, to exploit the tourist influx for the San Diego Exposition. Opening day's principal handicap was named the Adolph Spreckles, and there was widespread speculation that the Spreckles brothers were secret partners of Withington's San Joaquin Valley-based gang of oilfield gamblers, bootleggers, and pimps. In any event, the success of the track buoyed the fortunes of Spreckles' Hotel del Coronado and other local hotels after the end of the fair. The track was managed by the famed San Francisco boxing promoter and saloon owner Sonny Jim Cough Froth, an old drinking and whoring buddy of Dolph Spreckles. Baron Long, who already owned a bar in Tijuana, formally took charge of catering, but his real role was to entice his Hollywood friends, like Fatty Arbuckle, Jack Dempsey, and Charlie Chaplin, south of the border. 73. 55. Prohibition, of course, gold-plated this Tijuana gambling and vice franchise, with a considerable faction of Hollywood celebrity at all times ensconced in the elegant new Agua Caliente Casino and Resort, opened in 1926 by Long, in partnership with Baja Governor, and soon, President, Abelardo Rodriguez. It was a preview of the world of Las Vegas in the 1950s, movie stars playing with gangsters, and it was famed for its gorgeous women, including the young Rita Hayworth in a danking act with her father. But Rodriguez's reign was short. In 1935, President Lázaro Cárdenas decided both to reclaim control of the national border and to topple the corrupt empire of his predecessor. In a defiant gesture of Mexicanization, which some in San Diego claimed was really Bolshevization, the casino was closed down and replaced by 5 new schools. The net effect was to drive the big gamblers to Hollywood's new desert oasis of Las Vegas, while the smaller gringo and local vice interests adapted their product to the mass market of the wartime U.S. Navy. But regardless of these vicissitudes, the sin industry of Tijuana would continue to be an integral part of both the San Diego economy and, with names like Alessio and Hank Gonzalez, its business power structure. 8. The other fleet arrives. Consolidated's forced growth was the greatest of any private enterprise in any line of endeavor in the history of the world. Reuben Fleet, 1944, and what happened to the purchasers of Cotton's San Diego dream? As the tide of migration from the Midwest receded in the early Depression years, Edmund Wilson stopped in San Diego to observe the quality of life left on the beach. In his famous essay The Jumping Off Place, he discovered that many pilgrims to paradise became, in fact, suicidal lemmings. They stuff up the cracks of their doors and quietly turn on the gas. They go into their back sheds or back kitchens and eat ant paste or swallow Lysol. They drive their cars into dark alleys, get into the back seat and shoot themselves. They hang themselves in. 56. Hotel bedrooms, take overdoses of sulfonyl or barbital. They slip off to the municipal golf links and there stab themselves with carving knives, or they throw themselves into the bay, blue and placid. 75. Although Wilson's essay has always infuriated San Diego boosters, he was only pointing out some civic statistics that were not included in the San Diego California Club brochures: the highest suicide rate in the nation and the largest percentage of invalids and sick people, nearly a quarter of the population. Wilson suggested that self-murder was not a surprising response when sickness and depression, having escaped to the sunshine and blue waters, find neither cure or solace. Wilson's essay would be dusted off and reread in 1997 after 39 Heaven's Gate cultists decided to make San Diego's wealthy suburb of Rancho Santa Fe their jumping-off place. In other respects, the depression was less devastating in San Diego than elsewhere, thanks both to the absence of heavy industry and to the large share of regional income contributed by the 11th Naval District. San Diego had received more than $136 million in naval investment, nearly as much as the San Francisco area since FDR's visit to the 1915 fair. 76 Nonetheless, times were hard, especially for the real estate industry, whose heartbeat almost stopped dead during the summer of 1932. The collapse of the 1920s boom left investors with the huge carrying cost of 50,000 subdivided but unbuilt lots. 77 Although the newly formed Heaven on Earth Club attempted to restart the profitable migration from the Midwest, many of the newcomers arrived in battered Model Ts with gaunt faces, hungry, and desperate for work. To attract a more affluent stream of visitors and to remind the world of the city's charms, the business leadership returned in 1934 to the panacea of an exposition in Balboa Park. The extravaganza, which opened in 1935 and ran until the end of 1936, had little of the edifying purpose or cultural pretension of 1915's version. School children were dutifully trooped through the second-hand Century of Progress exhibits, and the old exposition buildings were nicely renovated with new Moorish gardens in their backyards. But the real spirit of the fair was pre-Depression Coney Island. Indeed, there were many cheap and surprisingly uninhibited thrills to divert morbid San Diegans. 57. From thoughts of suicide. The most popular spectacles included Midget City, with 100 Lilliputians, a four-legged Pickaninny girl exhibited in the Believe It or Not show, an authentic nudist colony, surrounded by a high fence, Mary Pickford's Curls, a Parisian musical review, Dillinger's Car, and, for the most credulous, a big display about the lost continent of Mu, which scientists, using the new wonder of sonar, had supposedly just discovered off the San Diego coast. 78 All the scantily clad burlesque dancers pretending to be Parisian artistes were a big hit with the fleet. San Diego seemed to have shed much of its old Puritanism. Some of the old progressives complained that, in fact, the vice and gambling interests, dominated by Baron Long, king of Tijuana gamblers, were brazenly taking over the city. 79 Time magazine delighted in reporting a remarkable meeting in June 1935 between Mayor Percy Benbuff and the so-called Liberal Businessmen's Association. Benbuff, an undertaker and former police chief, assured the assembled bookmakers, saloon keepers, and peep show operators that they were making an important contribution to the public's happiness, even if some of their activities were not strictly legal. He then urged them not to succumb to bribe demands from public officials. 80 Although Time didn't publish any names, San Diegans knew Benbuff was referring to Police Chief Sears's alleged side income. Most reformers believed that graft in San Diego, Via Caliente, and Baron Long, was a part of a larger pattern of gambler-controlled corruption that included the notorious Shaw regime in Los Angeles. From this perspective, Benbuff's firing of Sears and city manager Flack in spring 1939 after his supporters gained a majority on the city council was the counterpart to the famous house cleaning in Los Angeles the year before. But whereas the recall of Mayor Shaw was the prelude to a dynamic new progressivism in LA, based on an unusual alliance of middle-class reformers and the labor movement, there was little sequel in San Diego. Benbuff was a wholly owned subsidiary of the Chamber of Commerce, or so, at least, charged the San Diego labor leader one wartime demand, moreover, immediately restocked the shelves with all the old vices and more, and the police, as investigations in the 1960s made evident, resumed their traditional grafting from bookmakers and pimps. 58. What did change dramatically in San Diego during the 1930s was the manufacturing economy. Before 1935, the civilian industrial base of the city consisted almost solely of some medium-sized tuna canneries plus Claude Ryan's little aircraft plant where the Spirit of St. Louis was built by hand in 1927. John D. Spreckels had briefly started up a tire factory in 1919 using cotton from the Imperial Valley, but it was quickly driven out of business by the LA branch plants of the big Akron tire makers. The debacle significantly undermined investor confidence in San Diego as a viable industrial location. Bankers, however, began taking a second look in the mid-1930s as aircraft manufacture, stimulated by military demand as well as by the rise of national airlines, became one of the first industries to recover from the Depression. The bigger companies, moreover, were exploring the adaptation of Detroit methods to the mass assembly of planes. They were also looking for larger plants to accommodate the 60 to 100-foot wingspans of the next generation of passenger planes and Army bombers. Although engine production was tied in place to the tool and die culture of New England and New York, airframe assembly was ideally suited to semi-skilled labor in climes with year-round flying weather for which San Diego was already world-famous. 82 In the case of Buffalo-based Consolidated Aircraft, Consair, crammed into a 20-year-old plant with a patchwork of additions sprawling from it, there were two additional criteria. One was a calm harbor for testing the big flying boats it had contracted to build for Pan Am and the Navy. The other was an open shop labor CLI mate. Consair's founder, Reuben Fleet, was a fierce anti-radical who as a militia officer in Aberdeen, Washington, in 1911 had led axe-handle-wielding vigilantes against the IWW. As an Army officer, he had also served on the San Diego border and learned to fly at North Island under the instruction of Major T.C. Macaulay, who, serendipitously, was now leading the San Diego Chamber of Commerce. The city and port district offered Consair a prime plant site next to the new municipal airport for $1 per year, and Emil Klicka of the Bank of America promised financing. Fleet was shortly headed west with 400 loyal employees and 157 freight cars of Machinery. 83 as he told the Chamber of Commerce officials who greeted him on his arrival. 59. We left all the bad radicals there in Buffalo. 84. The first of the famed PBY Catalina flying boats rolled out of the doors of the 450,000 square foot Plant 1 in September 1936. 3 years later, after the outbreak of war in Europe ended a brief defense recession, Consair doubled its plant space to accommodate expanded seaplane production as well as work on a new bomber prototype, the XB-24. It would soon become to San Diego what the Model T had been to Detroit. The ungainly-looking flying boxcar, the future long-range bomber workhorse of the Army Air Corps in Europe and the Pacific, made its official test flight in March 1940. 2 months later, just after the fall of France, FDR appealed to Congress for 50,000 warplanes a year. The official Army history of aircraft procurement later called the speech de facto M-Day, the real economic declaration of war. 85 Total mobilization was ratcheted up another notch 10 months later when Congress approved the Lend-Lease Act after one of the most bitter congressional debates since the Civil War. Monstrous, howled California's aging isolationist Senator Hiram Johnson, but Southern California industrialists were delirious. Fleet's Consair and its local subcontractors, Ryan and Rohr, were already staggering under a large backlog of orders when Lend-Lease brought delegations of desperate British procurement officers begging for speed up on the already overworked B-24 Liberator assembly lines. 86 By July Consair had an astonishing $645 million in contracted orders and its agents were pouring into the Southwest from Arizona to Louisiana trying to recruit more workers. With financing from the Defense Plant Corporation, Plant 2 was opened near the Marine Training Base in fall 1941. By December, Consair had a staggering 25,000 workers on its payroll, more than a third of San Diego's total male workforce, and planned to add 20,000 more by the next summer. Aircraft's contribution to the San Diego economy was now as large as the Navy's. 87. 60. 9 The war boom. Be careful what you wish for. Old adage. By the time the first waves of Japanese dive bombers came screaming down on Battleship Row at Pearl Harbor, the West Coast economy had already been at war for a year and a half. For San Diego, the war boom was both a bonanza and a cataclysm. Searching for a historical precedent, observers couldn't decide whether the now frenzied three-shift town, overwhelmed by hundreds of thousands of war workers and transient servicemen, more resembled Gold Rush San Francisco in 1852 or San Francisco in 1906, after the earthquake. Under tremendous pressure from Washington, San Diego had reluctantly yielded more than a quarter of its incorporated land area and 70% of the undeveloped county to defense plants, training camps, airfields, and bombing ranges. The city's landscape had been scraped, leveled, and built to meet the demands of the Army, the Navy and the aircraft industry. 2,000 acres of new land had been added to airports and parade grounds by moving the waterfront a mile out 88. North of the city limits, the vast Santa Margarita Ranch was commandeered by the Marine Corps for Camp Pendleton, while Gillespie Field in El Cajon was built to train Army paratroopers. But if the city could supply raw land to the military, it was incapable of providing shelter to the 1940 weekly influx of 1,500 workers and military families. San Diego had long manicured its city beautiful ambience with housing policies designed to discourage immigration by poor families. As historian Christine Killery concluded, powerful economic interests in San Diego were more preoccupied with protecting real estate values than housing the poor. The rental market was oriented toward retirees and single adults, with 85% of landlords refusing to rent to families with children. Reluctant to tarnish an image of affluence, the city also declined to apply for federal funds, as provided by the 1937 Housing Act, to build subsidized or public housing. Meanwhile, the least expensive apartments or duplexes in 1939 cost $27 to $30 per month, clearly beyond the means of Navy families living on pay of $34.61 to $84 per month. In the interlude between the beginning of the Blitz boom in 1940 and the introduction of federal rent controls in early 1942, landlords were free to gouge whatever they could from the pocketbooks of war workers. 89 But, whatever the price, there was simply not enough housing to meet the soaring levels of demand. In 1941 the population increased by a staggering 50%, a decade's projected growth in a single year. The result, as investigating congressional committees confirmed in 1941 and again in 1943, was the nation's worst defense housing crisis. Aviation Okies, as they were called, were often forced to sleep in their autos, abandoned rail cars, all-night movie theaters, or share beds in shifts. Mission Valley, whose Nisei truck farmers were now interned in Arizona, was a vast trailer camp for Consair workers and Navy wives. 90. Similarly, San Diego's historical failure to adequately plan infrastructure for future needs now caught up with it with a vengeance, as the future arrived in an instant. Despite the increasing problem of Navy human waste, 750,000 gallons every day by the late 1930s, the city failed to fund completion of the sewage treatment system started under WPA auspices. 91 Everything was still dumped into the bay, which, since the diversion of the San Diego River in the 1870s, had no natural mechanism to flush itself clean. An even bigger problem was the inadequacy of the city's water supply. The Metropolitan Water District, largely financed by Los Angeles, had years before invited San Diego to join its Colorado River Consortium, but the city refused, claiming that it preferred at some later date to build its own hugely expensive tunnel through the Laguna Mountains to the Ale American Canal in Imperial Valley. In the meantime, San Diego proposed to live off the enhanced water supply made available by its new San Vicente Dam between Ramona and Lakeside. San Vicente, dedicated in 1941 and scheduled to reach capacity by 1943, had been designed to store water for a predicted 1950 population of 250,000. This, as we have seen, was exceeded within a year. Moreover, military consumption was increasing almost exponentially, 41% of total water usage by 1945, and the county was experiencing a severe drought. 92 In any event, the bewildered city administration of Mayor Ben Buff, who, 62, dropped dead of stress in 1942, was totally overwhelmed by the housing and infrastructural crises. With the city's business leadership almost paralyzed, Fleet took matters into his own hands. To gain Washington's immediate attention, he telegraphed Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox that a deadly epidemic was imminent because of the sewage in the harbor. Then he spoke directly to FDR, warning the president that further expansion of B-24 production was being jeopardized by the city's inability to overcome the various bottlenecks. "The situation is now impossible without federal aid," Fleet said. 93 The White House punctually ordered the Navy and other agencies to undertake a crash program of housing and public works. San Diego became the first of the so-called congested districts, crucial to war production, whose urban development was temporarily taken in hand by the federal government. The first priority was to get the Consair workforce out of their cars and tents. The Langham Defense Housing Act provided the formal mandate for the nation's largest war housing project at Linda Vista, just north of Mission Valley. Construction on 3,000 residential units for an estimated 15,000 people began in March 1941 with an unprecedented 300-day deadline. It was both an extraordinary experiment in the mass production of housing and an unmitigated planning disaster. Ingenious prefabrication methods enabled builders to complete as many as 40 homes per day, but community infrastructure was entirely neglected. One water pipe supplied Linda Vista and one jammed road took its inhabitants to work and brought them home. There were no sidewalks, grocery stores, or schools. Other war housing projects had similar problems. Most of the homes were designed as temporary structures and the projects were usually segregated from existing neighborhoods. This reflected the city leadership's animus against socio-economic diversity, as well as federal builders' preference for greenfield sites suitable for large-scale industrial construction. But, as Christine Killery has eloquently argued, this was a short-sighted policy that ensured high social costs downstream. Temporary homes were almost as expensive to build as permanent homes, and there was, in fact, plenty of vacant, easily buildable land within the existing urban fabric served by utilities and public transport. Instead, the federal government built future slums and ghettos. 94 other federal initiatives, however, had happier results. Harbor Drive was speed. 63. Illy completed and traffic unsnarled, while Lindbergh Field was modernized and expanded. The Navy built San Diego's first sewage treatment facility in 1943 and 2 years later began construction on an aqueduct to connect San Vicente Reservoir to the Metropolitan Water District at Lake Matthews in Riverside County. In the end, San Diego's improvidence was turned to its advantage. Ungrateful business leaders complained about New Deal socialism, but, thanks to federal intervention, more than 70% of San Diego's pre-war 10-year plan of public works had been built in half the time and at less than half the cost to the city. 95 In the meantime, the city's major new employer had changed hands in a deal that many progressives denounced as blatant war profiteering. Even before Pearl Harbor, rumors were flying that the Army was disenchanted with Fleet's despotic management style, which it believed was slowing down production. Fleet, on his side, was reputedly unhappy with the union contract he had been forced to sign with the International Association of Machinists. An aviation paper made the strange claim that Vultee Aircraft, a much smaller Los Angeles manufacturer, was attempting to buy giant Consair and its bulging order book. This caused considerable surprise in San Diego, where no one had ever heard of a minnow swallowing a shark. 96 Behind Vultee, however, was Tom Girdler of Republic Steel, one of the wealthiest and certainly most hated industrialists in the country. After police had massacred 10 strikers outside his South Chicago mill on Memorial Day 1937, Girdler had snarled, "There can be no pity." Consair's unionized machinists, who had fought Fleet to a standstill, were deeply apprehensive about an even more reactionary boss. Nevertheless, Fleet signed over the company to Girdler just in time to avoid the new capital gains tax that Congress had enacted precisely to prevent war capitalists from speculating on their government order books. 97 A consortium of banks, with the Bank of America contributing as much as the largest Eastern participant, provided $200 million in financial fuel for the continuing expansion of the bomber assembly lines. 98 It was craven profiteering at a time when many Consair workers were sharing beds in shifts and their sons were dying in the Pacific, but poetic justice of a sort was rendered 2 years later when an aggrieved Mrs. Fleet won the largest alimony payment in American history from her philandering husband, $1.5 million, almost 64. Exactly what he received from Girdler. Meanwhile, Rosie and the other Plant 1 riveters choking on the ungainly amalgam of Consolidated Vultee were already calling their new company Convair. 10 The Convair era. Here's to a bigger and better Convair and more contracts from the Defense Department. San Diego Housewife, 1961, 100. Just as the economic war began long before the shooting war, so also it ended earlier. By fall 1944, the American economy, doubled in size in a mere 4 years, had produced not just 50,000 planes as FDR had originally demanded, but nearly 300,000, a tenth of which were built by Consolidated Vultee. The war pipelines were clogged with enough planes, tanks, and landing craft to finish off Germany and launch an invasion of Japan. Up and down the West Coast, the giant aircraft plants and shipyards began to shed their workforces. There was widespread apprehension that victory would spell depression, just as it had in 1919. San Diego industrialists, apprehensive from the beginning of the Blitz boom that they might be living a charmed but short life, were the first on the coast to begin thinking about reconversion. In the summer of 1942, Consair and Rohr, along with the Bank of America and San Diego Gas and Electric, began meeting with city planners and Chamber of Commerce directors to discuss the post-war situation. This latest exercise in private government, officially the Post-War Planning Committee, hired the Philadelphia engineering firm of Day and Zimmerman, Inc., to carry out an unprecedentedly expensive study of San Diego's existing and potential industrial niches. 101 The Day and Zimmerman report was voluminous, 1,300 pages, but unremarkable. It pointed out the obvious: San Diego's relative isolation, its dependence on the Navy, the lack of industrial diversity, and so on, while recommending what, in fact, were already items of elite consensus: the need for a unified port authority, the recreational development of Mission Bay as a tourist attraction, and the revitalization 65 of the San Diego, California Club. Despite 125 meetings of the Post-War Planning Committee, there was little creative thought on how to address the reconversion of the aircraft industry. 102 Indeed, it was an especially hard landing for Convair, whose order book was like a giant balloon suddenly deflated by a pinprick. From 1944 to 1946, its military sales collapsed from $644 million to a bare $14 million. As a result, San Diego deindustrialized almost as rapidly as it had industrialized in 1944-1. A month after VJ Day, aircraft employment, 65,000 at its height in 1943, and 40% female, had shrunk to only 8,500, overwhelmingly male. 103 Amid soaring unemployment, there was widespread panic that San Diego was again becoming a ghost town. In fact, it was becoming more of a naval monoculture than ever. In 1947, active-duty military personnel plus the Navy's civilian employees accounted for fully 41% of local employment and $105 million in local wages. 104 During these economic drought years, Convair relied for survival on the modest flow of orders for its dinosaur-like B-36 bomber. This monstrous six-engine plane, the first intercontinental bomber, was originally designed to allow the Army Air Corps to strike Japan from Hawaii. By the time of its maiden flight in August 1946, it had been reconceptualized as the first strategic deterrent of the emergent Cold War, a long-distance nuclear bomber to scare Stalin away from China and Western Europe. The newly independent Air Force made the funding of at least 4 B-36 bomber groups a top priority in 1947. At the same time, the Navy was also aggressively lobbying Congress to build a new generation of 75,000-ton supercarriers. 105 San Diego, of course, wanted it all, both superbombers and supercarriers. But the Truman administration's 1948 defense budget provided the resources for only one or the other. The result was an extraordinary public battle between the Air Force and Convair on one side, and the Navy on the other. When Secretary of Defense Louis Johnson sided with the Air Force in April 1949 and cancelled the Navy supercarrier, whose keel had been laid only a week before, he provoked the famous Revolt of the Admirals. Navy brass led by the Pacific Fleet's commander, Admiral Arthur Radford, denounced the San Diego-built B-36 bomber as a billion-dollar blunder and charged that the Air Force was endangering national security by neglecting tactical 66 aircraft. 106 San Diegans nervously made jokes about the Navy bombarding Convair across the bay. In the end, an obscure Asian Stalinist, Kim Il-sung, by prompting the Korean War, inadvertently rescued all the big-ticket projects, strategic bombers, supercarriers, and, most providentially for San Diego, a previously cancelled Convair contract to develop an intercontinental rocket for the Air Force. Simultaneously, as the airlines looked for replacements for the aging DC-3, Convair found great success with its 240 series of passenger airliners. The bloom was back on the boom. Thousands of former wartime employees returned from all over the Southwest to reclaim what they were assured were now lifetime jobs in Plant 1 on Harbor Drive. *. This new defense migration also put the federal government back into the housing business, this time through the financial subsidies of the Critical Allotment Program. Chief beneficiaries were La Jolla-based Lou Bergener and Carlos Tavares, who were developing a huge tract home community on Moreno Mesa. Second in size only to Long Island's famous Levittown, Claremont, named after Tavares's wife, Claire, with 6,000 housing units and an instant population of 20,000, was a decisive step in San Diego's post-1939 expansion into the scrub-covered mesas north of Mission Valley. In contrast to purely federal Linda Vista, it also re-established segregation as the suburban norm by excluding black families. The same was true of San Diego's other mega-subdivision, Allied Gardens, developed in 1953–57 by William Ballenbacher and Louis Kelton out of the old Waring Ranch in the eastern foothills of Mission Valley. 107 Korean War-related growth also pushed over the hills into the formerly agricultural El Cajon Valley, destined to become San Diego's largest blue-collar suburb. Ellsworth Statler, of the famous hotel chain, had invested heavily in the valley on the eve of World War II and was responsible via his Circle S Ranch Company for much of its explosive growth in the early 1950s. If we had left it up to the little guy in El Cajon, I don't think there would be any town there. In fiscal 1956–57, building permits in the valley were exceeded only by those in LA, San Francisco, Anaheim, and San Diego itself. 108 Although El Cajon retained its independence, San Diego City Manager Tom 67 Fletcher pushed an aggressive campaign of annexation that added nearly 100,000 acres to the city between 1956 and 1962. In case of the South Bay annexation of 1957, San Diego first had to annex a corridor running down the center of the bay to create the contiguity required for absorbing Nestor and San Isidro. In other annexations, Miramar, Rancho Bernardo, Los Penasquitos, Tierra Santa, and so on, Fletcher's goal was to grab prospective suburbs and their future sales taxes before they were developed. It was a strategy that eventually backfired in the late 1960s and 1970s, producing a populist anti-growth revolt when the costs of public infrastructure and schools raced far ahead of the new suburbs' tax contributions. Meanwhile, the final bitter peace in Korea brought no end to Cold War tensions or to San Diego's reborn prosperity. In 1954, Convair merged with John J. Hopkins's Electric Boat Corp. And other interests to form a new defense giant, General Dynamics, GD. The next half-decade was the golden age of the aerospace industry in San Diego. Hopkins began construction of a huge Kearny Mesa plant for Convair's Atlas missile program, now the Astronautics Division of GD, while downtown assembly lines were retooling to produce the famous F-102 and F-106 Delta Wing fighters, the B-58 Hustler bomber, and myriad civilian 240 successors, the 340s and 440s. The GD space program, moreover, stimulated the growth of local electronics manufacturing. Little firms with wonderful egghead names like Cubic, Nonlinear Systems, Digital Development, and so on seemed portents of a brilliant future. At the time of the Convair/GD merger, San Diego's military payroll was larger than its manufacturing income, but by 1958, thanks especially to the post-Sputnik acceleration of the Atlas program and its outlier subcontracts, the manufacturing payroll was 1.5 times bigger. 109 the same year, 50,000 awestruck San Diegans, including this author and his father, toured the vast Kearny Mesa Atlas plant on its opening day while Navy jets from Miramar flew overhead. Although most of its high-value electronics were made elsewhere, the Atlas missile was now San Diego's talisman. 68. 11. Big Tuna and Missile Man. San Diego industry in the 50s believed it needed to go nuclear to regain financial stability. For this it needed physicists and engineers. For them it needed a university. Nancy Scott Anderson 110. Who ruled San Diego during the age of Atlas? City government itself a succession of short-lived city managers, impotent planners, and corruption-tainted mayors. 111 was only a pallid reflection of San Diego's business world in an era when unlimited growth wedded limitless ambition. Of course, the rise of outside corporate control in San Diego, as well as the centrifugal logic of suburbanization, made the question of power a slightly more complicated one than in 1910 when Spreckles was enthroned in Coronado, leisurely skirmishing with Scripps and Fletcher. It is perhaps most useful to posit two distinct though overlapping systems of private government in the high Cold War era. The first was the downtown-based elite, which controlled San Diego's leading banks, its news media, and, above all, the ruling Republican Party. The second network comprised General Dynamics and its military-industrial associates, including the heavily Navy-funded Scripps Institution of Oceanography. They were less interested in local politics per se than in creating a world-class regional educational and research infrastructure to nourish aerospace and high-technology profits. King of the mountain, especially in his own eyes, was still Reuben Fleet. His castle in Point Loma, with its long picture window framing a panorama of the bay, was the breakfast meeting place for the so-called United Republican Finance Committee, which, because it controlled Republican campaign financing, effectively controlled San Diego. Since its pooled resources were used to vet the Republican primary process as well as to finance general elections, the URFC was feared and often hated by Republicans outside its power circle. Although it had an illustrious list of directors, Fleet's servants usually set breakfast for just two guests, C. Arnhold Smith and Roscoe Pappy Hazard. Smith, who owned the U.S. National Bank and California Westgate Tuna as well. 69. As a controlling interest in the San Diego Padres, would dominate San Diego in the 1960s before perishing in greed and scandal like Macbeth in the early 1970s. His father was an escaped federal felon from Washington state and his elder brother was a notorious Los Angeles oil promoter, associated with former San Diego smokestack mayor Louis Wilde, who was widely suspected of murdering his mistress. With his brother's help, Arnhold in 1934 had wrestled control of the grandiose-sounding U.S. National Bank. He in fact took over a tiny institution whose main business was financing San Diego's tuna fleet and whose chief asset was a faltering shipyard called National Steel. 112 The war fattened the shipyard and filled the bank's vaults, providing Smith with resources to undertake a ruthless post-war rationalization of the tuna industry. In 1950 he acquired the Wade Ambrose family's Westgate cannery and moved it next to the shipyard. Building larger, more modern tuna boats at National Steel, he sent them to sea under the Peruvian flag with foreign non-union crews. To maximize fishing time in southern waters, the catch was processed in South America then transshipped to San Diego via small refrigerated freighters. The whole operation, eventually under the single banner of the Westgate Corporation, was a textbook model of successful vertical integration. It was also ruinous for the local Portuguese family fishermen who had been U.S. nationals' original clients. 113 Pappy Hazard, meanwhile, was a leading financier of the Republican right. A famous collector of cowboy memorabilia, he was one of San Diego's big four paving contractors. The others were Daly, Dennis, and Griffith, who controlled every square foot of concrete and blacktop laid during the aerospace boom. Since San Diego County had an infinite supply of sand and gravel in its dry riverbeds, the paving monopoly was a strictly political creation, the result of restricted competition zealously enforced by the only full-time lobbyist at City Hall, one Richard Stex. Although Hazard, who would become even wealthier building San Diego's new interstate freeway bridges in the 1960s and early 1970s, was a pig at the public trough like Fleet and the others, he showed his smug contempt for any form of government regulation, which he considered socialism, by illegally expanding his brickyard in Mission Valley in the 1950s without city permission. 114. 70. Although seldom invited to breakfast, Jim Copley also must be ranked in the first tier of local power. One of the two adopted sons of Ira Copley, who died in 1947, he fought a bitter battle with his brother Bill over the fate of their father's conservative newspaper empire. Bill, a close friend of artist Man Ray and other surrealists, was a liberal art collector who loathed his brother's enthusiasms for Senator McCarthy and H-bombs. In the end, Bill was pensioned off to Montparnasse and Jim retained control of the newspapers and affiliated television stations. After the Scripps heirs sold the Sun to the Tribune in 1938, the Copleys maintained an almost Kafkaesque stranglehold on San Diego public opinion. Jim, a former Navy officer whose only combat experience during the war was fighting off hostesses in Washington haute society, turned the Union, in particular, into an ersatz warship with retired Navy and Marine brass at every level of management. Already notorious for its reactionary politics, the militarized Union surpassed all other national dailies in the shrill, inquisitorial fervor of its anti-communism during the 1950s and 1960s. The Union moreover automatically backed the Navy in any controversy, even against the Chamber of Commerce, and almost never saw a scandal, even when one was screaming at its doorstep. 115. A second tier of downtown power was constituted by the third generation of the Corte Madera, or, if you prefer, the First National Bank, set, the Seftons, Starkeys, Whitneys, Goodwins, and Belchers. They were less flagrantly invested in state and national politics than Fleet's Breakfast Club, but still maintained impressive local portfolios. Ewart Goodwin, the head of the Percy H. Goodwin Company, was the recognized spokesman for all the old money embalmed in downtown real estate. 116. The independent aerospace pioneers T. Claude Ryan and Fred Rohr were meanwhile a faction unto themselves. Ryan, almost as fond of hiring retired Navy brass as Copley, was a major contributor, like Hazard, to the right wing of the Republican Party. Rohr simply owned the San Diego suburb of Chula Vista, where he had moved his big plant that manufactured power pods for Convair and Boeing. When Chula Vistans attempted to recall 3 of his henchmen from the city council, Rohr retaliated with a mass resignation of his employees from city boards and commissions, so that local merchants would understand his stranglehold on the city's economy. 71. He paid his employees 1 week in silver dollars. The city ended up apologizing to King Fred. 117. Despite some occasional factional differences, including, as we shall see in a moment, a split between Smith Hazard Copley and the First National Bank crowd over the commercialization of Mission Valley, the San Diego power structure of the 1950s was aligned in the common cause of reinforcing and expanding the military foundation of the regional economy. Their Washington henchman was Congressman Bob Wilson, 1952–80, the most effective lobbyist since Kettner, whose growing seniority on the House Armed Services Committee would become one of the city's most valuable assets. In the mid-1950s, the Holy Grail sought by Wilson and other boosters was home porting the Navy's new supercarriers. Without costly dredging of the harbor channel and the construction of new wharf facilities, however, San Diego could not accommodate the huge ships, the most deadly weapons platforms ever constructed. Long Beach, on the other hand, had ample port facilities and was eager to see San Diego demoted to a mere destroyer base. To make matters worse, the Navy, which considered all of Kearny Mesa's airspace as the exclusive preserve of its Miramar-based jets, was angry at a city plan to develop nearby Montgomery Field as a replacement for overcrowded and dangerously situated Lindbergh Field downtown. In the end, it was left to the Union to panic voters with the apocalyptic headline, "Navy says San Diego may lose carrier fleet in airport dispute." Duly intimidated, the city council scrapped its airport scheme, and, with the help of Vice President Richard Nixon, Congress approved funding in 1958 for a new supercarrier wharf on North Island. 118 years later, San Diego repaid Nixon's favor by providing him with the margin of votes to narrowly carry California in the 1960 presidential election. While the downtown elites were saving their traditional Navy town, General Dynamics' John J. Hopkins was crusading to assure San Diego's high-tech future. Hopkins's short tenure in San Diego, he died in 1957, was as epoch-making as Spreckles' long reign or even Reuben Fleet's instant industrial revolution. He brought big science, Cold War variety, to San Diego via his Kearny Mesa Atlas plant and, especially, the General Atomic Division Research Center he built on 300 acres of 72. City-donated land on Torrey Pines Mesa in 1956. General Atomic, although it never achieved the sci-fi promises of 1950s atomic culture, became the mother hen of San Diego technology, eventually spinning off some 50 different scientific companies. But Hopkins's most important contribution was undoubtedly the decisive support he gave to the Scripps Institution director Roger Revell's dream of building a world-class science and engineering graduate school, a public Caltech, he called it, in San Diego. Revell, the only other San Diegan besides George Marston who possibly deserves his posthumous beatification, had overseen oceanography's Cinderella transformation from an obscure branch of geophysics into one of the most strategic and affluent tributaries of Pentagon research. A decorated naval officer as well as a renowned scientist, Revell maneuvered Scripps men into key roles in the Navy's post-war program of undersea warfare research as well as the famous H-bomb tests in Micronesia. More alarmingly, Scripps also had a hand in top-secret Operation Wigwam in 1955, which detonated a 30-kiloton atomic bomb 450 miles offshore of San Diego itself. 119 By the mid-1950s, when Hopkins and Revell began to collaborate, Scripps was a major spoke in the University of California's vast empire of Cold War science. Moreover, Revell, who had married a Scripps granddaughter, was wealthy enough himself to move at ease in the ranks of aerospace millionaires and plutocratic University of California, UC, regents. Although San Diego had been half-heartedly pursuing a UC campus since the 1920s, it never before had advocates with as much economic influence as Hopkins or as much driving ambition as Revell. 120 With Convair's Bob Byron and General Atomics's Frederick de Hoffman as the G.D. point men, and the San Diego Aircraft Industries Association and the Office of Naval Research as key allies, Hopkins and Revell mounted an unprecedented lobby for a San Diego campus at a key regents meeting in late 1955. Legislation to enable such a decision had just been passed in Sacramento under the sponsorship of San Diego Assemblyman Sheridan Hegland. The San Diego proposal was opposed by the powerful statewide academic senate, custodian of Berkeley's and UCLA's preeminence, as well as by San Diego's historic foes in Los Angeles, represented by the most powerful of the regents, oilman Edwin 73. Pauli. It was a protracted, 5-year fight, complicated, at least in Revell's view, by the insistence, on the part of San Diego public opinion as well as of UC technocrats like Clark Kerr, that the campus had to include a full undergraduate program as well as a science and engineering graduate school. Although Hopkins died midway in the fight, GD's Byron kept the PROC-AMPUS Aerospace Chamber of Commerce coalition hard at work overcoming the various obstacles that Pauli planted in their path, including the precondition that the proposed Torrey Pines site be assembled from donated city and Marine Corps-owned land. In the end, however, Pauli and Los Angeles were defeated by the Sputnik scare and the political clout of San Diego's aerospace industry. In 1960, the same year that Jonas Salk accepted the city's offer of free land in Torrey Pines for his new research institute, the regents cleared the way for the first undergraduate class to move into the new campus in 1964. Byron predicted, accurately, that UCSD would soon have as big an economic impact on San Diego as had the arrival of Consair in 1935. 121 The new campus, moreover, was a ratification of George Marston's vision of a clean, recession-proof, culture-enhancing engine of regional prosperity. Like the coming of the Navy in 1917-21, the winning of UCSD, as well as the capture of both General Atomics and the Salk Institute, owed much to the city's fortunate retention of Pueblo lands in a choice location. Finally, as in that earlier era, some of the chief boosters ensured that they were also beneficiaries of collateral land sales, notably Roger Revell, who used his Scripps fortune to buy several large parcels on the new campus's periphery. As UCSD's official biographer tersely notes, Revell's complicated and considerable land deals bothered even his supporters. 122-12. Battle of Mission Valley thus died planning in San Diego. Arthur Jessup, 1958, m. As it suburbanized in the 1950s, San Diego faced land use decisions of truly epical importance. Unlike its smog-shrouded big sister to the north, it still preserved, largely intact and within a few minutes of downtown, two magnificent natural 74 ecologies, Mission Bay and Mission Valley. Although much of the Marston-Nolan planning legacy of the early 20th century had already been squandered or compromised, especially along the harbor front, the bay and valley together constituted an exceptional open space corridor, larger than Golden Gate Park and Central Park combined. It is true that in 1950 a neon motel strip already disfigured the western end of Mission Valley, but from Texas Street eastward, the valley was still the domain of the meandering San Diego River, the ruined Franciscan Mission, and alfalfa fields. As San Diego spread northward across Kearny Mesa and eastward around the flanks of Cowles Mountain, the river, its valley and estuary lagoon, were the green commons around which might still cohere a metropolis of genuine beauty. In the case of Mission Bay, public opinion and business strategy coincided on recreational wetland development. The public wanted an aquatic playground for picnicking, skiing, and motorboating, while the city's business elite wanted a new engine for the tourist industry. Only the Department of Interior and some sportsmen and bird lovers favored maintenance of a natural-looking lagoonal ecosystem. In 1946 the voters overwhelmingly approved a $2 million bond issue that was the first step in an ingenious strategy of leveraging maximum federal subsidies by combining flood control on the San Diego River and recreational development of Mission Bay into a single project. By 1968, accordingly, the city's $22 million share had been augmented by more than $13 million in federal and state funding. 124. The San Diego River was subsequently levied and diverted into a concrete outflow to the ocean, while Mission Bay was dredged and landscaped to create miles of new beaches as well as artificial islands and baylets for lease to private hotel and resort developers. The capstone, of course, was the coming of SeaWorld in 1964. A blatant imitation of Palos Verdes' famous, and now long defunct, Marine Land of the Pacific, SeaWorld would expand, under the control of a succession of corporate owners, into an anchor tourist attraction rivaling the San Diego Zoo. If the development of Mission Bay was a pole of civic unity, Mission Valley was terrain for some of the most bitter civic divisions in a generation. That it was a battleground at all, of course, was due to the recently completed upstream dams El Capitan and San Vicente, which mitigated the flood danger that had always restricted. 75. The economic use of the valley to dairying and sand and gravel mining. Then, in the early 1950s, against the vehement protests of El Cajon Boulevard businesses, Highway 80 was rerouted through Mission Valley, enormously enhancing its commercial potential. 125 simultaneously, C.J. Brown bought some grazing land at the west end of the valley and adroitly convinced the city council over the objections of the planning department to let him open a private club. It was called the Town and Country Hotel and Resort, and it was soon followed by the Mission Valley Inn and other golf resorts of today's hotel circle, most of them controlled by the Brown family. 126 Brown had broken the zoning dike preserving the open space of the valley, and further breaches were opened by Roscoe Hazard when he ignored zoning to expand his brickyard, and by C. Arnholt Smith when he persuaded the city council in 1957 to let him move the Padres from Harborfront Lane Field to a stadium across from his friend Hazard's brickyard. Later Smith would join forces with Ernest Hahn to redevelop the stadium into trendy Fashion Valley Mall. The May Company, the giant LA-based department store chain and shopping center developer, cited the Padres' precedent when it announced its intention in October 1957 to build a major regional mall near the intersection of the new Mission Freeway and Texas Street. Downtown retailers, led by old-time jeweler Arthur Jessup, and neo-Marstonites, including the new city planning director, Harry Helsig, vigorously opposed any further rezoning of the valley. In response to their objections, the May Company's CEO Walter Bernmark curtly warned the city council, "If we are not given the privilege and the right to come to your city and locate in Mission Valley, we will not come here." This a final statement. The ultimatum sent a tremor through the council, whose members expressed fears that the May Company would locate in La Mesa, and San Diego would lose the huge stream of future sales tax revenue. 127 But San Diego Magazine, in those days unafraid of controversy and editorially dedicated to the city beautiful, charged that sheer corruption was involved, not tax revenues. 128 It also targeted blame at Mayor Charles Dale, the most zealous smokestacker in a generation, for conspiring to convert San Diego's exquisite valley into a commercial alley. 129 The Valley debate of 1957–58 coincided with 76. Growing statewide concern over California's increasingly blighted urban landscapes and lost open spaces. Photographers and essayists documented the rape of the Golden State's beauty by sprawling post-war development. In the same spirit, San Diego Magazine's architecture writer James Britton sought to convince readers that the struggle to save Mission Valley was nothing less than a battle for the very soul of the city. He warned presciently that if the city council was traduced by the May Company, the gorgeous open valley will become, with miscellaneous profit-seeking operations, the whoppingest roadside clutter in America. 130 At the council hearings in June 1958, the case against rezoning was presented by the Alliance of Downtown Retailers, Linda Vista Business Interests, and Traditional Geraniums. Hamilton Marston, the Sun, together with eminent court maidens like Guilford Whitney and Ewart Goodwin, joined with architects, planners, and environmentalists to press the case for keeping the valley open and park-like, a recreational continuity of Mission Bay. Jessup told the council that the proposed shopping center would initially have a sales turnover equivalent to half of downtown's trade, and that no planner would purposely create two major downtowns 4 minutes apart. Architect William Rosser, launching the battle cry of "Not Yet L.A., warned that San Diego would quickly become a copy of its free enterprise gone wild big sister, its tourist industries extinguished by asphalt and smog. San Diego Magazine sensibly suggested that the May Company locate in the Midway area, a hub location with plenty of redevelopable land. 131 On the other side, the May Company hired a San Diego State College professor to produce a survey of housewife opinion heavily favoring a valley shopping center. Likewise, Philip Anwell, a leading commercial developer, organized a pro-May Company petition drive that garnered unsurprising support from the R.E. Hazard Company, Bishop Buddy, the Catholic Church being one of the largest landowners in and adjacent to the valley, and 41 other landowners eager to mine fortunes from commercialization. Although the anti-rezoning camp could count on the second tier of downtown power, the first tier, Hazard and Smith, as we have already seen, was firmly on the side of development. This included Jim Copley, whose papers were eagerly looking forward to the May Company as their largest advertiser. 132. 77. The Council's unanimous vote for rezoning punctually brought about all the nightmares envisioned by opponents, and more. Concrete commercial sprawl and huge interstate freeway exchanges engulfed the greenest parts of the valley, while the oldest developed portion, the motel and resort strip west of Texas Street, slowly lapsed into a tawdry decrepitude. In the 1970s, progressive planning added intensive residential development as well, but with no schools, libraries, or, until relatively late, supermarkets, so that only childless people need apply. In 1980, San Diego Magazine writer Susan Vreeland took stock of this prefabricated singles lifestyle, with its incessant disco nights and dismal bar chatter. She discovered that as nuclear family life in the new subdivisions increasingly came to grief, the broken parts, including perhaps some of the young housewives polled in 1958, ended up in the huge stucco complexes of single apartments and condos. The paved-over valley, oddly enough, had become Southern California's biggest Lonely Hearts Club. 133-13. Bust town. We have all the facilities, all of the personnel and all of the money needed to retrain these workers. There is only one real problem: what do we train them to do? State official, talking about former Convair workers, 1962, XA. In the early summer of 1961, San Diego was swarming with rumors about the imminent bankruptcy or sale of General Dynamics' Convair division, the city's leading employer. For weeks, GD executives had been cloistered inside the Rock, as everyone called the sinister-looking corporate headquarters without windows on Pacific Highway across from Plant 1. Periodically, the union would publish curt notes about the firing or resignation of another vice president or senior official. At the beginning of August, there was a real obituary for a young engineering executive who collapsed during one of these bitter confrontations, as blame was doled out like hemlock after the single biggest product loss in American business history. 5 years earlier, TWA's Howard Hughes had persuaded Convair executives to enlarge the capacity of the supersonic passenger jet they were developing. They 78. World's first to capture new markets in the early 1960s when prop planes were due to be replaced by jets. The eventual Convair 880, which one San Diegan called the sweet bird of our economy, was much faster than previous passenger jets, or, for that matter, any contemporary airliner except the Concorde, but too large and expensive to capture the medium-haul niche and too small and fuel-inefficient to successfully compete with the new Douglas DC-8s and already in-service Boeing 707s in the transcontinental market. Simultaneously, the Air Force was ending procurement of Convair's breadwinning F-102s and F-106s. Although the full extent of the debacle was not yet public, management inside the Rock was tearing itself to pieces over a staggering $450 million in red ink. Fortune described Convair in December 1961 as a great corporation. Out of control. 135. A year later, after the 880 and F-106 assembly lines were shut down forever and thousands of Convair workers were laid off, top management announced the corporation's retirement from the civilian airliner business. Henceforth, Convair would be a hewer of wood and carrier of water for their former competitors, seeking airframe subcontract work from Douglas and Boeing. Although the liquid fuel Atlas was still in production, it too would soon be replaced by the solid fuel Minuteman, made in Seattle by Boeing. The future seemed to melt away in mere months. Between 1960 and 1996, the gross income of San Diego's aerospace industry fell from $1.1 billion to $215 million, a staggering decline. 136. The direct loss of 26,000 jobs, moreover, had a multiplier effect that wreaked further havoc through the ranks of the service economy. Many lost their homes. As one savings and loan officer recalled, "I would come to work in the morning and get keys and deeds to houses in the mail. It was a tough time." The fastest growing city in the nation for most of the 1950s, San Diego now ground to a halt. Indeed, while the rest of the nation was enjoying a new boom, there was a net outmigration from San Diego in 1961 to 62 as former Convair workers, tin benders in their own jargon, moved to the greener pastures in Seattle and Los Angeles. A Time magazine story cruelly contrasted San Diego as bust town to Atlanta's boomtown 157. The Convair disaster, moreover, coincided with parallel fears that downtown San Diego was dying. Since the 1940s, suburban shoppers driving into downtown had 79. Complained about the acute parking shortage. 138 After Sears Roebuck moved out in 1952, downtown retailers proposed municipal parking garages, but the plan was defeated after Oscar Cotton and other leading conservatives denounced it as a species of socialism. 139 Yet, even as its proportion of metropolitan retail sales declined, downtown's primacy endured through the 1950s in the absence of competition from the kind of car-oriented shopping centers that were being built in most other cities. Then came the Big Bang of the early 60s, as one new mall after another opened in competition with downtown, College Grove in 1960, Mission Valley and Grossmont in 1961, and Chula Vista in 1962. 140 Marstons and a few of the larger downtown stores quickly opened in the malls, but many smaller retailers were wiped out and downtown property values slumped. The threat to land values quickly concentrated the minds of the Corte Madera set. To the enormous aggravation of the Labor Council and others, the renewal of downtown became a higher priority to business organizations and the City Council than a campaign for new industries to reemploy ex-Convair workers. Although retail interests had long been represented by the San Diego Downtown Association, a real engine for downtown renewal didn't exist until 1959 when San Diegans, Inc. SDI, formed under the presidency of Ewart Goodwin. Composed of a much smaller group of elite downtown landowners, basically, old money plus the Copleys. SDI was concerned about property values, not retail profits per SE. Its goal was to defend the old guard's sunk capital by using public policy and tax dollars to generate new headquarters, office, and tourist development downtown. City manager George Bean was in perfect tune with SDI's Goodwin, and their collaboration epitomized public administration's role as handmaiden to the agenda of private government. 141 SDI wanted to jumpstart new development north of Broadway with a grandiose civic concourse, incorporating a new city hall plus convention and performing arts centers. It was too important a project, at least from the SDI point of view, to be entrusted to public debate and vote by the City Council. Instead, Bean and Goodwin, supported by C. Arnholt Smith, secretly assembled land for the concourse without formally notifying the council until after the deed was done. As Harold Keene, the 80. Dean of San Diego political journalists, later described their slick real estate dealings. Acting as Bean's front man, Goodwin quietly obtained options to the downtown property where the community concourse sits today. Without knowledge of the council, and unknown to the private property owners that their land was being acquired for the city, Bean committed city money without direct authorization to seal the options into a package large enough for the project. 142 When a bond issue to finance the concourse was defeated in 1962, Bean and SDI simply raided the city employees' pension fund and let the construction contract to Morley Golden, coincidentally one of the 10 founders of SDI. The concourse, as expected, triggered a high-rise renaissance north of Broadway over the next decade, led off by C. Arnholt Smith's expensive U.S. National Bank building in 1963. By Goodwin's death in 1967, land values had dramatically increased and the fortunes of the Corte Madera set had been recapitalized for another generation. New city managers Tom Fletcher, then Walter Hahn, plotted the next phases of downtown renewal around Horton Plaza and south of Broadway. San Diego, meanwhile, won the All-American City Award for its exemplary partnership between city government and business. 14 Rumblings in Smithtown. Let's just say there was good liaison between city government and business. Ex-Mayor Frank Curran on the 1960s. 145. Frank Curran, elected mayor in 1963, was fastidiously attentive to the interests of Smith and the SDI crowd, while seemingly going out of his way to reinforce populist paranoia that there was a downtown conspiracy to discourage new industry. V/Hen questioned by Harold Keane about his industrial goals, Curran, the born-again Garanium, responded with a hymn to geriatric dollars that sounded as if the Convair era had never happened. San Diego has a backbone of annuity dollars that provides a 81. Constant income, in bad as well as good times. These are the modest, but widespread sources of family revenue through Social Security, retirement pensions from business and industry, and military retirement pay. 144. This was not what San Diego labor wanted to hear. Instead, it relished the vision of Port Director John Bate, who advocated the breakneck industrialization of the harbor with an oil refinery in the South Bay and a second deep-water entrance cut through the Tijuana River estuary. Based on a 1962 study commissioned by the Harbor Commission, Bates' plan evoked the precedent of booming Houston and its famous ship canal. 145. Satanic mills and fire-belching refineries, not surprisingly, were of course less favored by Smith, the SDI crowd, and the tourist industry. The Houston Ship Canal, after all, was not a favorite honeymoon spot. As Walter Hahn, the next city manager after Fletcher, would later explain. The deliberate policy of the council, which gave direction to the Economic Development Corporation, was to keep smokestack industries out and bring clean industries in computers, electronics, research, and education. During my 5 years as city manager, we actually turned away 2 or 3 large plants, and I think we benefited by attaining real balance between defense-oriented and non-defense-oriented industry. 146. Although C. Arnold Smith's roots were in the smokestack sector of the economy, shipyards and tuna canning, his new interests were primarily in tourism and recreation. His Westgate California Corporation was a conglomerate empire including a local airline, the cab franchise, hotels, luxury real estate, choice farmland, advertising, and the Padres long before that term was popularized by the business press in the late 1960s. Smith's seeming ambition was to collect a significant share of every visitor dollar brought to San Diego. The ideal tourist would fly in on a Smith airline, Golden West or Air California, take a Smith-owned cab to Smith's opulent Westgate Hotel, where he would eat a Smith dinner before catching a Padre night game at Westgate Stadium. Perhaps the next day, after cashing some traveler's checks at Smith's bank, the same tourist might visit Shelter Island, developed by Smith, or cross the border to bet on the ponies at Caliente Racetrack, owned by Smith protege. 82. And business partner John Alessio. If the visitor were truly upper crust, he might even wrangle an invitation to Smith's elite Kayamakas Club, the new inner sanctum of downtown power. When the cash flow from tuna couldn't keep pace with his acquisitions and deal-making, Smith simply lent money to himself from his U.S. National Bank. To conceal his transactions he created almost 100 corporate shells registered in various states. When, on occasion, federal or state regulators came close to uncovering his machinations, Smith was ready with a gift or job offer. Thus in the late 1950s, as the Wall Street Journal later reported, 3 Internal Revenue Service agents were assigned to examine the books of a Smith company. He wound up hiring 2 of them before the examination was completed. 147. Smith had a closer call in 1962 when a bank examiner discovered that fully 21% of USNB's portfolio were loans to Smith's other companies. Self-financing on this scale, of course, was illegal, and the examiner recommended a Justice Department investigation. Instead, Comptroller of the Currency James Saxon transferred the examiner to San Francisco and hushed up his allegations. Smith, according to Forbes magazine, avoided further embarrassment over the next decade by ensuring that bank examiners were entertained lavishly and offered jobs. Indeed, one became a vice president of the bank. 148. Smith, who one day would be denounced as one of the greatest corporate criminals in U.S. history, was able to rule for years as genial Mr. San Diego largely because of his shrewd investments in a covering flank of powerful politicians, including several police chiefs, longtime District Attorney James Don Keller, Mayor Curran, and Congressman Bob Wilson. He also had important political stakeholdings in Orange County, where he belonged to the elite Lincoln Club, and in the Central Valley, where he was allied with some of the most reactionary enemies of the Farm Workers Union. His most important life insurance policy, however, was Dick Nixon. Smith was a venerated member of the old guard of Nixon backers dating from Nixon's congressional campaign in 1948. Time and again, San Diego, thanks to Smith's fundraising and Copley's media blitzes, had delivered landslides for Nixon, regardless of the statewide or national trends. It was, Nixon said, his lucky city, just as Nixon, as we shall see later, was Smith's ultimate rabbit's foot. 15. The mob and the promised land. They take the skim money off the top from Vegas to the east and then bring it back here northern San Diego County for investment. Deputy Attorney General Charles O'Brien, 1973 successful land developers, even more than great generals, must always be thinking not just one battle, but one war, ahead of everyone else. Thus in the late 1950s, a small elite group of developers, bankers, and large landowners were defining where Californians would be living in the 1980s. In the Bay Area, for instance, plans were already being made to subdivide the pasture lands of Contra Costa County and to export Alameda County's future growth over the Oakland Hills to the lush Livermore Valley. The first model homes in Buena Park and Anaheim had barely been opened before schemes were hatched for the suburbanization of the vast Irvine and O'Neill ranches in southern Orange County. Other developers were eyeing the equally baronial Newhall Ranch north of Los Angeles, while Henry Kaiser himself was poking around the vast Vale Ranch near Temecula in western Riverside County. Their common strategy was to buy the surviving ranchos of the Mexican era, the largest parcels of land remaining in semi-coastal California, and systematically develop them into suburban cities over the course of decades. Each phase of development, in a planned evolution from extensive single-family home tracts to intensive apartment and office park parcels, was designed to maximally leverage the value of land in the succeeding phase. Land was treated like wine in casks, with the most mature vintages commanding the highest price. The building of entire cities over a generational span of time by a single developer or coalition of developers had hardly ever been attempted before World War II, and it required unprecedented financial reserves, especially in the initial stages. But the new community builders had vital collateral: first, a universal belief in California's continued breakneck growth, and, second, good intelligence on the location of future freeways and interstate highways. Like the diversion of water into a desert, freeway construction could accomplish overnight miracles, turning a relatively marginal parcel of hinterland into a new suburban retail hub or a dormitory for commuters. 85. In San Diego County, 1950s tract home growth was primarily on the mesas immediately north of Mission Valley and eastward toward the El Cajon Valley. It was well understood, however, that developers of future growth would prefer, first, the mesas of the famed flower belt immediately inland from the La Jolla to Oceanside coastline and, second, the attractive ranch and citrus corridor running from Miramar to north of Escondido along California 395, the future 1 to 15. City North and North County together comprised what 1960s boosters would call San Diego County's promised land. 152. The foundation for the coherent development of the inland North Coast had been laid by Ed Fletcher, acting as an agent of Henry Huntington, in the early 20th century. Much of the adjacent watershed had been duly dammed and channeled, while the Metropolitan Water District Aqueduct, finally completed in 1948, made Colorado River water the true elixir of Southern California's post-war suburbanization available as well. Glenn Rick, San Diego's longtime planning director, was one of the first key figures to fully visualize that both the San Diego City line as well as its suburban fringe were going to move north in dramatic fashion. In 1955, he left City Hall to work full-time with his sons on the subdivision of Bill Black's oceanfront property above Scripps Pier. Black, a rich oil man whose name is now associated with California's most celebrated nudist beach, had purchased the land from the Scripps estate in 1948 and could smell money in the air as the UC regents, including his close friend Ed Powley, debated a new San Diego campus. In the end, there was a memorable ruckus when the regents paid above market value for the property in a deal that also enabled Black to avoid any tax liability. 153 In any event, Rick had made a prescient move and continued to be integrally involved in the development of the area. As he had envisioned, the coming of General Atomics, the Salk Institute, UCSD, and the Veterans Hospital made Torrey Pines Mesa and nearby Sorrento Valley into a second urban core, an eventual golden triangle defined by its three intersecting freeways. It was a classic formula already well rehearsed in Palo Alto and Boston. Big public science promiscuously births private sector spin-offs. Engineers, medical researchers, and administrators, in turn, need upscale housing, golf courses, and adjacent shopping. At the same time, Federal Plans 86 for Interstate 15, which would eventually provide a high-speed connection between San Diego and the Inland Empire of Riverside and San Bernardino counties, as well as Las Vegas, promised to open a corridor of suburbanization through the North County citrus towns of Vista and Escondido, as well as to rustic Little Poway. Accordingly, other pilgrims quickly followed Rick's Moses into the Promised Land in 1959–62. Clark Higgins, the major landholder in the Sorrento area, put up a concrete box purely on spec in 1963 in the hope it would attract a spin-off of General Atomic. It did, and others soon followed. Norman Smith and Carlos Tavares, meanwhile, conceived big plans for University City across from the brand new UCSD campus. They were joined there by Irv Jane Kahn, a former lawyer who had been a junior partner of Tavares in Claremont during the 1950s. Kahn on his own account managed to buy 14,000-acre Rancho de los Penasquitos just northeast of UCSD in 1962. 154 He confidently predicted that 500,000 people would eventually move into the area. Harry Summers, who had just purchased Rancho Bernardo between Penasquitos and Escondido, was equally sanguine. Other developers were optimistically positioning themselves in choice locations from Del Mar to the future San Marcos. Like their counterparts elsewhere along California's suburban frontier, the North County pioneers were basically staking a claim, raising a flag, and hoping that insurance companies, pension funds, and corporations with surplus capital would promptly irrigate their dusty mesas and former cattle ranges with torrents of money. However, San Diego was still stuck in the starting blocks while other areas in the state were sprinting ahead. The conveyor recession of the early 60s had slowed population movement northward and made it difficult for Kahn and the other highly exposed developers to finance the carrying costs of their huge properties. Even when the San Diego economy recovered during the Vietnam War boom, higher interest rates continued to plague their operations. There was chronic talk, especially in 1963–65, about a full-fledged bust, and wags speculated whether coyotes or commuters would be living in their promised futuristic cities. Big capital was desperately needed. Depending on your interpretation of congressional hearings, FBI investigations. 87. And speculative journalism, the eventual financial messiah was, A. Jimmy Hoffa's International Brotherhood of Teamsters, in intimate association with mob-related figures, or, b. the Chicago-dominated Midwest mob itself, in full control of Teamster pension funds. In any event, the development of the Promised Land became part of a complex triangle trade in pension capital involving the Midwest, Las Vegas, and San Diego County. Some of the leading characters have, of course, been long encased in concrete, but the major transactions are easily reconstructed from the huge literature on the mob and the Teamsters. According to the most recent and reputedly comprehensive history of the outfit, as the organization built by Capone called itself, its chief strategist Murray, the Hump, Humphreys played a key role in elevating Hoffa to the Teamster presidency. In return, Hoffa appointed Alan Dorfman, the son of an old Capone associate, to administer the Teamsters Central Conference pension on behalf of Humphreys and Tony, Joe Batters, Accardo, the other Chicago mob supremo. Indeed, within the outfit, the $400 million Teamster Pension Trust was jokingly known as the First National Bank of Accardo. From 1959, Teamster money fueled the mob's expansion in Las Vegas. Chicago's chief ally in Las Vegas was Mo Dalitz, a legendary gangster from Detroit and Cleveland who had been sent west in 1948 to represent Meyer Lansky's interests in Vegas. Dalitz, now godfather of Vegas from his base in the Desert Inn, helped Chicago's Johnny Rosselli open the Stardust, the most lucrative casino on the Strip, and built, with Teamster money, the huge Sunrise Hospital Metroplex in partnership with Beverly Hills producer Mervyn Adelson. Aside from being hugely profitable in its own right, the hospital also provided perfect camouflage for transferring the casino scheme to Chicago via visiting mob patients. $155 and Adelson, together with Adelson's associates Erwin Molaski and Allard Rohn, then recycled some of their Vegas money together with a $27 million loan from the Teamsters into Rancho La Costa, a world-class golf club, spa and planned community that became the crown jewel of San Diego's developing North Coast. 156 later, after Hoffa was imprisoned for pension fund kickbacks and the new Teamster president Frank Fitzsimmons, a wholly owned Chicago subsidiary, increased the mob's credit line, more pension money expanded La Costa. C. Arnold Smith, 88, a longtime business associate of Dalitz and other mobsters, also helped finance La Costa. In return, the Teamsters deposited $20 million in his U.S. National Bank, a deal that was arranged by a Smith underling, Lou Lipton, aka Felix Aguirre, a former restaurateur with underworld ties. 157 federal officials openly referred to La Costa as a playground for the mob, which only made it more popular with the wealthy San Diegans, like charter members Jim Copley and John Alessio, who packed its clubhouse to enjoy the frisson of rubbing shoulders with Dalitz and his Chicago and Las Vegas friends. However, when two leftish journalists writing in Penthouse in 1975 repeated FBI claims that La Costa was mob-dominated, Dalitz and Adelson counterattacked with the largest libel suit in history, $630 million. After 7 years, a jury found in favor of Penthouse, but La Costa's owners managed to have the verdict overturned. Eventually, after spending an estimated $25 million in legal fees, both sides simply gave up in exhaustion, issuing a joint statement that they were not obligated to litigate forever. 158 La Costa's notoriety contrasted with the happy public face of a far larger Teamster pension fund-backed operation, Irvin Kahn's Rancho de los Penasquitos. Kahn's hugely ambitious but faltering project was rescued in 1966 with an initial $50 million in Teamster funding, which later increased to probably $200 million. The deals were arranged by Kahn's new partner, Missouri-based Morris Schenker, a Hoffa lawyer whom former FBI agent Bill Romer characterized as the front man for the St. Louis mob. 159 Indeed, Ronald Lawrence, who reported on Schenker for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, described him as a financial genius of the caliber of Lansky. Lawrence added, it was Schenker who tapped the Teamster Union's Central States Pension Fund to finance much of the mob's penetration of Las Vegas casinos and other ventures. Schenker's influence extended far beyond the underworld and he was able to get 2 of his own federal indictments killed. 160 Whether Kahn was sleeping with the mob or simply part of a menage a trois is unclear. Jimmy the Weasel Fradiano, the LA mob's chief enforcer who later became an FBI informer, claimed that he was told by Johnny Rosselli, Chicago's famous man about town in Hollywood and Vegas, that it was a side deal. Well, you know, Jimmy, it was Schenker who got Kahn about $200 million. 89. Lars from the Teamsters. Schenker went right to Hoffa for the money without going through any of the families. At that time he was one of Hoffa's top lawyers, and on the finder's fees alone he must have made millions with Kahn. 161 Writing later in Ramparts, 2 investigative journalists suggested that Kahn shared mob connections with C. Arnold Smith through their mutual courtiers John Donnelly and Lou Lipton, Felix Aguirre. They described Lipton in particular as Kahn's and Smith's plenipotentiary in syndicate relations. 162 The Kahn-Schenker-Teamster relationship, although generally treated with kid gloves by local law enforcement, did attract scrutiny from state and federal investigators. In September 1970, for example, the mob's most famous inquisitor, Senator John McClellan, criticized the San Diego office of the Federal Housing Administration for approving questionable transactions involving Kahn and the Teamsters. The senator told the press he was concerned about the possibility of a conspiracy to defraud the government. Intriguingly, the FHA administrator involved, 1E. Tag worker, retired to become president of Kahn's Great Western Mortgage Company. 163. One of Kahn's last ventures was his partnership with Schenker in the mob-founded Dunes Casino Hotel in Las Vegas, where FBI wiretaps once overheard Godfather Joey Lombardo, a future suspect in the murder of the Teamsters Alan Dorfman, reminding Schenker where he belongs, to the mob, and warning him that he wouldn't live another year if he forgot that. 164. Kahn himself died young at 57 in 1973. Considered by doctors and his family to be in excellent health, he feared a fatal heart attack while watching the Ali Norton fight on closed-circuit TV at San Diego's Community Concourse. 165. Most of his empire soon reverted to Schenker and the Teamsters. 166. Death spared Kahn a possible subpoena in the investigation launched the same year by the California Attorney General's office. At a dramatic San Francisco press conference, the Chief Deputy Attorney General warned that the Mafia was investing big money in San Diego. 167. But San Diegans, or rather, rich La Jolans, to be precise, also seemed to be investing big money in the Mafia, or at least their Las Vegas operations. The most celebrated Cinderella story, of course, was 31-year-old Alan Glick, the 90. Clean-shaven, mild-mannered San Diego real estate developer who stunned Las Vegas when he took over its hottest property, the Stardust, in 1974. 168. Of course, as fans of the novel and film Casino know, Glick was simply a front man for the Chicago mob, who had appointed Lefty Rosenthal, played by Robert De Niro in the film, as casino boss, with loose cannon Nicky Santoro, played by Joe Pesci, as his unwanted enforcer. In 1975, one of Glick's La Jolla business associates, Tamara Rand, began to claim that she was also a partner in the Stardust and made veiled hints about revealing more. She was punctually murdered in her beautiful Bandini Street home, 3 shots under the chin, 1 through the left ear, and 1 in the back. Glick was immediately a suspect, but the FBI concluded he was too much of a figurehead to be able to order a hit. Romer, then the FBI's top expert on the Chicago mob, believed that Spilatro did it, and therefore that was the version depicted in Casino. More than a quarter-century later, the Rand case is still under investigation by San Diego police, who in April 2002 developed evidence pointing to other mob hitmen than Spilatro. 169. Glick, after providing invaluable evidence to the feds, escaped both prosecution and a contracted mob hit, returning to La Jolla where he lives today in modest wealth while under the 24-hour guard of ex-FBI agents. 170. The legendary Dalitz died of natural causes in the late 1980s, while his La Costa partners went on to create Lorimar Productions, of Waltons and Dallas fame. Irvin Kahn's legacy, meanwhile, can be seen from the port side of any shuttle flight from San Diego to LA, thousands of pastel-tiled roofs where the coastal sage scrub of Rancho de los Penasquitos used to be. 16. Plotting a revolution. State power is a much-coveted prize in capitalist circles. Dorr, 1972, M. The year 1968 was the pinnacle of C. Arnhold Smith's power. Copley's Union had crowned him Mr. San Diego of the century, and his Padres baseball franchise had been accepted into the National League expansion. Even more impressively, Dick. 91. Nixon had invited him to his Waldorf Towers suite to watch the returns on election eve. It was confirmation of his membership in the most intimate circle of the soon-to-be Nixon presidency. Smith had originated the nation's first Nixon for President committee 2 years earlier and had personally contributed or raised over $1 million for the campaign. After 2 decades of investing in Nixon, Inc., Smith now owned equity in the White House itself. 172. He also owned a new expensive wife. Helen Alvarez Smith, a former television station investor from Tulsa, was addicted to opulence, Louis XIV furniture, silk tapestries, and oriental jade. Under her influence, C. Arnholt, previously the most low-key member of San Diego's establishment, began to step in cautiously, even grandiosely, into the limelight. His imprimatur was the color beige. His suits are beige, he drives a beige car, even his wife's hair is beige. He was the beige king, and his wife, in the unkind phrase of a federal magistrate, was San Diego's Marie Antoinette. 173 But Danton and Robespierre, or, in this case, Bob, Peterson, and Dick, Silbermann, were already plotting his overthrow. Peterson and Silbermann were the immensely successful principals of the fast food giant Foodmaker, Inc. Peterson had pioneered San Diego's famous Oscars Inns in the 1940s before inventing the hugely lucrative Jack-in-the-Box franchises. Silbermann was a former Convair executive who had made a fortune in electronics. In 1967, they had shocked San Diego by taking over the citadel of old guard power, San Diego First National Bank, ousting Andy Borthwick and his cronies. Their allies in the coup included third-generation courtier Madeline Malin Burnham, a bank director, and as well as other young executives disenchanted with the Smith and Curran regime's mismanagement of San Diego's growing racial, environmental, and economic problems. Dubbed by San Diego Magazine as the Young Turks, they brazenly advertised their intention of building a new power structure and making San Diego more progressive. 174 They turned the bank's executive dining room into an exclusive members-only restaurant, Tampo Doro, which mocked Smith's Cuyamaca Club just across the street. Although Peterson was a registered Republican, both Bob and Dick generally supported Democrats or maverick Republicans like Supervisor Jack Walsh, a born-again environmentalist. Silbermann was Walsh's campaign manager. With Walsh, they organized 92 under the Perfect Sun as the Century 3 Institute, which brought together elite critics of unrestrained and fiscally irresponsible growth, including influential from Salk and Scripps as well as Superior Court Judge Hugo Fisher. 175 The Foodmaker duo also had reached out to insurgent black politico Ted Patrick during the long, hot summer of 1967, when southeast San Diego was racked by violent clashes between local youth and the police. They were widely perceived as the potential allies and financiers of all of the city's disinherited elites, minority leaders, wealthy environmentalists, good government types, alienated UCSD liberals, and pure and simple enemies of Smith. Their strategy for civic revolution was straightforward: to exploit the breaches opened in Smith's fortifications, first by exposes in 1969 pound his use of U.S. National Bank to finance his network of real and sham companies, then in the following year by the indictment and conviction of his closest associate, John Alessio. San Diego's scrappy underground press, led by the Street Journal and followed by The Door, were the first to hold Smith's feet to the fire, publicizing what Union and Tribune reporters had known for years but had never been allowed to publish, that Smith, in essence, ran San Diego through a vast spiderweb of swindled hinds, bribed politicians, and underworld connections. The Street Journal's allegations, in turn, were contested by terror rather than by lawsuits. On top of persistent police harassment of their vendors and distributors, the paper's staff suffered through several years of death threats, firebombings, and a sniper attack. A Ramparts writer noted that, curiously, this terror campaign intensified as the paper exposed more and more illegal activities of San Diego kingpin C. Arnholt Smith. 176. However, it was hardly possible to terrorize the prestigious and conservative Wall Street Journal. In April 1969, the paper stunned San Diego, and delighted the anti-Smith camp, with a detailed expose by reporter Byron Kalame of how Smith was using the public capital of Westgate and U.S. National Bank to enrich himself at the expense of other shareholders. The Journal was likely prodded into action by one of the fiercest Smith haters in San Diego, J. Floyd Andrews, the chairman of Pacific Southwest Airlines, PSA. Convinced that Smith still secretly owned Golden West Airlines, which he had officially divested in an antitrust action initiated by PSA, Andrews in 1969 was in a permanent rant about Smith's shell games and hidden 93. Interests, especially after a California Public Utilities Commission inquiry was quashed by Smith's friends in Sacramento. 177. Although the journal piece didn't directly focus on Smith's airline machinations, it did illuminate some spectacular examples of his self-dealing. Calame, for example, described how Smith made a $650,000 profit selling and reselling an Arizona life insurance company, so small or fictitious that it had no salesmen or salaried managers, from one of his corporate entities to another. He detailed arch-Republican Smith's zealous support for the career of Bert Betts, the Democratic California state treasurer from 1958 to 66. Under Betts, state deposits in Smith's bank soared until it was second only to the behemoth Bank of America as an official repository. The journal also referred to the charmed relationship between Smith and fellow Westgate, California director John Alessio. 178. According to the legend, Alessio was Smith's former shoeshine boy. In 1929, impressed with his savvy and ambition, Smith parachuted Alessio into a bank job in Tijuana. 20 years later, Alessio and his brothers were running Caliente in a hugely successful bookmaking operation in a sleeping partnership with Mexican President Miguel Alemán Valdez. They would also eventually own the Hotel del Coronado and other San Diego landmarks. 19. From the beginning there was a murky boundary between their holdings and Smith's sprawling empire. Alessio Capital appeared in Westgate Ventures and, reciprocally, U.S. National Bank loans buoyed Alessio projects. Finally, after years of complex interpenetration, the Alessio Corporation merged in 1964 with Westgate, California. In partnership with Smith, the Alessios also attempted to grab the racing franchise at Del Mar in 1966 under questionable circumstances with the apparent aim of eventually transferring races to Smith-owned San Luis Rey Downs. When state commissioners subsequently investigated the lease arrangement, John Alessio, according to Life, bribed San Diego's police intelligence chief for confidential information about the inquiry. 180. It had been rumored in San Diego for decades that the Alessios had intimate connections with the mob through their bookmaking operations. Two journalists even characterized John as the reputed boss of San Diego's underworld and accused the Alessios of using the Caliente scheme to speculate in property north of the border. 94. For a long time the take was simply trucked past deferential guards across the line into the U.S., hot lunches would often descend on the border officials, compliments of the Alessio brothers. But as the Alessio Corporation grew, the brothers managed to runnel the Mexican money through the 15 corporations owned by Alessio in Mexico. An Alessio trucking firm in San Diego, for instance, would sell equipment of an Alessio company in Mexico at inflated prices. Once in San Diego, the scheme from Caliente often appeared transfigured into properties of prestige. 181. Customs officials were not the only recipients of Alessio largesse. State and federal investigations, initiated in 1966-67, revealed evidence that the San Diego Police Department's intelligence unit as well as its vice and pawnship detail were little more than subsidiaries of the Alessio gambling network and their alleged mob allies. Russell Alessio, the brother who oversaw the book, was, according to Harold Keene, a sacred cow to local law enforcement as well as to District Attorney Keller. When the corruption of the Vice Squad was revealed in 1962, it was quickly covered up and the paperwork destroyed. Indeed, the San Diego Police Department's reputation was so notorious that other agencies refused to share sensitive information with it and eventually ousted it from the National Law Enforcement Intelligence Unit. 182. Ultimately, De Keller was compelled to investigate the allegations about police corruption, interviewing scores of suspect and uncooperative officers, but he refused initially to disclose the findings of the investigation or to press any indictments. His excuse was the prosecutable wrongdoing uncovered occurred entirely beyond the statute of limitations, from which he drew the extraordinary conclusion that, for this reason, no criminal actions have resulted. 183. Federal investigators showed more persistence in their investigation of the Alessios' untaxed Tijuana scheme. Finally, in March 1970, after scrupulous review by the IRS hierarchy and Justice Department tax lawyers, the case against the Alessios was given to the U.S. Attorney for the San Diego area, Harry Stewart, who in turn was expected to present it before a federal grand jury. At this point in the life of a proposed tax fraud prosecution, explained Life magazine later, it is presumed to be a solid, comprehensive piece of work. The next step is indictment. 184. 95. But Stewart, appointed by Nixon at the behest of Smith, balked, and the Beige King made a pilgrimage to the White House to ensure the president's intervention on the Alessios' behalf. Within days of Smith's alleged call on the president, said Life, the proceedings against Alessio came to an official halt. Though some subpoenas had already gone out, and others were being drafted, Johnny Walters, then an assistant U.S. Attorney General and now 1972 Commissioner of the IRS, ordered the grand jury presentation held up pending further consideration. In fact, Walters, on orders from the White House, was stalling until the statute of limitations ran out. The feds had less than a month to make the deadline. 185. At this point the anti-Smith forces in San Diego gained an unexpected ally, J. Edgar Hoover. Hoover, whom we saw earlier as an opponent of high-rise construction in La Jolla, was intimately familiar with the San Diego ruling class. According to Life, he was also a loyal Del Mar fan who was furious at what his local agents affirmed was the recent fraudulent conspiracy of Smith and Alessio to defraud the state of California over the Del Mar lease. It is likely that the California racing industry, which was losing millions to the Alessio's Tijuana book, made a strong presentation to Hoover. In any event, he gave the White House an ultimatum to allow the Alessio prosecution to move forward. 8 days before the deadline that would have made them immune to prosecution, John Alessio, 3 of his brothers, and his son were indicted. It was one of the largest tax fraud cases in American history. 186. While thanks to Hoover the earth was opening up beneath the Alessios, Smith was also losing the protection of Dick Keller, who was retiring amid accusations that he had covered for the police while they, in turn, covered for Smith and the Alessios. When the feds, for instance, gave one key witness immunity to testify against the Alessios, he was immediately picked up by the SDPD. Councilman Floyd Morrow told Harold Keene, "I can unequivocally state as a former prosecutor in the city attorney's office that there is police harassment in San Diego of anything regarded as anti-establishment or anti-Copley or anti-Smith. But the real hammer of Keller and his anointed successor, Robert Thomas, was San Diego's former federal attorney from the LBJ era, Edwin Miller." Miller knew from intimate and bitter personal experience that the Vice Squad and Keller were doing all they could to frustrate. 96. The federal investigation that was embarrassing to the Alessio interests. 187. Peterson and Silberman shrewdly decided to throw their full weight behind electing Miller the new day. While Keller was launching the campaign of his protege Thomas at Smith's lavish new Westgate Executive Hotel, Bob and Dick were assembling a formidable coalition behind Miller. Miller was talked into running by prominent attorney Thomas Hamilton, who had been an arch-foe of Smith and the Alessios in the battle over the Del Mar racetrack. Harold Keene, who chronicled the decline and fall of the Smith regime in his San Diego Magazine articles, described the race as nothing less than a life-and-death struggle between two formidable wings of the establishment, with Thomas supported by the old-line C. Arnholt Smith/Alessio interest seeking to maintain their long-held commanding position in the power structure, and with Miller backed by the Young Turks. If Thomas won, there was a good chance that the damage to Smith would be confined to the conviction of the Alessios. On the other hand, Miller was a pit bull who wouldn't let go of Smith until he was wearing beige prison stripes. 188. The Miller candidacy had the immediate impact of forcing Keller to press forward with an investigation of City Hall that had originated during Miller's reign as U.S. Attorney. Miller had formed a joint task force with agents from the State Attorney General's office to explore not only official venality but also possible mafia influence in local government. Although his successor Stewart denounced the L.A.-based task force as carpetbaggers insistent on needlessly tarnishing San Diego's reputation for clean government, neither he nor Keller could prevent the probe, 189 investigators initially had been intrigued by the brand new Impala that Charlie Pratt, the head of San Diego Yellow Cab, a Smith subsidiary until 1967, had given to retiring Police Chief Sharp in January 1968. 190 This led them to look closely at the 1967 decision by the City Council to grant Yellow Cab a 22% fare increase despite the warning of an outside consultant that if the rate increase were put into effect, the Yellow Cab Co. would have the outrageous opportunity to pull in $1,036,000 more in revenues and improve its rate of return by 178%. 191 In September 1970, while Thomas was still battling Miller, Pratt told a federal grand jury that he had bribed Mayor Curran and the City Council to obtain the increase. 97. In October, Curran and all but one member of the 1967 Council were indicted for conspiracy and bribery. A month later, Miller was elected and took over the prosecution of the Yellow Cab case. 192 This was the fundamental shift in the balance of power that Smith and his associates had long dreaded. But there was no simple storming of the Bastille. Smith, although now directly imperiled, still retained the friendship of Nixon, who was determined to defend his friends in San Diego. Thus when Miller attempted to put David Stutz, the special agent who had built the case against Alessio, on the stand against Mayor Curran, IRS Commissioner Randolph Thrower prevented Stutz, who would soon leave the IRS in anger, from testifying. According to a later investigation by Life magazine, Stutz's testimony, based on his long investigation of Pratt, would have directly impeached Curran's veracity and probably led to his conviction. Curran was acquitted. 193 Desperate to save the remaining bribery cases, Miller tried to persuade Herb Klein, the former Union editor now working as Nixon's communications director, to intervene with the president. Klein never returned Miller's calls. Next, Miller hand-delivered a request to the Western White House in San Clemente imploring Nixon to authorize Stutz's testimony. John Dean, the president's counsel, invoked executive privilege and refused the request. Stutz, the prosecution's key witness, was silenced. All but one of the defendants walked. Nixon sent his warmest congratulations to his friend Frank Curran, a nominal Democrat. 194 Nixon also decided to make a dramatic, even cavalier gesture in support of San Diego's embattled establishment. Overriding considerable opposition, Nixon insisted that San Diego, his lucky city, host the 1972 Republican Convention. In nominating Smithtown, the president inadvertently tied yet another knot linking the scandals of his administration to the meltdown of the Ancien regime in San Diego. 195. 98. 17 The Beige King overthrown c. Arnold Smith. Perhaps the swindler of the century. Forbes, 1975, m. In early 1971 Peterson, Silberman, and the other Miller supporters began to plot the next phase of the anti-Smith revolution in cahoots with the financial backers of Pete Wilson, a young Republican assemblyman with mayoral aspirations and an unblemished record. Wilson, whose first act on taking office as mayor in late December 1971 was to purge Smith henchmen from city boards and commissions, became the first, and so far the only, strong mayor in San Diego history. His 8 years in power are the subject of the next section of this essay. Here it remains to continue the saga of Nixon and Smith in the period that overlaps the restructuring of San Diego's power structure under Wilson. Wilson himself, although formally a loyal Nixonian, was not an enthusiast of the proposed Republican convention. The deal had been arranged before his election by the White House, acting through San Diego Congressman Bob Wilson and C. Arnold Smith. At his conglomerate's 1971 stockholders' meeting in Smith's extravagant Westgate Hotel, ITT CEO Harold Janine had promised Bob Wilson that he would contribute up to $400,000 to finance the convention if San Diego business would raise an equivalent sum. Congressman Wilson promptly advertised this promise as inducement to bring the Republicans to San Diego but disguised the contributor as local sources. On July 31, 1971, 8 days after the Republicans announced San Diego as their convention site, the Justice Department dropped an antitrust suit against ITT. The following February, columnist Jack Anderson published a memo from ITT lobbyist Dita Beard in which she bragged that our noble commitment has gone a long way toward our negotiations on the mergers eventually coming out as Hal Janine wants them. 197 Beard punctually had a heart attack that put her in a hospital room off limits to the press, while ITT denounced the memo as mad and disturbed. Nonetheless, the ensuing firestorm forced the Republicans to reject the subsidy. Most of the national press coverage of the payoff, however, overlooked a crucial local element. 99. ITT's stake in San Diego included a national city manufacturing facility as well as a recently acquired subsidiary, Sheraton Hotels, which controlled almost half the hotel space on Shelter and Harbor Islands. All were located on tidelands leased from the Port Commission, which, according to The Door, had been aggressively lobbied on ITT's behalf by Congressman Wilson, Mayor Curran, and C. Arnholt Smith. At the same time that Janine was making his convention offer to Bob Wilson, the Port Commission approved a $450,000 lease concession to ITT in light of unexpected construction costs on Harbor Island and in National City. The proposed payoff, in other words, would actually come from San Diego taxpayers. It was a deal right out of the C. Arnholt Smith gamebook. 198 While City Hall was scrambling unsuccessfully to save the convention amid apocalyptic rumors of monster demonstrations, riots, and even terrorism, Life magazine dropped another bombshell, this time set to detonate over both the White House and the Cuyamaca Club. Beginning with the grave sentence, the Nixon administration has seriously tampered with justice in the city of San Diego. The Life article, written by Denny Walsh and Tom Flaherty, described 5 instances of White House interference in local criminal justice investigations involving Smith, Alessio, or their political allies. In addition to trying to halt the indictments of the Alessios, and then attempting to obtain confidential details of the prosecution's case, and blocking IRS agent Stutz from testifying in the current prosecution, the administration was also accused of twice intervening to protect Smith himself from arrest. 199 Life detailed how U.S. Attorney Stewart prevented federal officers from serving a subpoena on Frank Thornton, Smith's key political operative and chair of the 1968 Nixon campaign in San Diego. Thornton, as vice president of the Smith-owned Barnes Champ ad agency, wrote checks to pay phony bills he made up from Yellow Cab and other businesses. The money was then diverted into the Nixon coffers or to local races such as Frank Curran's mayoral campaigns. 200 According to Life, Stewart had shocked his staff by telling them that Thornton was his longtime personal friend, had helped get him his present appointment, and would probably help him become a federal judge. In addition to preventing Thornton from being subpoenaed, Stewart also blocked Stutz from obtaining crucial documents from Barnes. 100. Champ that would prove the money laundering scam. 201 The FBI began an investigation of Stewart for obstruction of justice after Yellow Cab's Pratt confirmed that an invoice from Barnes Champ indeed led to an illegal payment to the Nixon campaign. But the FBI was ordered away from the case in early 1971 by Richard Kleindienst, then U.S. Attorney General John Mitchell's chief assistant at the Justice Department and soon his successor. I have evaluated the matter and determined there has been no wrongdoing, he decreed in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. When pressed by CBS's Mike Wallace on his motives for protecting Stewart, and thus Thornton and Smith, Kleindienst exploded, "I'm no penny ante two-bit little crook. I testified under oath on ITT and I'll do the same on this matter. I came to Washington with my honor and a little money." While the New York Times was corroborating Life's charges in interviews with former federal investigators, 203 The IRS was stumbling forward with its own investigation of Smith. In January 1971 the IRS, vulnerable because of the derailing of Stutz's investigation by his chiefs, assigned a 10-person team to undertake an audit of Westgate, California. It was a strange operation. The agent in charge, for example, reportedly had the basic outline for the investigation stolen from his car and then was suspended for 2 weeks for lying to the agency about the location of his automobile at the time of the theft. 204 Nevertheless, the IRS, soon joined by the Securities and Exchange Commission, picked up the paper trail where Stutz had left it and soon found massive evidence of Smith's swindling of Westgate and U.S. National Bank stockholders. In March 1972, the victimized stockholders filed a $300 million suit against Smith and his associates, including the imprisoned John Alessio. It was the first in an avalanche of lawsuits and charges over the next several years, as IRS and SEC investigators were followed by bank examiners and then the Justice Department. They discovered a business labyrinth that perhaps most closely resembled the famous Winchester Mystery House in San Jose, a scarcely imaginable proliferation of business entities, some of them designed only to shelter ghosts. By the beginning of 1973, however, investigators had mapped most of the myriad self-dealing interconnections. 101. Although some money's fruits of Smith's long association with the Alessios probably remain salted away in Mexico, federal investigators were stunned by the scale of Smith's greed. An incredible 575% of U.S. National Bank's capital, or $345 million, had been illegally lent to Smith entities. Since his marriage to Helen Alvarez and his conversion to conspicuous consumption, Mr. Beige seemingly had lost any self-restraint. His baroquely expensive monument to bad taste, the Westgate Hotel, which cost $100,000 per room to build, was a notorious sinkhole. Some bank examiners called the Westgate empire a classical Ponzi scheme, but with a difference: Ponzi did not control his victims, Smith did, since the bank itself and Westgate's public stockholders were the ones who were bilked and Smith was their representative. 205. On the other hand, Smith may have simply been born too soon. His self-dealing methods uncannily anticipated the Enron capitalism of the late 1990s. In the final days, as Smith was losing control over Westgate, he brought in lawyer John Donnelly as the head of the audit board. It was a nomination that only whetted the appetite of investigative reporters who knew that Donnelly was the Southern California legal representative of Mo Dalitz as well as the alleged conduit for yellow cab bribes. Stories appeared in both the underground press and the New York Times about U.S. National's history as a mob bank and its ties, via the coin-operated amusement business, to such colorfully murdered San Diego mobsters as Tony Mirabile and Frank Bompanzero. The old money downtown began to measure its distance from Smith, calculating how much collateral damage might result from his now inevitable downfall. 206. Watergate had seemingly put Smith outside the pale of Washington assistance. Indeed, the underground press believed that C. Arnholt was deliberately being served up as a sacrificial dish to draw attention away from the White House. In succession, the IRS filed a $22.8 million tax lien, the largest in U.S. history, against him, and the SEC charged him with fraudulent use of Westgate and U.S. National Bank funds. Smith complained to the Union that this was a little Watergate and he was being persecuted because of his friendship with Nixon. "I can't help but feel that I am on some bureaucrat's list of enemies and must be the no one plus, or something." 207. 102. Forbes magazine in 1975 begged to differ. By that time, U.S. National was in the morgue, with no one to call for the body. Its collapse in October 1973 had wiped out 4,600 stockholders as well as the pensions, paid in USNB stock, of the bank's employees. It also cost the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation more than the failure of all other U.S. banks combined since 1933. Yet thanks to Judge Robert Schnack, a Nixon appointee, Smith's penalty for what bankruptcy trustees called one of the largest systematic lootings of a public company ever recorded in the history of this country was a mere $30,000 to be paid at the rate of $100 per month over 25 years with no interest. It was not exactly the same fate as Pretty Boy Floyd's. Smith probably spent $100 every month on shoe shines. Forbes, uncharacteristically, paraphrased Woody Guthrie on the difference between robbing a bank with a gun versus robbing it with a pen. Added the editors, Little wonder that the young and the radical say there are two kinds of justice, one for ordinary men and another, more lenient kind for the rich and powerful. 208. 18. Welcome, Mr. Clean Pete Wilson, unquestionably, the most influential politician in the history of the city. San Diego Magazine, 2000, 209. The downfall of Smith in 1973, together with the deaths of Jim Copley and Irvin Kahn the same year, created a power vacuum that was filled by Pete Wilson, the first mayor in decades who was neither a political weakling nor a paid henchman. The son of an Illinois advertising executive and a graduate of Yale and Berkeley Law School, Wilson campaigned for Nixon in 1962 and, in fact, stood by his side during the famous "You won't have Dick Nixon to kick around anymore" speech. Herb Klein recruited him to San Diego, where he was installed in a genteel law partnership with the influential Davies family of Chula Vista. Son John would become his closest friend. Rear Admiral Leslie Genres, the chair of the county Republicans, became almost a stepfather. Wilson also quickly hooked up with the third-generation Fletch ERS, land developer Michael and Home Federal Savings and Loan President Kim. 103. Through Michael Fletcher, Wilson additionally became allied with Frank, Kip, Nicol, another leading young developer. These patrician friendships were crucial venture capital in launching his political career. 210. His election to the Assembly in 1962, he outspent his Democratic opponent 7-1, was heavily financed by C. Arnholt Smith and the Alessios, although Wilson wasn't encumbered by any personal loyalty to either. In Sacramento, where he represented Claremont and North San Diego, he became the first freshman ever elected as GOP caucus whip and quickly fell under the influence of Bob Fitch, the moderate voice in the future Reagan regime. Wilson married one of Fitch's aides and distinguished himself by his ability to retain support from pro-growth Teamsters and developers while sponsoring coastline protection legislation that won favor with conservation voters and nominal Democrats. His secret: the Coastal Bill was chock full of developer exemptions. Wilson, who as governor in the 1990s would polarize California with his shrill, nativist denunciations of immigrants, was in the late 1960s and early 1970s celebrated as a rare centrist, even a liberal Republican in a state where the Republican Party had been captured lock, stock, and barrel by former Goldwaterites. He relished campaign support from environmental groups and thrilled independents by scolding his National Party leadership for dumping San Diego during the convention fiasco in 1972. He continued to cling, lucratively, to the center until his support for Gerald Ford in 1976 brought down the wrath of Reaganites who subsequently deserted him during his first, disastrous attempt at the governorship in 1978. From that point on, Wilson began to tack heavily to his right, abandoning centrism for a marriage, first of convenience, then seemingly of conviction to the conservatives who funded his post-San Diego rise to the U.S. Senate and then the governor's mansion. Back in 1971, however, Wilson was still the generous centrist, Mr. Clean Cut, who simultaneously offered a life raft to old-time Nixonites like Herb Klein and San Diego Federals Gordon Luce, who were desperate to get off C. Arnholt Smith's sinking ship, as well as a helping hand to young progressives like Jim Bates and Maureen O'Connor, who were eager to reform City Hall. He enjoyed ardent support as well from the descendants of Teddy Roosevelt's Bull Moose, the anti-Spreckles Old 104, money represented by the Fletchers, Goodwins, Jessups, Marstons, and Scripses. They looked to Wilson to defend San Diego the Beautiful and to keep downtown's engines running. But the real coup of the Wilson mayoral campaign, beyond his eventual defeat of Jack Walsh in the primary, was to win the endorsement of the anti-Smith Young Turks, Bob and Dick, and bring on board their ally, hotelier M. Larry Lawrence, the powerful chair of the local Democrats. Only a fusion candidacy, it was argued, could sweep clean the Augean stables of Westgate. Certainly the endorsements of leading Democrats made it easier for Wilson to reap the University and Beach vote. Against this unparalleled coalition, Smith tested the primary waters by having some friends offer money to Wilson. The contributions were rejected and Wilson announced that he would only accept clean money. He even appointed a committee of lawyers to scrutinize his contributions. Checks from big developers were promptly returned. 211 As a result, Smith, in alliance with Irvin Kahn, hung on grimly to the tainted but loyal Frank Curran. In a primary overpopulated with candidates, 17 in all, Wilson harvested enough downtown money and North City votes to crush both Curran, who came in fourth, and rebel Supervisor Walsh, the real pioneer in advocacy of controlled growth. With Walsh's supporters now on his side, Wilson faced former city attorney Ed Butler in the runoff. Butler, a Labor-supported Democrat, was outspokenly anti-Smith, but his appeal was undercut by unsavory ties to Harry Sugarman, implicated with the Smith-Alessio gang in the Del Mar racetrack controversy, and to Irvin Kahn's patron, Harry Farb. Wilson adds, deftly managed by the Lane and Huff agency, located in the Fletch ERS Home Tower building, wasted little time on Butler personally, but instead hammered away at the Curran legacy of uncontrolled growth and spiraling taxes. Exhibit 1 was Myra Mesa, a sprawling development that dumped the cost of services and new schools on angry homeowners in the rest of the city. It was Linda Vista, 1941-42, all over again. Schools were in trailers and unoccupied homes. Dirt lots doubled as playgrounds. Access to and from the outside was limited. 212 Wilson demanded that developers either pay for schools or face a moratorium on new construction. 105. He also supported regional planning, which Butler, now in an odd marriage with the far-right anti-statists, opposed. Wilson's positions were more popular and he overwhelmed Butler. Left snarling on the sidelines were the traditional opponents of growth management, Bruce Hazard, Pappy's son, and the paving contractors, Irvin Kahn, the Teamsters Union's John Lyons, and former city manager Walter Hahn, now the executive director of SEED, the Pro-Growth Coalition. SEED regrouped to contest control of the Board of Supervisors in the next year's general election. Controlling the board, and thus the frontier of developable land outside the city limits, would put SEED in a powerful position to frustrate any attempt by Wilson and his allies to regionalize growth control through the new comprehensive planning organization that Washington had mandated to better coordinate federal transport funds with land use planning. The 1972 election produced even more surprising results than the previous year's city election. As Harold Keene described it, rarely have well-heeled vested interests in San Diego County taken a battering as extensive as that suffered by a combine of land developers and allied construction groups in the 1972 elections, a debacle in which every one of its preferred candidates for the Board of Supervisors, though buoyed by a golden tide of campaign funds, were engulfed at the polls. 213. The defeat was made even more telling by the passage the same year of the California Coastal Protection Initiative. Thus, by the beginning of his second year in office, Wilson was the beneficiary of a sweeping political realignment and generational change on both the City Council, where he enjoyed a comfortable bipartisan majority, and on the Board of Supervisors, where the construction industry was, however temporarily, out of the loop. Despite these changes, SEED's propaganda exaggerated the radicalness of the changeover. It created an impression that the Sierra Club, which had endorsed Wilson, was now in power in San Diego, ready to drive a silver stake through the heart of the economic boom. In fact, developers and bankers held the reins of power as firmly as ever, but the new factions in power, in contrast to the Hazards and Kahns, looked toward Kahn 106. Conservative environmentalism as a useful tool to rationalize residential development and sustain growth on a long-term trajectory. Wilson's campaign, after all, had been carefully crafted by leading savings and loan lenders, backed by high-end developers and downtown renewers, and even endorsed by Ronald Reagan. Moreover, he was the responsible alternative to the loose cannon threat of Supervisor Jack Walsh with his hippie beard, populist rhetoric, and uncertain commitment to the downtown agenda. Controlled growth, as had been amply demonstrated by Bay Area precedents during the 1960s, restructured the real estate market to the benefit of large landowners and financially robust developers. 214 It was also the strategy preferred by San Diego's more sophisticated lenders. In a revealing interview with Harold Keene, Kim Fletcher expressed full support for Wilson's growth management strategy. After seeing what has happened in Los Angeles and Orange counties, we appreciate the brakes on the uncontrolled growth we had here for a good many years after World War II. People think a financial institution such as ours depends on tremendous growth and building at any cost. That's not true. There should be qualitative, not quantitative growth, and that's why I'm a strong supporter of Pete Wilson. 215 Likewise, Gordon Luce, both a key Wilson backer and Ronald Reagan's chief local supporter, emphasized that our association San Diego Federal was the first in the country to rate loans environmentally, encouraging those with high marks for open space, soundproofing, landscaping, the position of parking, and so on. 216. Fletcher and Luce, of course, had another self-interested stake in growth control. Together with Malin Burnham, they were the second-generation leadership of San Diegans, Inc. SDI, which in the early 1970s was grappling with new threats to downtown as grave as those that first prompted the elite group's founding in 1959. C. Arnholt Smith and developer Ernest Hahn were buttressing Mission Valley as the city's retail hub with their conversion of the Padres' Westgate Park into the upscale Fashion Valley shopping center. Meanwhile, the famous urban designer Victor Gruen was warning civic leaders that their sputtering downtown renaissance was 107. About to die at the hands of Halen's other mega-project, this time with Irvin Kahn. The huge University City complex with offices, shopping, and residences. Thus SDI believed it was essential to slow down growth at the periphery long enough for tax-driven redevelopment projects. A proposed Horton Plaza Mall, a convention center, a marina village, a gaslight district along Fifth Avenue, and so on to resuscitate downtown property values. Wilson accordingly endorsed the priority of downtown renewal over centrifugal growth, and he immediately set in motion the Horton Plaza project, recruiting Ernest Hahn, archenemy of traditional business centers, as the city's surprising partner. The idea was to replace the cheap thrills of San Diego's Sailor Town centered around the plaza with an upscale, suburban-type mall for tourists and gentrifiers. Wilson also supported SDI's campaign to leverage redevelopment exclusively with tax increments, sequestered taxes on new development, rather than with special business districts that placed part of the burden on existing property owners. At the same time, the new mayor consolidated his popularity by generally supporting the efforts of older, primarily professional managerial neighborhoods to downzone themselves, while encouraging well-designed, inner-ring residential development that would pay as it went for infrastructure and schools, and would not heedlessly destroy open space or raise taxes for existing residents. He favored, as had Curran, for that matter, clean high-tech industries that attracted multitudes of engineers, scientists, and administrators who bought expensive homes on thoughtfully landscaped cul-de-sacs. Opposing the unions, he supported tourism rather than heavy industry as a strategy for reemploying blue-collar workers stranded by the decline of aerospace. Wilson also encouraged the first experiments in substituting trolleys for freeway gridlock, a program heartily endorsed by Burt Raines, Fred Rohr's successor, whose Chula Vista plant was now manufacturing mass transit cars. 218 These were classical geranium positions, of course, although Wilson represented a new high-powered hybrid rather than a traditional sapling. On other fronts, Wilson wooed minorities and women, without making more substantial reforms, by appointing them to seats on boards and commissions that he had purged of Smith appointees. 219 The mayor also developed a profitable relation 108 ship with African-American councilman Leon Williams, who supported Wilson's downtown priorities in return for the juice that allowed him to eventually ascend to the Board of Supervisors while promoting the careers of his protégés William Jones and Wes Pratt. This Williams machine was the moderate ballast in southeast San Diego that kept the peace while downtown tax dollars were sluiced away from schools and social services to service the debt of mall and hotel development. Wilson had more difficulty reforming a police department headed by the feisty and ultra-conservative Ray Hubler, but the chief was forced to resign in 1975 after being caught in a bald-faced lie to the city council. Wilson replaced him with Bill Colender, in many respects the mayor's alter ego, college-educated, mediagenic, and shrewdly ambitious. Colender's appointment immediately, although only temporarily, improved the fraught state of police-community relations. A pioneer of community policing in southeast San Diego, Colender had long enjoyed person-able relations with the Chavez Democrats and church leaders like the influential Grandison Phelps. As a Jew, he also offered reassurance to traumatized liberals and alienated academics that the police for so long, mere bagmen and goons for Smith Alessio, were now civilized guardians. Indeed, Colender embarked on an ambitious program of professionalization and decentralization. By 1984, boasted one admirer, everyone on his staff held a college degree. 220. The structural reform, however, that most concerned Wilson was redressing the imbalance of power between the mayor and the city manager. San Diego's weak mayor-strong council/city manager system did not fit with either Wilson's personal ity or his ambitions. The city charter devoted 2 full pages to the city manager's powers but a mere paragraph to the mayor's. Wilson frequently contrasted the enfeebled status of the mayor with the line authority exercised by county supervisors or, even more tellingly, the sweeping powers of Port Director Don Ney, who was the landlord of Lindbergh Field and all of San Diego's tideland industries. When a frontal assault and unsuccessful 1973 charter reform initiative failed to provide Wilson with enhanced power, he resorted to stealth. He succeeded in forcing the council to accept a new committee system whose proceedings were controlled by a rules committee of which the mayor was chair. No agenda item, as a result, could 109 come before the council without Wilson's approval. Likewise, he began to systematically undermine the power of city manager Kimball Moore, creating, in Roger Hedgecock's words, a parallel bureaucracy to the city manager's bureaucracy that would answer to him. Finally, he created a fundraising network that allowed him to dominate San Diego's system, established in 1931, of citywide council runoffs. Council candidates were paired to 2 finalists by district primaries, but success in the runoff depended upon one's resources to mount citywide television ad campaigns. Wilson controlled the crucial purse strings. 221. His key ally Indiana. This silent revolution was the ambidextrous Dick Silberman, who served as Wilson's troubleshooter for both the proposed trolley system and Center City redevelopment. Indeed, Silberman seemed to be everyone's best friend in the middle 1970s. When not advising Wilson, he was huddling with his other compadre, Democratic Senator Alan Cranston, or escorting his new date, Helen Copley, to a museum opening. He reportedly turned away from the hard-drinking eccentric Copley when she demanded that he marry her. 222. He would soon steer Jerry Brown's surprisingly strong presidential bid and end up in his Sacramento cabinet. His old partner Bob Peterson, meanwhile, confined his political ambitions to supporting the career of his young wife, council member Maureen O'Connor, whom he married in 1977. Harold Keene, in one of his periodic reflections on Who Rules San Diego, made Silberman and Copley co-equal with Wilson in the post-Smith hierarchy of power. But it was a hierarchy, in Keene's opinion, with no clear-cut lower levels. Beyond the Wilson-Copley-Silberman triple alliance, Keene explained, most political analysts see a power vacuum. He attributed this to the erosion of local economic power by the absorption of local businesses into national chains, the decentralization of commerce to new suburban centers, and the venality or ineptitude of big-time local entrepreneurs whose plunge into indictments or bankruptcy destroyed the credibility of once mighty economic forces. 223. But San Diego, like nature, abhors vacuums. Ruthless Darwinian competitions were already selecting San Diego's new elites, while Pete Wilson, under the spell of a future presidential candidacy, was changing skins for higher office. 110-19. Wilson devolves. His image is no longer one of being concerned with the welfare of San Diego, but of one who is concerned with the welfare of Pete Wilson. Councilman Mike Gotch, 1982, 224. In his second and third terms, Pete Wilson, the soft furry mammal, began his famous transformation into a fierce-scaled reptile. It was a devolution dictated, of course, by his environment. If post-Smith San Diego was temporarily Middle Earth, the world outside remained Jurassic Park. California Republican politics in the late 1970s were dominated by huge flesh-eating dinosaurs like Ed Meese, Evely Younger, and George Deukmejian. Watergate may have tamed the GOP elsewhere, but not the party led by Ronald Reagan. To compete in this larger world, Pete Wilson had to change his diet from SUFL to trade unionists and welfare mothers. First, however, he had to consolidate his hold on City Hall. The 1975 election in the shadow of Nixon's Götterdämmerung has been described as a repeat of the legendary 1915 contest between smokestacks and geraniums. Wilson faced Lee Hubbard, a cement contractor with seemingly bottomless financing from seed. He outspent Wilson 2-1. 225 Likewise, pro-growth money poured into the campaigns of candidates trying to unseat Wilson's crucial council allies, especially those nominal Democrats O'Connor and Williams, most susceptible to charges that they were anti-new jobs. It was the last hurrah of Wilson as righteous geranium. "We don't want to be another sprawled-out Los Angeles monster," he militantly told voters. 226 One of his key planks was that there was no case for a huge proposed development on the North City land reserve that was supposedly off-limits to development until the build-out of the city core sometime in the mid-1990s. Tampering with the urban reserve was also opposed by the tiny neighboring city of Del Mar, whose rusticity would be imperiled by North City West. Leading the Del Mar resistance were three names soon to be San Diego household words: Council members Nancy Hoover and Tom Shepard, and Del Mar's ambitious city attorney Roger Hedgecock, who typed himself the young Pete Wilson and was preparing to run for the county board of 111 supervisors. In the election, Wilson and his key allies easily survived the deluge of developer money. But at the very moment that their victory was consolidating slow growth as a political majority, the mayor was beginning to backpedal on his commitment to oppose further satanic suburbs. Hedgecock had claimed that a yes vote on North City West is quite simply a sellout to LA developers. 227. But this is precisely what now made political sense to Wilson, who was ready to venture out into the bigger political world. After Nixon's resignation, it was common knowledge that Reagan would run for the Republican nomination in 1976. Wilson wanted to move into the vacant governor's mansion, and he needed the financial backing of mega-developers like the two firms proposing to build North City West, Pardee Construction, a subsidiary of Weyerhaeuser, and Irvine-based Baldwin Construction. At the same time, both Wilson and SDI also needed the help of big corporate developers to save the faltering downtown redevelopment machine. Wilson had campaigned on the premise that the revitalization of downtown was the alternative to fiscally irresponsible and environmentally destructive growth on the periphery. In reality, political logic dictated a different relationship between center and edge. Even with the leverage of massive public subsidies, downtown renewal as envisioned by SDI demanded the resources and reputations of the very largest developers. These developers, in turn, were unwilling to commit to center city projects unless they were unleashed in the more immediately profitable suburbs. Thus a series of quid pro quos emerged. Ernest Hahn, a former associate of C. Arnholt Smith, agreed to develop Horton Plaza, while Wilson supported Hahn's huge University City project. Pardee got Wilson's turncoat endorsement for North City West, and Pardee, accordingly, became involved in the redevelopment of the marina. Pardee also hired Wilson's chief planning advisor, Mike Madigan. Development rights in supposedly protected zones of the North City were traded under the table for commitments to save downtown. Funds originally earmarked for open space preservation were diverted to finance the downtown convention center. At the same time, Wilson, who had eagerly used federal funding to develop middle-class condominiums downtown, promised his new allies that he would leave the problem of affordable housing to be solved by the private sector. The city's role was confined. 112. To leasing or selling land at below market values to residential and commercial developers, a policy that generated many conflicts of interest. 228 Wilson also pushed through an ordinance that provided for the unrestricted conversion of rental apartments to condominiums. Housing advocates interviewed by the Los Angeles Times were appalled by the Wilson regime's double standard: he's for subsidies for downtown. But when you talk of subsidies for people who need them, people who are poor, that's a different ballgame. 229. Indeed, ignoring the poor became a hallmark of the meaner, leaner Wilson administration after 1976. Questioned by the Los Angeles Times in 1982 about his administration's neglect of Southeast San Diego, Wilson shrugged his shoulders and said, "That is not something that you can simply wave a wand and create." 230. As a result, downtown was gradually gentrified while affluent subdivisions spread across coastal mesas. Environmental planning remained holy dogma in San Diego, but open space continued to be devoured by development, and traffic congestion rapidly approached the threshold of LA style gridlock. Kevin Lynch, the famed urban designer who studied San Diego in 1974, was particularly shocked by the city's neglect of traditional blue-collar neighborhoods like North Park. He enumerated the symptoms: the dangerous traffic, the heavy parking, the lack of parks, the threat of uncontrolled apartment growth, the aircraft overhead, the poor walking conditions, the deteriorating commercial strips, and, he might have added a little later, the cataclysmic bisection of North Park by the 805 freeway. 231 But if growth control under Wilson failed to either stop the suburban juggernaut or address the condition of an older neighborhood like North Park, it did achieve the goals advocated by Fletcher, Luce, and other Wilson supporters of raising land values and channeling most new construction into the upscale market. Blue-collar San Diego, including the thousands of non-commissioned military families, was priced out of the new home market, while shoddily designed apartment construction ransacked older single-home neighborhoods. While stealthily opening the floodgates to these forces, Wilson was loudly trying to lock out the city's unions. Again, higher political logic dictated his moves. In 1976, after battling local firefighters, he spearheaded the most anti-union initiative. 113. Since the ban on street speaking in 1911, Proposition J, which not only outlawed public employee strikes in the city of San Diego but also prohibited the rehiring of striking workers. The next year he tried to make a statewide version of Proposition J the bandwagon for his gubernatorial campaign, and a precedent for his analogous deployment of anti-immigrant Proposition 187 20 years later. The image he was trying to market to Republican primary voters was that of the tough public executive who would now defend them against greedy workers and power-hungry union bosses, just as he had previously protected taxpayers from the spiraling costs of uncontrolled growth. 232 But Wilson's 1977 campaign was doomed from the beginning. In 1976, hoping that he might be nominated as President Ford's vice presidential running mate, he had campaigned for Ford against Governor Reagan in the New Hampshire primary. 233 Now the Reaganites were determined to crush him. It was not hard. With little name recognition outside San Diego, Wilson came in fourth with a miserable 9% of the statewide primary vote. The San Diego County vote was even more humiliating: he barely won third place. 234 Yet in 1979, he easily secured a third term as mayor with a victory over former California Democratic Council President S.Y. Cassidy. The object lesson was clear: Wilson might be a deity in his own city hall, but he was strictly a non-entity to statewide and national Republican voters. The nonpartisan centrism that was so popular in city elections was a kiss of death in the highly ideological statewide primaries. Most of all, Reagan's kitchen cabinet remained the gatekeepers of Republican power in California, and if Wilson hoped for a career on a bigger stage, he needed to grovel at their feet and win their forgiveness. This he set about doing with his usual button-down fastidiousness. Locally, he continued his transformation into Pistol Pete, promising to win the war on crime whatever the cost. 235. Years later, in a public television interview, he would claim his crackdown on crime as his greatest single accomplishment in San Diego. A few critics contested the coded racial politics of Wilson's unleashing of the police department, but it was a generally popular policy with middle-class voters. More important, it was an essential credential in running for higher office against 114 such red-in-tooth-and-claw types like Attorney General George Deukmejian. The terms of his reprieve were eventually revealed by Reagan henchman Lynn Nordegger in an article widely reprinted in summer 1982. In essence, Wilson had been ordered to divert his ambitions from the gubernatorial primary where he was again hapless competition for better-financed Republicans like Lieutenant Governor Mike Kerb or Deukmejian to the Senate race against Jerry Brown. Nofchiger warned Wilson in so many words that he was still largely regarded as a wimp and that his only hope of redemption was to chew Brown to pieces. This was his road to Canassa. President-elect Reagan, as a symbol of his pardon, had earlier appointed him head of a task force on urban strategies. 236 Wilson, who barely survived the bitter primary battle with incumbent Senator Hayakawa and Liberal Republican Pete McCloskey, had a slightly easier time with Jerry Brown, still in hot water with voters for his mishandling of the Jarvis tax rebel lion and Proposition 13. Wilson's positions carefully calibrated to win the hearts of big developers and agribusiness horrified many of his old-time San Diego supporters. He was now a passionate advocate of, for example, the proposed peripheral canal, which would divert more water for Southern California suburbs while inflicting incalculable damage on the ecosystems of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Equally, he was a heavily subsidized mouthpiece for the enemies of the farm workers' movement. California cannot afford, he thundered, a U.S. senator who takes his farm policy from Cesar Chavez, his social policy from Tom Hayden and his foreign policy from Jane Fonda. 237 So Wilson took his farm policy from the growers, his social policy from the prison guards, and his foreign policy from the White House. As official Reagan urban spokesman, Wilson advertised a Baudelarized version of his accomplishments in San Diego. Growth control and regional planning were not on the Reagan agenda, so Wilson emphasized their opposites. The trick toward the saving of American cities is to encourage and stimulate private sector's reinvestment in them. And you don't do that by overtaxing the investor or overregulating him or making it difficult for him to employ people. He also proposed withholding federal funds from cities with rental control ordinances. We're not going to spend money in a city that is inflicting 115 upon itself a disease. The former white hope of the Sierra Club was now just another Southern California reactionary. 238-20. The Ponzi scheme. I'm really here. I'm sitting at the mayor's private desk. I'm on the mayor's private phone. And it's great. I'm having a ball. Roger Hedgecock, on the phone to Nancy Hoover, 1983, 239. If the 1960s saw the uprisings of the have-nots, the 1970s were the decade of the angry haves. Across the country, post-war growth coalitions were under siege from suburbanites protesting rising taxes and declining quality of life. If the tax revolts and anti-school integration protests of the early 1970s were primarily captured by the New Right, the slow growth movements of the later 1970s geographically concentrated in the explosively growing Sunbelt were fertile ground for post-Watergate centrists of both parties. But San Diego was an exceptional case, even among its cohort of high-speed western cities. Indeed, the slow-growth revolt of the 1970s led to a far more sweeping restructuring of San Diego politics than had either the New Deal or the progressive movement. Among the distinctive features of the new political era were, first, the dominance of land use controversies over all other issues, including job creation and racial justice; second, the shift of the city's political center of gravity to the new professional managerial classes of the burgeoning North City; third, the renewed marginality of blue-collar unions and their agendas; fourth, newfangled campaign mechanics dominated by political consultants. Pete Wilson's George Gordon and his California Group were the local pioneers, and financed by political action committees, PACs. Fifth, accelerated generational turnover as 30-somethings used environmental issues to prematurely push aside the World War II cohort, and, finally, an epidemic of political hermaphroditism as centrist Republicans and Democrats wooed the same constituencies and made promiscuous alliances with each other. In a city whose political culture had been defined for so long by Republican fundamentalism, the rise of amorphous, New Age centrism was an especially surprising 116 development, and it was often difficult even for the veteran observers like Harold Keene to decipher the partisan credentials or belief systems, if they existed, of the innumerable Pete Wilson clones who dominated San Diego politics for the last quarter of the 20th century. "How do you explain," wrote Keene in fall 1976, "the fact that a leading Democrat, Larry Lawrence, not only supported a strong Republican, Pete Wilson, for re-election as mayor, but also committed the ultimate apostasy of openly and arduously backing for governor a Republican, Houston Flournoy, against the bright new commander of the Democrats in California, Jerry Brown, one of whose publicly proclaimed admirers was County Supervisor Jack Walsh, a Republican." Keene himself drew two conclusions: first, that the slow-growth revolt had skewed and made obsolete old-line politics, and, second, Pete Wilson symbolizes the era in which local government cast free from subservience to powerful business, 40 interests. Keene's first conclusion was conditionally true on a local level, but the second was clearly wrong, contradicted indeed by his own careful analyses of the uncanny alignment between Wilson's conservative version of growth management and the economic interests of Fletcher, Luce, Silberman, and Company. Moreover, Wilson's successors, although defending gnatcatchers and mouthing slogans about participatory democracy, were as eager as Oscar Cotton's generation to bind themselves to the latest high rollers and fast buck artists. If in the 1920s and 1950s greed had superpatriotically wrapped itself in the flag, the 1980s were the age of Ennelly impersonating environmental politics. The case in point was the extraordinary rise and fall, and, then, rise again, of Roger Hedgecock, Pete Wilson's successor. By all justice, Wilson's mantle should have passed smoothly to Maureen O'Connor, the young Mission Hills neighborhood activist who had been elected to the council in 1971 at age 25. The very definition of hermaphroditic centrism, she had been Wilson's most loyal council ally while also garnering praise from unions and community groups for her leadership in the battle for affordable housing. Moreover, in 1977 she had married the famed wealth and political influence of Bob Peterson while simultaneously becoming best friend and confidant to reactionary curmudgeon Helen Copley. Wilson, Peterson, Copley, three aces on the table that 117 should have beat any hand in the 1983 special election. But 38-year-old Hedgecock was a wunderkind in his own right. He had put a down payment on his first house when he was a teenage Goldwaterite, then furloughed himself to Haight-Ashbury for a few years of long hair, dope, and promoting rock bands. This was punctually followed by law school and entry into a top-flight San Diego partnership. He was a fiscally conservative Republican who, after a hard day fighting big government, went into a telephone booth, stripped off his Brooks Brothers uniform, and changed into his alter identity as the surf-loving regional chair of the Sierra Club. His eloquence and angular good looks during the battle for California's 1902 Coastal Protection Initiative particularly impressed Nancy Hoover and Tom Shepard, two hungry Del Mar City Council members looking to hitch a ride on a comet. In 1904, according to the Los Angeles Times, they pressured the city attorney into resigning and quickly hired Hedgecock. 241 a year later, they were backing Hedgecock's long-shot bid for the Board of Supervisors. He won in a big upset in 1906 and quickly because of his unrelenting aggressiveness became the dominant personality on the board. He delighted environmentalists with his rants against the incipient Los Angelization of San Diego, and charmed libertarians with tirades against the new fascism of big government. He professed to be a follower of Scripps S. and Marston's idol, Bob La Follette, as well as his two contemporary heroes, Barn Goldwater and Pete Wilson. 242 His progressive supporters, which soon included the local leadership of Tom Hayden's campaign for economic democracy, tended to see only the La Follette side of Hedgecock, overlooking his Goldwaterite attacks on welfare recipients, indigent legal rights, and public employees. 243 In 1980, Hoover and Shepard began to help Hedgecock plot an audacious assault on the mayoralty. They had new resources to play with. A little earlier, Hoover had left her wealthy broker husband to become the mistress of one of his former employees, a previously luckless stock hustler named J. David Dominelli. By the opening of campaign season in 1982, Hoover and Dominelli had synergized charm and guile into San Diego's hottest investment scheme, J. David & Co., and were operating out of an opulent La Jolla headquarters that also housed Shepard's new political 118 consultancy, almost totally devoted to Hedgecock's dark horse campaign against O'Connor. Since both of the leading candidates were carefully walking in the footprints of Pete Wilson, it was initially unclear what issues would distinguish Hedgecock from O'Connor. In any event, O'Connor was sucker-punched by Hedgecock's allegations not entirely untrue that she was a fat cat living in a La Jolla mansion and riding to power on her husband's money. He invested $400,000 in the campaign, and her odd friendship with Helen Copley. Hedgecock portrayed himself, by contrast, as a feisty populist, living in a modest Pacific Beach bungalow, whose more than $500,000 in campaign contributions had been raised from thousands of mom and dad contributions, none exceeding the city's $250 legal limit. Candidates' own fortunes and their spouses were exempt. Although O'Connor retained strong support in Southeast San Diego neighborhoods as well as the endorsement of most unions, Hedgecock's anti-Copley tirades won considerable support from old-line Democrats who, like Harold Keene, were confused by a New Age politics that put a union-endorsed candidate in bed with the union. Likewise, Hedgecock was able to divide the increasingly powerful gay vote in Hillcrest and Normal Heights while decisively winning the environmental vote in the Beaches and the UCSD area. Newsline, the new left weekly edited by a former Door writer, was particularly effective in building progressive support for Hedgecock over downtown O'Connor. Few were aware that Newsline, like Hedgecock himself, was now being largely financed by Dominelli, a right-wing Republican. 244. Hedgecock's narrow but incontestable victory put into office someone who was as strong-willed as his predecessor and determined to defend all the mayoral prerogatives that Wilson had wrested from the council. Although Hedgecock had little respite before campaigning resumed for the 1984 regular election, some battle lines were quickly drawn in the sand. First, Deputy Mayor William Cleater, the third-place candidate in the special election, squared off as the proponent of the status quo anti-Wilson, vowing to strip Hedgecock of the power to control committee appointments and thus council agendas. Second, Hedgecock, the supposed foe of the downtown power structure, surprised many of his supporters by energetically 119. Endorsing an initiative, generaled by political consultant Shepard, to build a huge new downtown convention center. The cognoscenti, of course, knew that a potential beneficiary of the initiative was a key Hedgecock supporter, Doug Manchester, who was developing two huge waterfront hotels. 245. They wondered if it was not the first symptom of the Wilson devolutionary syndrome. What no one was aware of, apparently, was the extent of Hoover's and Dominelli's investment in Hedgecock, or what amounted to the same thing, Shepard's actual terms of employment. But it was difficult to peer closely at such dazzling, almost blinding success. In 1983 the gods were certainly smiling on the quartet and their extraordinary coordination of ambitions. While Hedgecock was upsetting O'Connor and Shepard was becoming king of consultants, Hoover and Dominelli were redefining luxury lifestyles in La Jolla with the remarkable success of their investment scheme, largely based on foreign currency speculations, that reportedly was earning an incredible 40 to 50% per annum. Although blue-collar San Diego was on the ropes with 1% unemployment in 1983, life had seemingly never been sweeter for the investor class. Together with their hundreds of triumphant clients, Hoover and Dominelli were living proof of the contemporary belief, to quote La Jolla evangelist Terry Cole Whitaker, that prosperity was your divine right. 246. Then, in early 1984, rumors began to fly that J. David was really just a Ponzi scheme, like C. Arnold Smith's empire of corporate boxes inside boxes, but more poorly built and near collapse. There was panic in the tea shops of La Jolla. Democratic honcho M. Larry Lawrence, who had loaned Dominelli $1 million, sued him and others soon followed. J. David declared bankruptcy. Dominelli, after unsuccessfully trying to scrounge a $125 million loan from the Bonanno crime family in New York, fled to Montserrat, where he was quickly arrested and extradited back to San Diego. 247 As federal investigators dug deeper into the gilded world of Hoover and Dominelli, they discovered a fantastic plot not simply to bilk investors, but to take over City Hall. "They're buying the mayor's job," one J. David employee told the FBI. "They're corrupting the place and they're doing it in the name of good government." 248. District Attorney Ed Miller, the old terror of Smith, began to find 120 plentiful evidence of the conspiracy as his staff investigated Hedgecock's campaign financing. His myriad populist contributors, investigators discovered, turned out to be primarily Nancy Hoover and David Dominelli. Likewise, humble Roger himself now owned a mansion in South Mission Hills, which he had renovated with a $130,000 loan, or was it a gift, from Hoover. 249 2 weeks before the 1984 primary, Miller filed a civil suit. He didn't have time for a grand jury indictment alleging that Hedgecock, with Shepard's help, had concealed more than $357,000 in campaign contributions from Hoover and Dominelli. A lesser soul might have run for the border, but Hedgecock boldly stood his ground, counterattacking that Democrat Miller, whose campaigns had been heavily financed by O'Connor's hubby, Bob Peterson, was in cahoots with Helen Copley and anti-environment developers. He claimed that Miller had deliberately misconstrued Hoover and Dominelli's investment in Shepard's consultancy as a campaign donation to him. At the most, Hedgecock protested, he was guilty of simple absent-mindedness due to his heroic absorption in civil duties. But in September, 2 months before the runoff between Hedgecock and La Jolla Savings and Loan executive Richard Carlson, the grand jury backed up Miller with criminal indictments of the mayor, Hoover, Dominelli, and Shepard for laundering the finances of the 1983 campaign. A month later, the Fair Political Practices Commission, citing 450 violations of campaign financing law, slapped the quartet with a $1.2 million lawsuit, the largest of its kind in California history. 250 Hedgecock again portrayed himself as the victim of an establishment vendetta. When the Chamber of Commerce haughtily demanded his resignation, it only seemed to confirm Hedgecock's claim to be the people's champion against San Diego's traditional private governments. He rallied the support of talk show hosts and local television commentators, exasperatedly waving his arms on the air and demanding, "Where's the crime?" His trial began a few days before the election, with Richard Huffman, a close associate of former Attorney General Ed Meese, as prosecutor. It looked to many people like the revenge of the Nixonites. Most voters sympathized with Hedgecock, the underdog, and he whipped Carlson in November by a commanding margin. 121. Hedgecock's first trial ended in a deadlock, with 11 of 12 jurors voting for conviction. At his second trial in fall 1985, he surprised prosecutors by hiring Oscar Goodman, Las Vegas's famous attorney for the mob, who had defended both Tony the Ant Spilatro, of casino fame, and his San Diego henchman, Chris Petty. Coincidentally, Spilatro's former associate at the Stardust, La Jolla's Alan Glick, had been one of the few investors who had walked away from the J. David scam with his profits intact. Goodman used the same tactics that he traditionally employed in defending Goodfellows, refusing to let Hedgecock testify while assailing the backgrounds of the prosecution witnesses. Nonetheless, Hedgecock was convicted in October on 13 felony counts. Private investigators working for Goodman promptly claimed to find evidence of jury tampering, but the California Attorney General's staff discounted the story and Hedgecock was sentenced to a year in jail. Compelled by statute, he resigned from office. The following February, Dominelli, as part of his own confession, confirmed Hedgecock's guilt. 251 But felonious ex-mayor Roger refused to bow his head like Hoover and Shepard, who plea-bargained charges of campaign money laundering. Instead, he continued to claim that the real conspiracy was the one against him. While he appealed his jail time, he acquired a new bully pulpit as a rage radio host in the manner of Rush Limbaugh. "No more Mr. Nice Guy, Hedgecock now crusaded on the deep environmental issues of overpopulation and illegal immigration. Among other wild allegations, he claimed that thousands of Mexican women were having babies on the U.S. side of the border so they could collect welfare payments from San Diego County and then live in luxury in Tijuana. 252 These Mexican-bashing tirades, which undoubtedly influenced Pete Wilson's later gubernatorial frenzies, sent his show ratings into the stratosphere, particularly after Hedgecock instigated Light Up the Border, which came perilously close to vigilantism. Angry Anglos in their Dodge pickups and Mercedes sedans were encouraged to shine headlights on the border fence where the invasion of North America was supposedly taking place. 253 To the horror of his enemies, especially his successor Maureen O'Connor, elected in 1986, Hedgecock the unscrupulous was more popular than ever, even if he had traded the support of genteel tree huggers for the angry adulation of the East County 122 Heron folk. Moreover, unlike poor Dominelli, he managed to escape the Huscow entirely. In 1990, the state Supreme Court overturned his 12 perjury convictions because of judicial error. Former jurors expressed their helpless incredulity at the justice's decision. There was evidence 10 times over to convict that man, fumed one. 254 To avoid a new trial, Hedgecock accepted his conspiracy conviction and paid a $30,000 fine to the FPPC. After completing 3 years of probation, his conspiracy charge was reduced on his record to a misdemeanor. Hedgecock triumphantly, and untruthfully, claimed total vindication. 21 The Brat Pack He was a heel who worshipped only one god himself. San Diego Novel 255 The 1980s were the yuppie Gilded Age. The protesters of the previous decade were now miniature potentates sitting on the thrones of the rooted 1960s establishment. The sins of the fathers were soon surpassed by the avarice of a generation whose benchmark was fame and fortune by age 30. The Hoover-Dominelli plot to take power through Hedgecock was simply the most infamous and interminable of many celebrity scandals. San Diego retained its crown as the nation's capital of white-collar crime. In 1980, for instance, the feds arrested Joe Bello, the head of MB Financial, in a classic pyramid scheme that ripped off 1,200 local investors. In 1981, popular newscaster Mac Heald was convicted of child molestation. The next year, Judge Louis Wenzel was busted in a call girl scandal. In 1984, swindler Clifford Graham, the founder of Photomat and the promoter of a bogus process for extracting gold from sand, vanished without a trace after being indicted. A stalwart local Republican, Graham had used endorsements from GOP Congressman Bob Wilson and Jack Kemp to entice hundreds of gullible La Jolla investors to invest in his fraudulent scheme. Even more shocking to many San Diegans, famed evangelist Terry Cole Whittaker fled La Jolla in 1985, leaving behind hundreds of thousands of dollars in 123 debts, longtime employees who hadn't received their final paychecks, stacks of bills from local businesses, and a $2.5 million, 7-year lease. Once she had been the very incarnation of the Southern California me generation. I'm a graduate of EST, I've done Gestalt, transactional analysis, Rolfing, actualization. I'm into parties, fun, total living. Now, fleeing her debts and broken promises, the author of How to Have More in a Have-Not World told reporters that she was searching for high-energy spiritual places. An associate explained she was talking about a television show 256 the same year, up-and-coming young Republican Uvaldo Martinez, who also liked total living, especially on a city credit card, caused a scandal with his bar-hopping and lewd conduct with female staff. He was indicted by a grand jury in 1986 on 24 felony counts of misusing city funds and kicked off the council. 257 In an astute commentary on San Diego's sick electoral system, veteran journalist and former Democratic Congressman Lionel Van Deerlin pointed out that pro-growth Martinez had been overwhelmingly rejected by his 8th District constituents in the 1983 primary in favor of opponent Celia Ballesteros, but then won the citywide runoff thanks to support from developers and the Wilson machine. Van Deerlen blamed Martinez less than the private governors of San Diego politics who had parachuted him into the council in the first place, people who have used him to help maintain their grip on public business. 258. The nature of that grip was further elucidated in 1986 when Councilman Mike Gotch pushed through a deal to turn city-owned Belmont Amusement Park into a shopping center to be built by his chief fundraiser's husband. Soon afterward, veteran Politico Nick Johnson declared that San Diego currently has the worst city council in the world. The 1987 elections, with 4 open council seats for the first time since 1931, resulted in the substitution of identically coiffed and centrist new faces for those slightly old. All the Brat Pack candidates seemed to have been spawned from the same Peter Wilson identikit. 259. Presiding over this sprawl of yuppie greed was Mayor Maureen O'Connor, struggling to establish a more generous grassroots persona by her highly publicized tours of duty as a trash collector and homeless lady. Unlike Wilson and Hedgecock, who 124 were buoyed by the rising tide of affluent North City, O'Connor's real political base was the solidly Democratic Mid-City, the older, mixed neighborhoods of blue-collar workers and young professionals. Although a woman under the influence of Helen Copley's lavish art openings and billionaire heiress Joan Croc's Fairbanks Ranch soirees, she also had a genuine empathy with the outcast San Diego being created by downtown renewal's displacement of the poor and the housing market's squeezing out of blue-collar families. "I am not a cocktail mayor," she claimed. O'Connor's Catholic conscience was best displayed in her attention to affordable housing, after-school programs in poor neighborhoods, and her generally friendly attitude toward a labor movement badly abused by the devolving Pete Wilson. 260. She also, at least in the beginning, displayed a refreshing lack of deference to the SDI types accustomed to privileged access to the mayor's office. Promising to make government more honorable, she had refused campaign contributions from large developers. 261. One downtown real estate executive even complained that she had disenfranchised business leaders. Her poor relations with downtown also stemmed from her previous opposition, as port commissioner, to the deindustrialization of the city's waterfront in favor of tourism. Her financial backers, in addition to mill millionaire Hubby Peterson, included assorted port-related businesses who wanted the district's funds reinvested in the working harbor rather than in a harborfront convention center. O'Connor attributed a crucial margin of Hedgecock's upset victory in 1983 to support from downtown business interests after he endorsed the convention center initiative. She had remained neutral. 262. Although a Wilson protégé like Hedgecock, O'Connor in office was probably the most liberal mayor in San Diego history. But she found little reinforcement from her political environment. Reaganism was at its zenith and the local, post-Lionel Van Deerlen Democratic Party was in internecine disarray. She herself was frequently accused of failing to support fellow Democrats in close contests. Likewise, the strong mayor regime established by Wilson did not outlive the Hedgecock scandal, and O'Connor was hemmed in by a city council that regained control over committee appointments and agendas. The limits of her power were brutally demonstrated by her failure to win support for a new, internationalized airport on Otay Mesa. 125. It had long been obvious that the continued growth of San Diego's tourist economy was constrained by its undersized and dangerously situated downtown airport. Earlier attempts to build a new airport on Kearny Mesa were, as we have seen, vetoed by the Navy, then made infeasible by the encroachment of suburbs. Largely undeveloped Otay Mesa, shared by San Diego and Tijuana, was the obvious alternative, but only with the participation of Mexico. Leading Republicans, however, objected to shared sovereignty and the specter of drugs and illegal immigrants sneaking through the proposed terminal. Moreover, the Port Commission, whose vast waterfront developments like the new convention center were supported by income from Lindbergh Field, planted a series of landmines in O'Connor's path. As San Diego's new radio pundit, Roger Hedgecock, pointed out, moving the airport would upset the whole relationship of money and power in San Diego. 263. At the same time, O'Connor was stumbling almost as badly in her leadership of the Managed Growth Coalition. San Diego was the fastest growing large city in the country during most of the 1980s, in part as a result of Reagan's remilitarization of the economy. Wilson-era growth controls proved ineffective in the face of soaring population and congestion, and there were extraordinary economic incentives to breach the city's urban reserve. As developers organized to push through a series of new mega-projects, the environmental movement sprang back into life, and O'Connor was forced to deal with some of the most bitter land use battles in city history. The new cycle of protest began in 1984, during Hedgecock's tempestuous incumbency, when hundreds of angry Rancho Bernardo residents had been unable to get into a critical hearing about a proposed adjacent development in the urban reserve. The La Jolla Valley site was owned by the Campus Crusade for Christ, which packed the meeting with aggressive supporters bussed in from out of town. By 1985, San Diegans for Managed Growth, including the Sierra Club, the League of Women Voters, and Common Cause, had beaten off the Christians and passed Proposition A, which required voter approval, retroactive in the case of La Jolla Valley, for further developments in the urban reserve. 264 a year later, the council, advised by famed growth management consultant Robert Freilich, imposed an interim Control 126* ordinance, which capped new housing at 8,000 units per year, a measure that was supported by all 8 finalists in the 1987 council runoff, although a strong growth control ordinance simultaneously lost. Although O'Connor had been previously credited by the Sierra Club as the council's most dependable environmental vote, she seemingly dawdled as the council's majority launched an initiative campaign for a permanent version of its annual growth cap. Also on the 1988 ballot was a more radical proposal from Plan, Prevent Los Angelesization Now, a new coalition headed by UCSD economics professor Peter Navarro, as well as 2 comparable measures to control growth in unincorporated county areas. Although O'Connor ultimately endorsed both the council and plan initiatives, she angered environmentalists by her failure to effectively campaign for either. 265 Developers and real estate interests, on the other hand, unleashed an unprecedented negative ad blitz, the largest in San Diego history. Mike Madigan, Wilson's former planning advisor and now a party executive, generaled the campaign with the support of 2 of Wilson's early backers, Gordon Luce and Malin Burnham. The San Diego battle was widely seen as a national test of the slow growth movement, which, from a developer's perspective, had to be stopped at any price. After a $3 million blitz of misleading television ads, it was. Although a majority of voters endorsed some form of tighter growth management, their votes were dissipated across the 4 initiatives. 266. Mayor O'Connor, herself originally the product of a neighborhood insurgency, also alienated supporters with her opposition to district elections, which she argued would balkanize the city along ethnic and income lines. Opponents denounced her reasoning as mere rationalization for the continued dominance of special interests over the city council. In November 1988, they succeeded in passing pro-district elections Proposition E over her opposition. Minority neighborhoods provided the highest percentage of yes votes. Instead of fighting to hold on to power, O'Connor in January 1990 proclaimed herself a lame duck 2 years in advance of the next mayoral election. While O'Connor watched helplessly, the council ruthlessly demolished much of her legacy. 127. Ending funding for her proposed triennial arts festival, reneging on her promise to bring sewage treatment into compliance with federal clean water standards, and blocking her dream of a storybook civic library. The mayor, for her part, lobbied for a sweeping package of charter reforms, including term limits, public campaign financing, and a ban on council members' long custom of voting on projects from whose sponsors they had received campaign contributions. It was a quixotic crusade, opposed in part or whole by every vested interest, without a populist base of its own. Moreover, voters were not surprisingly distracted by the abrupt end of the boom in 1989–90 and the onset of the worst recession since the Convair downturn of the early 1960s. 267-22. Early retirement. This is not a virgin here. Dick Silberman to arresting FBI agents, 1989, 268 On April 7, 1989, FBI agents broke into a Mission Bay hotel room and arrested Dick Silbermann, the former Young Turk who had helped overthrow C. Arnold Smith. They caught Silbermann as he was consummating a deal to launder $1.1 million in Colombian cocaine money. His associate, and the original object of the 2.5-year investigation, was Chris Petty, reputedly the Chicago mob's local representative and former henchman for the recently murdered Tony Spilatro. According to the FBI, Silbermann, who bragged of his past record of money laundering, had asked Petty to put him in touch with Colombian narcotraficantes, one of whom turned out to be an FBI undercover agent. When some of Silbermann's associates in the transaction attempted to shortchange him, he invoked Petty's much-feared muscle to adjust the accounting. 269 After his arrest, he tried unsuccessfully to save his skin by offering incriminating evidence against Willie Brown, the flamboyant Speaker of the California Assembly. 270 The FBI, which had never been able to nail down the suspected mob partnerships of other San Diego influential, was delighted to find Silbermann writhing in their trap. In the late 1960s he and Peterson, in command of the Southern California 128 First National Corporation, had been accused of Smith-like self-dealing. In 1978, Silbermann again appeared on law enforcement radar screens when he approached mob fronts La Costa Land Company and the Stardust's Alan Glick for contributions to the Democratic Party. The FBI was also interested in Silbermann's role in procuring an alleged $60,000 in unreported contributions to the Brown campaigns in 1974 and 1978 from Baja millionaire Carlos Bustamante. Finally, Silbermann had partnered with Bob Peterson, Alan Glick, and swindler J. David Dominelli to take over from Las Vegas interests a scam-like and money-losing gold mining venture called Yuba Natural Resources. Federal investigators suspected Silbermann used Yuba securities to launder drug monies. 271 Silbermann's arrest followed by his eventual conviction and prison sentence set off a small earthquake inside the San Diego ruling class. 272 As Pete Wilson's former right hand in transportation and downtown development issues, as well as a high-ranking veteran of the Brown regime in Sacramento, Silbermann was everyone's unwanted relative. His most intimate association was with ambitious county supervisor Susan Golding, the daughter of a former president of San Diego State, whom Silbermann had married in 1984 despite the fact that she was a rising young Republican and he was a leading middle-aged Democrat. Golding, a shrewd political survivor, immediately denied any knowledge of her husband's dealings with mobs and cartels or the possible use of tainted money in her campaigns. Following in the footsteps of Nancy Hoover, who a few years before had cast adrift her prison-bound lover Dominelli, Golding portrayed herself as a victimized woman and lucratively divorced Silbermann. But the destruction of Silbermann was only the most lurid episode in a more general decimation between 1988 and 1992 of the economic and political elites that had risen to power in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Helen Copley, Silbermann's old date and the second member of Keene's dominant Triple Alliance, also faded from the scene, preferring to cloister herself in her leafy La Jolla mansion, while her son David practiced his skills at drunk driving and yachting on the French Riviera. 273 Democratic Congressman Jim Bates, the hope of San Diego progressives when he was elected to the city council in the early 1970s, was disgraced in front of the 129 House Ethics Committee in 1989 as his female staffers testified about sexual harassment. Likewise, powerful planning director Robert Spalding was forced to resign in spring 1991 after revelations that city funds, authorized by his former boss, city manager John Lockwood, had been secretly used to pay off a former mistress. Horton Plaza developer Ernest Hahn, who had made his fortune destroying the downtown districts of San Diego suburbs like El Cajon and Escondido before becoming yet another Mr. San Diego, died in 1993. Don Ney, often criticized for running the all-powerful Port District like his private company, retired the next year. At the same time, the locally controlled savings and loan industry itself having become a kind of super Ponzi scheme collapsed in a chain reaction. Imperial Savings was seized by federal regulators in 1990, Great American Bank went belly up in 1991 along with trust deed lender Pioneer Mortgage, and then mighty Home Fed Bank collapsed like a beached whale in 1992. Although pro-growth forces immediately tried to blame the extinction of local SNLs on growth control legislation and the environmental movement, their downfall had little to do with local housing markets, but reflected, rather, the speculative frenzy in out-of-state commercial real estate. The Reagan Tax Reform Act of 1981 had created perverse incentives to develop mindless redundancies of mini-malls and shopping centers while leaving huge shortfalls of needed affordable housing. Cleaning up the Great American Mess alone cost federal taxpayers $1 billion, while the heads of Home Fed's real estate development subsidiary were indicted for conspiracy and fraud. 274. The key power brokers of the Wilson-era Great Americans Gordon Luce and Home Fed's Kim Fletcher were virtually wiped out. San Diego-based finance, the traditional locus of the Corte Madera set's power, was just a smoking crater. Henceforth, big up-and-coming developers like Scripps Ranch's Corky McMillan, who once depended upon his alliance with Kim Fletcher, would go routinely to Southeast Asia to obtain loans for their subdivisions. 275. The fall of Luce, the very incarnation of the power of old money, prompted the Union to publish what was, in effect, an obituary for San Diego's former ruling classes. Gone, retired, inactive or interested only in their hobbies are the Marstons, Jessups, Wangenheims, Alessios, Smiths, Fletchers, Hopes, Seftons, Hazards, Benhams, Jones and Clobbers. 276. As predicted. 130. By Harold Keene in the late 1970s, San Diego had become a branch town, with the crucial financial levers located elsewhere. 277. Close on the heels of the SNL meltdown was the even bigger trauma of the post-Cold War plant and base closures. As in 1961, a burst of hypergrowth was again stopped in its tracks by the vulnerability of San Diego's military-industrial complex. What once would have been San Diego's own version of the apocalypse, the total shutdown of local General Dynamics production, began in 1992 when General Motors' Hughes subsidiary bought the Tomahawk missile program and transferred it from Kearny Mesa to Tucson. San Diegans were furious at GD's steadfast refusal over the years to seriously consider job-saving reconversion or diversification. "It seems they owe us something more than 10,000 pink slips," fumed council member Bob Filner. 5 years later, GD completed its pullout by closing down Convair and razing historic Plant 1. Local economists estimated that altogether the region lost 58,000 defense-related jobs by 1996. 278. San Diego was also traumatized by the decommissioning of its Naval Training Center in 1997, and the Navy's transfer of its famed Top Gun school to Nevada. The Marines took back Miramar. But the Base Realignment and Closure Act, along with the downsizing of the Navy by 200 ships, brought more boom than bust to the local economy. Although San Diego lost a few cruisers, it gained a supercarrier. And, as in the past, naval restructuring favored the concentration of high-tech activities in San Diego, now headquarters of the U.S. Third Fleet. The debit of the training center's closure was more than balanced by the credit of the Space and Naval Warfare Systems Command relocation from the D.C. area to the former Convair Plant 2 at Pacific Highway and Barnett Boulevard. According to defense experts, San Diego's comparative advantage was no longer so much its vaunted bay as the secretive and little-known offshore island of San Clemente. The true crown jewel of the San Diego Navy in an age of stealth warships and electronic warfare, San Clemente, legally in Orange County, provided convenient instrumented test ranges above, upon, and underneath the sea, a resource unmatched anywhere in the world. Infinitely bombed, strafed, and torpedoed, this offshore landscape of destruction had become as important to the San Diego. 131. Economy as SeaWorld or the Zoo. 279. Meanwhile, the recession was recentering San Diego's manufacturing economy around the mighty engine of UCSD/Salk Institute research. University science, financed by state tax dollars and federal research contracts, was irrigated with venture capital to grow scores of robust high-tech firms. Congress in 1980, the Bayh-Dole Act, had legalized the licensing of federally funded university-developed research to the private sector. From 1985, this marriage of university research and local capitalism was accelerated by UCSD's Connect program led by Bill Otterson, the former CEO of Cipher Data Products. Connect, whose goals were the privatization of public science and the training of researchers as entrepreneurs, was the triumph of an antipodal agenda to the New Left's earlier attempt to build an inner-city UCSD alliance. Instead, major Republican donor Otterson was praised by UC President Richard Atkinson for creating a program that multiplied exponentially the connections between UCSD and the region's business and industry 280. Indeed, by 1997 the university would claim that 124 companies, with more than 15,000 employees, were direct spin-offs of faculty research and entrepreneurship. 281 Torrey Pines Road just north of campus was lined with biotech firms with roots in UCSD's bioscience departments and medical school, while nearby Sorrento Mesa and Sorrento Hills were home to telecommunications and software firms fathered by engineering school faculty or alumni. These firms, in turn, were the scientific and geographical core of a larger North San Diego technology economy that by 1995 comprised some 600 companies with almost 100,000 employees. San Diego Magazine in the same year would claim that among U.S. metropolitan areas, San Diego boasts the most college graduates and PhDs per capita, the most home computers, and the most miles of laid fiber optic cable 282. The fairy tale hero of the new San Diego economy was UCSD engineering professor Irwin Jacobs, who founded a little telecommunications company called Linkabit in 1971. By the mid-1990s Linkabit had become Qualcomm, San Diego's largest industrial employer, with some 7,000 workers. Another mythologized figure was UCSD bioscience researcher Howard Berndoff, who transformed new diagnostic techniques developed in a university laboratory into an incredibly profitable private. 132. Business. His Hybritech, San Diego's pioneer biotech success story in 1978, was later sold to Eli Lilly and Company for $418 million. Berndoff and his venture capital backers subsequently founded half a dozen other widely publicized biotech start-ups. By the late 1990s San Diego was, depending on the basis of comparison, either the second or the third largest biotech center in the nation. 283 The biggest San Diego-based technology firm of the 1990s, however, preferred shadow to light. Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC, by the end of the decade a $6 billion company with 41,000 worldwide employees was founded by Robert Baster, a General Atomics, GA, physicist who left in 1968 after Gulf Oil took over GA and massacred its research program. Originally SAIC primarily performed contract research for nuclear weapons programs, but Baster, who cherry-picked the cream of San Diego's laid-off engineering talent during successive aerospace recessions, quickly expanded into the development of surveillance and data interpretation technologies for the CIA and other intelligence agencies. His board soon became crowded with the cast of a Tom Clancy novel, former spy chief Admiral Bobby Inman, ex-Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird, and, more recently, ex-White House anti-terrorism advisor General Wayne Downing. By the early 1990s, SAIC was the hub of La Jolla's Spook Valley, a rapidly growing cluster of firms developing technologies for homeland defense, border control, industrial security, and military surveillance, including 3 of the 7 programs to build unmanned spy planes for the Pentagon. 284 Local plutocracy including the survivors of the SNL and General Dynamics debacles reorganized itself around these new totems of the technology economy. Old elites supplemented their North County real estate fortunes with tech stocks, while new elites sprouted up overnight in the miracle humus of the dot-com boom. Sorrento Associates took over the role once performed by the First National Bank and the Cuyamaca Club of providing a visible peak for San Diego's hierarchy of wealth. Described by the Union Tribune as a private group of 30 or so wealthy San Diego business executives committed to investing in homegrown high-tech and biotech firms, its select membership included a few traditional Republicans like that last Corte Mater and Malin Burnham, but was otherwise skewed like the high-tech 133 sector itself toward opportunist Clinton democracy, Irwin Jacobs, Sheila Lawrence, Lynn Skenk, and so on. 23 Playing the City Tree Padres, the team that ate San Diego. Steve Erie, 2002, M. Larry Reamer, the former anti-war activist turned political consultant, once observed that San Diego was actually as blue-collar a town as Buffalo or Pittsburgh. But the political salience of class was reduced by the fact that such a large part of the working class was in uniform. If even a fraction of the more than 100,000 active duty service personnel stationed in the county were instead workers in a GM plant or a Bethlehem steel plant and thereby belonged to the United Auto Workers or the United Steel Workers, the politics of this region would be dramatically different. 286. During the 1990s, this discrepancy between majority social needs above all, affordable housing and living wages and elite-shaped political agendas became greater than ever. In 1999, the San Diego Union Tribune reported with embarrassment that since 1980 poverty in America's finest city had increased from 1% to 19% of the population, with fully one-third of San Diego's children under the line. Defying the usual Republican stereotypes of indolent welfare moms, almost two-thirds of San Diego's poor had full-time jobs, many of them as Marines or sailors. 287 The larger universe of low-income families, under 80% of median household income, constituted 2/5 of the population, with about 110,000 families paying a third or more of their income for housing. 288 But economic justice issues, eclipsed for decades by homeowner versus developer struggles, now took a backseat during the 1990s to something truly trivial: professional sports. At a time when tens of thousands of San Diego families were caught in the widening scissors between stagnating wages and the rising cost of housing, city politics, thanks to the avarice of its office holders, became the private playing field for two very rich and spoiled franchise owners, Dean Spanos of the Chargers and John Moores of the Padres. 134 Spanos and Moores, at first sight, were opposites. Spanos was a Stockton-based construction contractor and Republican mega-contributor who poured millions of dollars into some of the nastiest campaigns around the country. 289. Former Texan Moores, on the other hand, was the paradigmatic wealthy nerd whose $400 million software fortune allowed him to become a major financial power in the Clinton wing of the Democratic Party. 290 In the bitter 1994 California gubernatorial race, Spanos and Moores went at it mano a mano, although largely behind the scenes. The Chargers owner was Pete Wilson's most generous individual backer, while the Padres boss, in the midst of moving from Houston to Rancho Santa Fe, was Kathleen Brown's biggest contributor. 291 But Spanos and Moores also had two things profoundly in common. First, they held their sports franchises like guns to the heads of San Diego voters, and, second, they shared the services of Mayor Susan Golding. "I see in her," veteran Politico Ed Butler observed shortly after Golding's inauguration in 1992, a reprise of John Dean's book Blind Ambition. 292. She, indeed, held a formidable franchise on ruthless yuppie ambition. Her initial political resource was being the girlfriend of Wilson's political consultant George Gordon, notorious for his role in organizing a kiddie spy corps to infiltrate anti-Nixon groups during the 1972 election. 293 Through his influence, Golding was appointed to a city council vacancy, where she served for a short time before taking a more lucrative position in the Deukmejian administration in Sacramento. Later, having traded in Gordon for the even more influential Silberman, she was elected to the Board of Supervisors. When Silberman's arrest and the loss of his financial resources foreclosed her long-planned campaign for a statewide office, Golding opted for a temporary detour through the San Diego mayoralty. Her runoff opponent in 1992 was Pete Navarro, the leader of Plan Although Navarro had come in first in the primary, he was the target of developers who, as he put it, saw me, even in my best moments, as the environmental antichrist. Golding, on the other hand, promised a business-friendly city hall and support for the expansion of border industries. With triple his campaign contributions, she unleashed a flood of cleverly crafted television calumnies that accused Navarro, among other things, of being financed by the porn industry and plotting to inundate 135. San Diego with drug addicts. Navarro, who nonetheless ended up with 48% of the vote, might have overcome Golding's negative ad campaign if he had won the endorsement of fellow Democrat and slow-growther O'Connor. Navarro later speculated whether O'Connor had been talked out of supporting him by friend Helen Copley, or whether it was a sober recommendation against the endorsement from confidant and developer lobbyist Paul Peterson. 294. It was a pity, too, that upon her election Susan Golding disbanded practically all of O'Connor's favorite programs, including Maureen's annual Christmas homeless shelter project. This destruction of the O'Connor legacy came, by the way, just as I had told Maureen it would if Golding won, but Maureen wouldn't listen to me. 295. Golding's inauguration coincided with an economic recovery whose local emblem was the new completed downtown convention center. The convention trade finally provided a motor for the faux French Quarter gas lamp district, which had been treading water since the second Wilson administration. It also unleashed a tidal wave of gentrification as the council quintupled the catchment area of tax increment financed downtown redevelopment. Finally, the convention center gave the new mayor splendid opportunities for self-advertisement as she impatiently waited for a shot at a higher office. Golding pursued a two-part strategy whose conflation of personal ambition and civic interest was barely disguised. First, she became the Chargers' best friend, supporting Spanos's controversial demands for guaranteed season ticket income and a gentrified stadium. The idea was, an insider later told the San Diego Reader, that Golding was to get on Spanos's coattails and meet his moneyed friends who would give it to Susan later. Second, she proposed to erase an old blot from San Diego's past by sponsoring the 1996 Republican Convention. The convention, of course, would also provide her with national limelight. 296. Golding's projects cut against the grain of San Diego's fiscal conservatism as well as grassroots suspicion after so many political scandals. Unlike O'Connor, however, she had the support of like-minded ambitions on the city council and, more. 136. Important, of powerful city manager Jack McGrory. McGrory shrewdly nourished Golding's megalomania, including the Republican extravaganza, the giveaways to the Chargers, and, later, the construction of a new ballpark for Moors in return for non-interference in his tenure as the city's real ruler. While the powers of the mayor, as we have seen, were severely pruned during O'Connor's term, those of the city manager had been augmented by the transfer of the planning department to his control after the 1991 sex scandal. The year 1995 was the climax of Charger mania after San Diego finally made it into Super Bowl XXIV. Flying back from Miami on the Chargers' private jet, Golding, according to the San Diego Reader, had a notable conversation with Spanos. According to an insider interviewed by columnist Matt Potter, Golding readily agreed to support Spanos's demands for a ticket sales guarantee and public financing for the rebuilding of Jack Murphy Stadium. Golding, still unknown to most ordinary voters outside of San Diego, hoped and expected that Spanos in return would pave the way for the big money to come into her campaigns. 297. San Diego, like other cities, already had a long history of being raped and pillaged by the holders of its professional sports franchises. Back at the beginning of the 1960s, taxpayers had financed the rebuilding of Balboa Stadium to attract Baron Hilton's Chargers from Los Angeles. When Charger coach Sid Gilman expressed his dislike for Balboa Stadium, the taxpayers built a new stadium in Mission Valley in 1965. Hilton promptly offloaded the Chargers onto Eugene Klein for a handsome profit, although, as San Diego Magazine emphasized at the time, what he really sold was our stadium. 298. Subsequently, the owners of the Chargers and Padres whipsawed the council for new subsidies and bigger promotion budgets. But Spanos's demands for keeping the Chargers in San Diego were the most outrageous yet. He threatened to move the team unless the city guaranteed 60,000 sold seats per home game, with taxpayers making up any shortfalls in ticket sales. This would allow the Chargers to sell cable rights to home game broadcasts without worrying about the impact on attendance. In addition, Spanos demanded a radical renovation of Jack Murphy Stadium, including more corporate skyboxes, VIP lounge areas, and a $17 million off-site training facility. When the Stadium Authority opposed the STA 137 Diam expansion, Golding and McGrory bypassed it and used another agency to issue $60 million in bonds to meet Spanos's demands. 299 When taxpayers, invoking both the city charter and the state constitution, went to court to demand a referendum on the expansion, McGrory denounced them as urban terrorists and the council hired the city's leading law firm, Luce, Forward, Hamilton and Scripps, to oppose them. Though the firm also worked for Spanos, representing a legal conflict of interest, the city council, meeting secretly, agreed to waive the conflict and ultimately agreed to pay the firm at least $1 million tax dollars for its work to keep the stadium and convention issues off the ballot. 300 high-powered lawyers, as usual, triumphed over populist insurgency, and Superior Court Judge Anthony Joseph squashed the taxpayers' lawsuit in 1997. 301 The shortfall between the city's $60 million and the total $78 million expansion cost was then made up in the most tawdry manner, at least to the many admirers of legendary sports writer Jack Murphy, who died in 1980, by selling the stadium's name to Irwin Jacobs's Qualcomm. 302 While Spanos was collecting his windfalls, his fellow Republicans were nominating ill-fated Bob Dole in the new convention center. The 1996 GOP convention, as intended, allowed Golding to bask in reflected glory. Conservative writers gushed fountains of praise for the mayor's leadership and San Diego's pro-business, small government political culture. To enthusiasts like Malibu pundit Joel Kotkin, Golding's town was the new model for urban America, a millennial city blessed, he emphasized, because it had no vast municipal welfare state, no entrenched urban underclass, no powerful municipal unions to skew spending priorities, and no industrial union tradition to make its labor force rigid. 303. San Diego's taxpayers, meanwhile, were struggling to find out how much the Republicans had actually cost them. The council, foolishly or collusively, had given McGrory control over the finances in return for a detailed accountancy later on. But he and Golding had no intention of ever providing such data. Moreover, the Union Tribune management allegedly squelched a wide-ranging investigation into the 138 costs by the paper's reporters. 304. 2 years later, after McGrory's abrupt and rather mysterious resignation, the Union Tribune's Pat Flynn was finally able to publish a story about the convention cover-up. For more than a year, McGrory and Golding contended the city was not keeping track of the $30 million plus that it was shelling out for the 4 days of festivities. Even council members conceded that they had no idea how much public money was involved. McGrory continued to deny the existence of a written budget until a reporter obtained a copy. Thereafter, sources said, McGrory banned all convention documents from City Hall and insisted that meetings with the Republican National Committees be held off-premises. 305 Golding, as everyone expected, was re-elected in 1996, thanks to a campaign treasury bulging with contributions from Wilson appointees, Spanos and Moore's associates, and local recipients of city largesse. 306 One of her opponents, gay activist Patrick Coleman, accused her of manipulating stadium subsidies and sewer contracts to build a special interest Leviathan. She is using the issuance of city contracts and lease revenue bonds similar to how the old-style politicians back east assign patronage jobs. Each of these projects benefits somebody who can help her or assist her in fundraising and put money into her coffers either directly or indirectly. 307 The next year she launched her long-planned campaign for the U.S. Senate, again with the blessing of Spanos and Wilson. Troubling questions, wrote the Los Angeles Times, have surrounded her vaunted campaign team, acquired lock, stock and barrel from Gov. Pete Wilson's political Operation 308. By the end of 1997, added the reader, Golding had raised almost $1 million from a combination of the Spanos connections, the San Diego hotel business, and other special interests. But Golding's attempt to conceal the Spanos' influence by delaying its disclosure was regarded to have backfired. Scandals over the stadium, both the thwarting of a popular vote on expansion and the soaring costs of ticket sales shortfalls, hoisted Golding on her own petard. She had to withdraw from the campaign. The Taj Mahal, then San Diego's original Lane Field, the 1950s downtown ballpark torn down at C. Arnholt Smith's behest, Shepard's old pal Roger Hedgecock gave the proposal his neo-populist endorsement, as did most local radio celebrities. Indeed, the boosters of the stadium bond issue surfed a wave of Morse's advertising money, as he outspent his opponents almost 1,000 to 1, the old fairness doctrine guaranteeing equal media time having long ago been scrapped by the Reagan administration. 313 As a result, most voters thought they were being offered a local version of Camden Yards or Yankee Stadium. The People's East Village Association struggled in vain to explain that the new ballpark was, in fact, designed for an elite audience. Inconsistent with baseball being an affordable family pastime. 314. Nor did the broader public hear the voices of Barrio Logan residents complaining about their exclusion from a planning process that decisively impacted their community. As La Prensa explained at the time, the ballpark followed the familiar scenario of private interests, organized as a private government, making all the key decisions, then inviting an Hispanic representative to sit on some sort of board. 315. The only real, if temporary, roadblock to the Proposition C juggernaut was the county grand jury. Shortly before the November 1998 vote, it issued a pair of scathing reports that criticized City Hall for withholding full information about the measure's impact and the astounding subsidies that Morse would reap. Following C's passage, polls indeed showed that voters who approved the measure had a hazy understanding of the city's financial commitments. 316. In June 1999, the grand jury stopped just short of accusing Golding of bribing the San Diego Hotel Motel Association to endorse Prop. C in return for an additional $4 million in its promotional budget. The grand jury's exact words were willful misconduct and collusion. The jurors also held the mayor responsible for disbanding the city's watchdog Public Utilities Advisory Commission at the exact moment when it should have been blowing whistles over the San Diego Gas and Electric Company's misuse of a $330 mill-lion surcharge that the city council, meeting in closed session, had authorized for the construction of underground power lines. 317 The final achievement of the Golding era was the adoption of a redevelopment. 141. Plan in 1999 for TFAC, former Naval Training Center, NTQ, at the foot of Point Loma. The Clinton administration's gift of the 435-acre former Navy boot camp, dosed in 1997, was a unique opportunity for San Diego to redress the dry shortage of affordable housing as well as to achieve some of the unfulfilled goals of the Nolan/Marston vision of a harbor-greened Golding, and the council majority, however, again defied the recommendations of their own citizens' committee to turn over the renewal of NTC to Corky McMillan, the heir to Ernest Hahn as the region's most politically well-connected developer. 31 For a site whose estimated value ranged as high as $700 million, McMillan paid exactly $8, $1 per parcel, in return for splitting future profits above a 12% threshold with the city. And instead of a new civic commons, McMillan proposed Liberty Station, 349 luxury homes, 2 hotels, offices, retail, second a business park. The deal was sweetened with a few dozen acres of park space and some off-site affordable housing. 3,119 NTC's neighbors were appalled both at the giveaway of public land and the squandering of the site's potential. We were promised a waterfront Balboa Park, but instead we're getting dense residential development, a strip mall and a bunch of office rowers. We'd getting nothing, zero. Public land should be used for public purposes. 339 critics suspected that the $500 million Macmillan project was a template for the future redevelopment of nearby Lindbergh Field and the Marine Corps Recruit Depot, should the city ever find a new airport and die Marines be persuaded to consolidate training at Camp Pendleton. The ultimate result would be a 3-mile arc of high-rise gentrification along San Diego Bay from Point Loma to the new baseball stadium ***, a utopian nomination of the SDI vision of reviving downtown. Surely in that case a future Macmillan or Moores will FMD room to erect and appropriate a handsome statue of Susan Golding, San Diego's sweetheart of the 1990s. 142. 24 Once and future kings. The basic creed of the gangster is that whatever a man has is his only so long as he can keep it, and that the one who takes it away from him has not done anything wrong, but has merely demonstrated his smartness. The Gangs of New York, 1928, M. The 2000 mayoral election was sheer atavism, an issueless, expensive battle between two aging clones of Pete Wilson. The front-runner, Supervisor Ron Roberts, had the support of big developers, city vendors, and prime contractors, as well as the endorsement of powerful Wilson consigliere John Davis. His opponent was Judge Dick Murphy, another Wilson protégé, from precinct worker to councilman, running on the silly chauvinist slogan of San Diego for San Diegans and backed by conservative senior statesman Claire Bergener. 322 In keeping with local tradition, Roberts was a moderate smokestack while underdog Murphy was seen as a somewhat wilted geranium. 323. Earlier in his career, Roberts had a narrow escape from a wide-ranging scandal involving illegal campaign contributions by Frank Gatlin, a wealthy Del Mar shopping center developer. This time Murphy was able to successfully tar Roberts with a new scandal involving the always generous John Moores. Although Roberts, who had received free plane trips and other gratuities from the Padres owner, escaped prosecution, in contrast to unfortunate city council member Valerie Stallings, his campaign was irreparably damaged. Murphy took over the helm in a city hall ruled by a handful of regal political consultants, where council seats had become virtually hereditary offices inherited by senior staffers. The ghost of weak mayors past, Murphy has been generally overshadowed by more heavily armored egos, especially the ambitious Alan Berson, Janet Reno's former border czar who has made the superintendency of San Diego schools into a bully pulpit for his authoritarian views. Nor has Murphy shown much backbone in dealing with the onerous task of changing the diapers of San Diego's spoiled, tantrum-prone sports franchise holders. 143. Moores, despite a simmering Enron-like scandal involving his profitable bailout from the doomed Peregrine Systems Incorporated, has continued to impose his will on ballpark planning, adding lucrative new density and, in general, strip mining East Village for its last ounce of gold. Fortune magazine honored his chutzpah by ranking him as the fifth greediest corporate executive in the United States. 324. Spanos, undoubtedly to prove that he was even greedier, countered with another threat to move the Chargers unless the city gave him a baroque new stadium, or, alternately, ownership of the land, estimated value, $180 million. Murphy, wary of perceptions that he was in the pocket of Spanos, promised that the city would not negotiate with the Chargers until a citizens' committee had thoroughly explored all options. In fact, or so at least opponents charge, both sides were caught red-handed in secret negotiations at the law offices of Luce, Forward. 325. After the bloodbath of the 1989–92 recession, which liquidated so much ancient economic clout in San Diego, a new ruling class has slowly emerged. Moores, whose public image has recently gone from friendly philanthropist and dorky owner of the Padres to evil billionaire and Weasley double-talker. 326 continues to pursue the ancient crown of Spreckles and Smith. More than any other elite figure he bridges the gaps, between La Jolla and downtown, between Clinton Democrats and Wilson Republicans. Thus Moores, a UC regent thanks to massive contributions to Gray Davis, joined Pete Wilson and Roger Hedgecock to sponsor a lavish fundraiser for fellow Regent Ward Connerly's latest attack on affirmative action, the so-called Racial Privacy Initiative. Reciprocally, leading Republicans have allied with Moores and Jacobs in financing terrifying television blitzes against opponents of school superintendent Burson. 327 Yet Moores is hardly indispensable to this era of bipartisan good feeling. Indeed, if he were dethroned by scandal tomorrow, the party crowds in Rancho Santa Fe would hardly stop to mourn. Burson would step forward as San Diego's new savior, or, perhaps, another billionaire from Houston or San Francisco would fall from the sky. In any event, the old pros at Loose, Forward, San Diego Law, and Estuza Comunications, the prime political consultants, would work out a strategy for keeping the local growth machine now increasingly fueled by the war on terrorism and 144. The remilitarization of the economy purring along. The institutions of elite para-government after more than a century of Darwinian selection are now stronger than the sum of mere personalities. Just another day in paradise? An episodic history of rebellion and repression in America's finest city. Jim Miller. Perhaps no other urban space embodies the logic of the theme park more than America's finest city. As the magical spell of Los Angeles has been broken by traffic, smog, earthquakes, and riots, San Diego has energetically sought to maintain its image as a quiet little beach town, free from the urban blight, pollution, and class and race conflicts that have forever soiled the reputation of its unruly neighbor to the north. On a sunny day in San Diego, a tourist might choose to wander through Balboa Park in search of the Spanish colonial past that never was, shop by the harbor in a reconstruction of a New England fishing village in the vicinity of where the city's tuna and cannery industry once thrived, or have margaritas near the fictitious Ramona's Marriage Place in Old Town and stroll over to the conveniently relocated Victorian neighborhood in the Heritage District. That same tourist might also eat at an expensive bistro in the Gaslamp Quarter where the red light district was and the Wobblies were viciously beaten by police and vigilantes at the turn of the century, take a cruise on San Diego Bay past the Navy ships leaking invisible poisons into the water, or spend a day in the natural beauty of Mission Bay Park, which was constructed at the expense of 99% of the local wetlands and which frequently suffers from sewage spills. Too unlike Los Angeles, however, San Diego has largely man. 160. Age to conceal these contradictions and market an image of itself that pushes the real city to the margins and buries its history under a mountain of booster mythology. If history is not dead in San Diego, it is certainly on life support. In a 1983 essay, Simulacra and Simulations, the French postmodern critic Jean Baudrillard argues that Disneyland is presented as imaginary in order to make us believe that the rest is real, when in fact all of Los Angeles and the Americas surrounding it are no longer real, but of the order of the hyperreal and of simulation 3. If this assessment of Southern California city space seemed hyperbolic in the early 80s, the next 2 decades of urban development have proven it to be prophetic. Baudrillard's contention is that the fiction of the theme park no longer masks and perverts a basic reality or even masks the absence of a basic reality but rather bears no relation to any reality whatever and is its own pure simulacrum 4. Hence the sea of commodified simulations that comprise the contemporary city no longer tells the story of a city's past. There is no relation between the narrative of the street and the history of a given locality. Even nature, as Susan Davis points out in her book on SeaWorld, spectacular nature, has been transformed into spectacle. What we are left with is an ahistorical pastiche of styles and fantasies designed to aid commerce. 5. Even those who do not share Baudrillard's utterly dystopian assessment of the American city have noted the trend toward the eradication of history in urban space in an effort to maximize consumption opportunities for the mostly white, middle, and upper classes that San Diego exemplifies so well. In the seminal 1992 anthology Variations on a Theme Park, The New American City and the End of Public Space, Michael Sorkin argues that the line between theme park and city has been so eroded that urban spaces have been drained of memory and history. 6. As Mike Davis's entry about Los Angeles and Neil Smith's essay about New York illustrate, the theme parking of the city is frequently accompanied by the erasure of older neighborhoods, the relocation of undesirable populations, and the banishment of unmarketable history and unpleasant contemporary realities to the urban dustbin, all in the service of a top-down class war. 7. Susan Davis notes the same process at work in San Diego, as it has relentlessly themed itself while much of the city's real and recent history has remained unexplored. 8. The end result of this process has been the creation of a track. 161. Tions like SeaWorld that draw a population that is wider and wealthier than San Diego as a whole. 9. Outside the boundaries of the park, much of the rest of the city is comprised of themed zones like the Gaslamp, Seaport Village, and Old Town that generally price out working-class visitors and provide non-union low-wage service sector jobs for the local San Diegans who keep the tourist industry running. 10. SeaWorld's vigorous opposition to a project labor agreement for its expansion plan is ample evidence of what happens when unions try to crash the party. 11. Thus the overall effect of the theme park city is to replace this narrative of class division and labor squabbles with a space that is, as Susan Davis puts it, as non-conflictual as possible. 12. Hence when the murals in Chicano Park or the house of African American City Councilman George Stevens are defaced with racist graffiti, the local media portray such events as shocking aberrations, just as they do when local teenagers shoot and beat several elderly Mexican migrants or when a black Marine is the victim of a vicious racist beating in Poway. By doing so, they help perpetuate the mythology of San Diego as a mellow tourist paradise, free from the ugly conflicts that mar Los Angeles and other less blessed American cities. The effort to create this illusion is as old as the city itself. What these transgress scions really do, however, is expose the dark history of the city like the lightning bolt does the night sky. San Diego's boosters have always consciously sought first to avoid the importation of undesirable elements and, if that failed, to eliminate them by any means necessary. Nonetheless, despite San Diego's history of social Darwinist city planning, Chamber of Commerce racism, reactionary vigilantism, and open class warfare, rebellions have cracked through the glossy veneer of the theme park if only to be brutally suppressed. A bourgeois utopia. San Diego's 1915 Panama, California exposition opened with groundbreaking festivities that featured an Anglo-Saxon interpretation of Spanish California. There was a pontifical military mass in Balboa Park, a grand fiesta that lasted half a week, and a pageant of the missions. During one ceremony, a liberal interpretation of a 162 Spanish caravel sailed across the harbor from North Island to Broadway Pier. There, King Cabrillo was met by an eager crowd and carried up Broadway in a sedan chair by Anglos dressed as Indians. At the courthouse, His Highness stopped for the coronation of Queen Ramona, based on the character from Helen Hunt Jackson's novel Ramona, the Uncle Tom's Cabin of California's Mission Indians. Ramona awaited him dressed in an Edwardian interpretation of Spanish Renaissance clothing. After her crowning, the royal couple headed up Broadway to the carnival booths at the Isthmus. 13. As events such as these served to transform the city's history into an Anglo booster's mythology, the San Diego Union explained what the exposition meant with regard to the social Darwinist struggle between Tehi Latin and Saxon peoples. The weaker was absorbed by the stronger, but with the passing of the weaker they left a legacy of their art and culture, which the survivor has gladly possessed to beautify and decorate his own. We have received this tradition gladly, we have made of this romance the background of our own history, in the fair port of San Diego and on this golden coast of California. 14. Thus, according to the booster oligarchy, a new Anglo-bourgeois utopia had arisen out of the quaint ruins of the Spanish past. 15. Such a mythology was easily fostered in San Diego at the turn of the 20th century, whose population was 91.3% white and only 5% Mexican and Mexican American. 16. What this myth neglected, however, was the fact that the romance of the mission past had never existed. As Douglas Monroy points out in his essay Brutal Appetites, the social relations of the California mission, the Spaniards had the best of intentions, they meant to bring reason and salvation to the Indians. Instead, they shredded their native culture and infested them with fleas and microbes. Then the Padres buried the Indians. 17. California's priest civilizers, as the prospectus of the 1915 exposition called them, 18 saw little of value in the culture of the gente sin razón. The native people's lack of a linear sense of time, their uninhibited sexuality, and their desire to work with rather than over nature struck the missionaries as barbaric. Indeed, Padre Junipero Serra noted their pernicious disposition, and, as Monroy observes, the priests unilaterally transferred their role of loving, kind, protective European father. 163. And ruthless castigator of their errant, incontinent, and lesser charges, to the California Indians. 19. Hence the loving padres taught reason and conveyed their Christian charity with the musket and the lash. In response to such treatment, 10% of the Indians working in the missions fled. Some fought back by other means. In 1812, Padre Panto, the rigorous disciplinarian of Mission San Diego, was poisoned by his Indian cook. 20. The secularization of the missions in 1834 did little to change the plight of the Indians. Debt peonage and vagrancy laws tied them to the ranchos of the Californios, where they occupied the lowest rung of the social order. 21. After the conquest of California, thousands of Indians continued to work in de facto slavery as laborers for whites in the fields and mines. 22. San Diego Indians rebelled against their Anglo masters just as they had against the Spanish. In 1851, Indians reacted to local OFFI who sought to tax them despite their lack of citizenship privileges by planning to drive these Americans off the land. The revolt failed quickly, however, after 4 Americans were killed and a leading San Diegan was expelled from his ranch. Antonio Guerra, the leader of the rebellion, was betrayed and given over to the authorities for execution. 23. From the 1840s to the 1870s, San Diegans were fearful of attack from wild bands of savages, according to most accounts. 24. In the 1880s, however, Helen Hunt Jackson's book A Century of Dishonor, along with her novel Ramona, briefly changed the image of San Diego's Indians from savage to victim. As the perceived threat faded, the noble savage of the past came into vogue in Anglo circles even as tales of the drunken savage beast of the present continued to fill the pages of local newspapers. 23. By the time of the Panama-California Exposition in 1915, Indians' best opportunities came through their ability to play themselves in an exhibit. 26. After the American conquest, the Californios who had once oppressed the Indians also met a fate unfitting of a romance. As Carrie McWilliams notes in Southern California, an island on the land, as the gente de razon lost their money and holdings, they began to be called Mexican and the old practice of referring to them as Californios or native Californians was abandoned. 27. Mexicans were frequently murdered by Anglos in Southern California and Teehee practice of lynching Mexi. 164. Can soon became an outdoor sport. 28. Although the level of mob violence against Mexicans that Los Angeles saw did not reach San Diego, individual acts of violence, slurs, and discriminatory legislation, such as the Greaser Law, which made it easier to harass vagrants, were daily facts of life for San Diego's Mexicans. 29. Rather than being absorbed, as the Union proclaimed, Mexicans were driven off their lands and forced to become laborers or leave. This, combined with the huge influx of Anglo immigrants toward the end of the 19th century, seemed to the boosters to have permanently exorcised the Mexican influence. Thus San Diego's Anglo oligarchy could rewrite history and focus on limiting the influence of other undesirable elements and forging the city in their own image. Even the San Diego labor movement, with the exception of its more radical elements, was more interested in limiting Mexican immigration than in organizing Mexican workers. 30. By the time San Diego reporter Harold Keene checked the mood of the barrio in the late 1960s, the legacy of this history was clear, as Mexican Americans had the highest unemployment rate of any minority group, 25%, the highest school dropout rate, the lowest level of educational achievement, and dilapidated, deteriorating housing and schools. 31. Despite their small numbers in San Diego, African Americans were also unwelcome. A paragraph in an 1852 grand jury report bemoans the presence of a den of sable animals and demands that these colored men be compelled to leave our town. 32. A little more than 50 years later, in 1907, the San Diego Chamber of Commerce received a letter from Los Angeles inquiring about the possibility of purchasing 1,000 acres of good farm or ranch land to be sold as small tracts for an industrious class of Negro farm families. 33. When the request was forwarded to the Chamber's Transportation and Immigration Committee, it was not acted upon because, according to the Chamber's own records, Negro colonization is not to be encouraged. 34. The African American population in San Diego did not increase much until World War II brought a large number of industrial jobs. Even then, displays of overt racism in employment were not uncommon. As the president of Vultee Aircraft told a group of African Americans, "It is not the policy of this company to employ people other than the Caucasian race." 3s. Despite President Franklin. 165. Roosevelt's executive order banning racial discrimination in the war industry and a concurrent labor shortage in San Diego, the U.S. Navy, the Chamber of Commerce, and San Diego city government all maintained a Jim Crow perspective. After the brief, modest gain in the black population, it fell again in 1946, and the city's de facto racial segregation continued for years. 36. As Leroy Harris notes in The Other Side of the Freeway, a study of settlement patterns of Negroes and Mexican Americans in San Diego, California, throughout its history as an American city, San Diego has contained a numerically and proportionally smaller number of Negroes and Mexican Americans than most other large American cities. 3. In addition to the oven social and economic discrimination faced by people of color in San Diego in employment and civil rights, the persistent efforts of realtors have also stood in their way. As Harris's study shows, restrictive covenants in real estate deeds and the active role of real estate agents in the formation of segregated housing patterns were a very strong force in creating a segregated San Diego. 38. Indeed, as late as 1964, the San Diego Realty Board lobbied hard against the Rumford Act, California's fair housing law, and actively campaigned to have it annulled through a ballot proposition. 39. The Committee for Home Protection spearheaded the anti-Rumford Act drive. Their public relations consultant was William Shearer, an ultra-conservative former Oceanside newspaper publisher and then administrative assistant for Republican Assemblyman Richard Barnes of San Diego. Shearer, who also wrote for the segregationist journal The Citizen, arguing that the GOP could win national elections if it could kick free of the ball and chain of integration, helped frame the anti-Rumford Act fight as a defense of property rights and freedom of choice. 40. The California Real Estate Association may have been embarrassed by the support it received from the American Nazi Party MEMbers who marched outside the El Cortez Hotel, where they met in 1963, but when the realtors voted overwhelmingly to fight against the Rumford Act and all future legislation against housing discrimination, they were marching in lockstep with the fascists. 41. Proposition 14, which would have overturned the Rumford Fair Housing Act, passed with a large majority in the state and by more than 2-1 in San Diego County. 42. If not for the California Supreme Court, the far right would have. 166. 1. Hence, when contemporary groups like the White Aryan Resistance, teenage skinheads in Lakeside, or nameless racist thugs and vandals make their way into the news, they are only saying out loud what the majority of San Diegans expressed in the not-too-distant past. In 1965, the Fair Employment Practices Commission called San Diego one of the most segregated areas in the country and linked that segregation to employment discrimination. 43. The city's racism was also indicated by the fact that by the late 1960s there were only about 100 blacks attending San Diego State College, and that it took until 1972 to break down racial barriers in the building trades. 44. As the city continues to grow and diversify, its largely unrecognized racial tensions are bound to re-emerge. The Chinese were literally imported to San Diego as a cheap labor pool, exploited, and generally reviled by their fellow workers and the population at large. Very few Chinese people lived in San Diego until some local businessmen met Aquin in Northern California and asked him to come to San Diego as a labor contractor for the construction of the railroad. By 1884 there were hundreds of Chinese working on the line. 45. As that number grew to 800, San Diego developed its own anti-Chinese movement. In December 1885 the Anti-Chinese Club was founded to call for the firing of Chinese workers as long as a white man was out of work. 46. San Diego's first strike was also partly an effort to force companies to pledge not to hire Chinese labor. 47. This was despite the fact that no Chinese worker held any of the highest paid skilled jobs and suffered the least pay and job security. 48. As a result, San Diego's Chinese population fell to 561 after the railroad was finished in the 1890s. 49. Those who stayed were segregated into the Stingaree, the city's red light district, where they lived among prostitutes, pimps, criminals, gamblers, and drug addicts in quarters behind opium dens or illegal gambling houses. 50. Because of the Federal Exclusion Acts, their numbers stayed low for most of the first half of the 20th century, until some of the most repressive limitations on Chinese immigration ceased. Today, most of the traces of the original Chinese community have been erased, except for a tiny block on the edge of the Gaslamp Quarter and a few hard-to-discern historical markers. 167. The Japanese first came to San Diego in the 1880s as well. They made charcoal for the Hotel del Coronado and worked as waiters, gardeners, shopkeepers, handymen, farmers, fishermen, and cannery workers. They outfished the natives and brought innovations to agriculture. 51. Their competence, however, created a racist backlash and laws were passed that banned Japanese land ownership. When forced into wage labor, they were seen as an unattractive workforce because of their tendency to organize. As one writer put it, they demand high wages and are exceedingly independent and untractable. 52. In 1914 James Phelan, a candidate for the U.S. Senate, argued that the Japanese government should be told that Japanese immigrants were unassimilable but efficient human machines who were a menace to our prosperity and happiness. 53. A 1932 issue of the San Diego Labor Leader includes an article blaming Japs rather than the Depression for the woes of the fishing industry. 54. The bombing of Pearl Harbor provided the perfect excuse for exercising the already virulent hatred of the Japanese. In February 1942 Executive Order 9066 was issued, and all of San Diego County south of the San Dieguito River was designated a military zone and all persons of Japanese ancestry, both alien and non-alien, were rounded up. The Japanese sold whatever they could and abandoned the rest, and then were forced to report to the Santa Fe depot to be placed on guarded trains. Their first stop was a racetrack in Los Angeles. By August, most of the detainees had been shipped to a hot, barren relocation camp in Poston, Arizona, to choke on dust and ponder their fate as the desert wind swirled around them. 55. San Diego's Japanese community was gone. As if this were not enough, in 1943 the San Diego Chamber of Commerce passed a resolution protesting the coddling of these Japanese in internment camps. The city of San Diego was not built on Anglo-Saxonism alone, however, as the boosters' aversion to major industrial development shows. From the beginning, San Diego's elite knew that if they were to build a garden city free of not just the ethnic conflicts but also the class strife that plagued other cities, they would have to devise a growth plan that avoided the importation of an unruly working class. Central to this strategy was their decades-long courtship of the Navy. As Abraham Schrage documents in his intensive study of San Diego's obsession with the Navy boosters and 168. Blue Jackets, The Civic Culture of Militarism in San Diego, California, 1900 to 1945, the boosters saw the Navy as the answer to their dreams because, as the Union put it, men of that establishment were of a high class. 57. The Navy did not just bring in large amounts of federal money, Schrage adds, the boosters believed that there were no radicals of the scurrilous IWW type in the Navy, nor petty crooks, as well. The pre-World War II Navy was almost exclusively white in its racial composition. 58. Thanks to the relentless efforts of San Diego's boosters, along with the political savvy of Congressman William Kettner, the plan eventually succeeded. Even after World War II, the Chamber of Commerce was still working to bring to San Diego the right type of people by maintaining a well-directed advertising campaign designed to reach a better class of resident and visitor. 59 The post-war city was still segregated, with a relatively tranquil labor movement. Even most of San Diego's Rosie the Riveters had been forced out of gainful employment by defense industry cutbacks and the wave of returning GIs. 60 While the civil rights movement and other 1960s upheavals challenged the city's status quo, the city's basic economic structure remains favorable to a conservative Anglo elite. The military remains a central economic engine, followed by federally subsidized aerospace industries, tourism, and higher education and academic research. 61 This has perpetuated a wide gap between affluent professionals and the growing low-wage service sector. Unionization has steadily declined and women and people of color are overrepresented in the lowest-paying service sector jobs. Part-time employment with no benefits is also on the rise as housing prices and rents soar beyond the reach of many workers. Overall, poverty in San Diego County has increased at a faster pace than elsewhere in California and in the United States as a whole. 62 While the changing demographics of San Diego present a challenge to the new boosters, the city continues to reward corporations and sports teams with substantial benefits while largely failing to address the needs of the poor and racial minorities. Even in the midst of the nation's largest economic expansion in history, 61% of African American families, 51% of Latino families, 18% of Asian families, and 10% of white families were living in poverty in San Diego in 1997. 63. Seen in this light, the redevelopment of downtown into an entertainment complex. 169. For affluent consumers dotted with new condos starting at only $700,000, is just the latest installment in the same old story of booster class war fought from the top down. San Diego is no longer the lily-white Navy tourist town it was for most of its history, and it remains unclear how long the city's elite can maintain the happy theme park image of America's finest city. The weather is still nice, but the contradictions are growing, and they threaten to burst through the city's glossy veneer. As opposed to the boosters' version of San Diego's history, there have been rumblings and moments of rebellion in the theme park. Red flag over Tijuana, Daredevil Dick and the wretched band of outlaws. 64 Workers of the world awaken, / your comrades call from Mexico. Laura Emerson, San Diego wobbly poet. 65 You have got to haul down this red flag. Dick Ferris, San Diego booster. 66. Man is worth nothing, the idea is everything. Ricardo Flores Megan, anarchist. 67 In 1911, San Diego, Tijuana, and the entire Southern California border region were swept up into a now obscure chapter of the Mexican Revolution, an anarchist uprising inspired by the brilliant but tactically incompetent Ricardo Flores Megan. Flores Megan, who had been imprisoned for his opposition to the Porfirio Diaz regime in Mexico in 1903, was released from jail after a year and fled to Los Angeles, where he reorganized his liberal Perry in exile and wrote searing attacks on the Mexican dictatorship in his Perry's main organ, La Regeneration. As opposed to Francisco I. Madero, whose forces eventually did overthrow Diaz, Flores Megan and his liberal Perry expressed not the wishes of the moderate, middle-class nationalists of Mexico but the unspoken desires of the majority working class. 68 The Magonistas were unique because, as Flores Megan put it in a letter from a Mexican jail, no liberal party in the world has the anti-capitalist tendencies of we who are about to begin a revolution in Mexico. 69. In a manifesto written on September 23, 1911, he clearly 170, differentiates the liberal party's aims from those of Madero. All others are offering you political liberty when they have triumphed. We liberals invite you to take immediate possession of the land, the machinery, the means of transportation and the buildings, without expecting anyone to give them to you and without waiting for any law to decree it. 70. The son of an Indian mother and a mestizo father, Flores Megan grew up idealizing the communal lives of Oaxaca's Indians as opposed to what he saw as the corrupt artificiality of Mexico City. As an adult, his reading of Kropotkin, Bakunin, and Marx, as well as his brutal treatment at the hands of the Diaz dictatorship, fused with the lessons of his youth to create a passionate utopianism rooted in a belief that only communal ownership of the land and the dissolution of organized government would create real human freedom. 71 Hence, when the Magonista army took Tijuana, they hoisted a red flag emblazoned with the slogan Tierra y Libertad and issued a proclamation calling on the people to take the land. 72. Unfortunately, Flores Magon's powerful idealism was not accompanied by shrewd tactical thinking, and his dream of an anarchist utopia was hijacked by a shameless opportunist and San Diego booster, Daredevil Dick Ferris, in what is surely the most bizarre series of events in the history of the city. Flores Magon brought his revolution in exile to a Los Angeles that was in the midst of its own labor war after the bombing of the Los Angeles Times building by AFL Unionists in 1910 and the growing influence of the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, which had inspired an open shop drive and an anti-labor propaganda campaign in Southern California. 73 In addition to this, Times owner Harrison Gray Otis, as well as San Diego Union owner John D. Spreckles, had extensive water, land, and railroad holdings in both the Imperial Valley and Baja California, Mexico. 74 Thus, as Lowell Blaisdell argues in The Desert Revolution, it should have been obvious to Flores Magon that the odds of mounting a successful revolutionary campaign in a sparsely populated area with little money and no military experience were slim. Consequently, what little scholarship there is on the Magonista revolt has investigated the charge that the Magonistas were actually a front for a filibuster designed by American capitalists to capture Baja from Mexico. 76 Given the fact that no solid 171 evidence of a real filibuster exists, what emerges is the farcical story of an anarchist revolution expropriated by boosters to sell the Panama California exposition that they hoped would help woo the military and promote real estate in San Diego. As the Panama California exposition solemnly celebrated the emergence of an imperial America backed by God as well as by massive naval firepower, and showcased San Diego's desirability as a strategic port, 7 The Ferris filibuster spectacle that preceded it grabbed headlines by crassly exploiting a life-and-death situation and making a joke of Mexican independence for the sake of publicity. In the beginning, Flores Magon's cause was received well both in California and in national labor and left circles. Partisans generated funds by selling law regeneration, took in donations from individual workers and unions, and got fairly favorable press coverage. Italian anarchists and the IWW were their biggest supporters. 78 The IWW, with its anarcho-syndicalist philosophy of organizing all workers into one big union without racial, craft, or any other distinctions, and with its instinctive distrust of the bourgeois state and legal system, was the most likely, if not perfect, fit with Flores Magon's anarchism. Like the Liberal Party, the Wobblies were born of repression, believed in direct action, and had an open-door policy with regard to membership. As one IWW organizer put it, "One man is as good as another to me, I don't care if he's black, blue, green, or yellow, as long as he acts the man and acts true to his economic interests as a worker." 79. Flores Magon too had an internationalist perspective. In the ranks of the liberals are men who are not our nationality but are our ideological brothers. They sacrifice themselves to destroy the chains of our slavery. 80. These attitudes help explain why the Wobblies supplied the largest number of soldiers for the liberals. Still, the great irony of the Magonista army was that the majority of its members were gringos, not Mexicans fighting for independencia. Richard Griswold del Castillo cites several reasons for the failure of the Magonistas to attract more Mexicans to fight with the American radicals, including the abstract nature of Flores Magon's rhetoric, the small population of northern Baja, the United States Army presence at the border, the junta's lack of connection with the region, and, most important, the perception of the army as a filibustering expedition. 81 One might also add to this list the junta's careless recruitment of ideologically 172 suspect mercenaries in the name of expediency, the fact that Ricardo Flores Magon never left the Liberal Party's headquarters in Los Angeles, making communication with the rebel army difficult, to say the least, Flores Magon's choice to distribute more copies of Kropotkin than bullets, the racial tension that existed between some of the troops despite the official rhetoric of the revolt, and the general chaos on the ground. 82 Nonetheless, in the face of these seemingly insurmountable odds, the revolt got off to a good start. After receiving the word from Los Angeles, the rebels began planning an attack on Mexicali at the IWW headquarters in Holtville, a small town near the border in the Imperial Valley. After a successful scouting operation, about 30 mostly Mexican Magonistas, led by José María Leiva, took Mexicali in a pre-dawn raid on Sunday, January 29, 1911, killing only the town jailer. 83 The Liberal Revolution was born. Less than a week after the fall of Mexicali, a meeting was held in support of the Magonistas at the Los Angeles Labor Temple. They raised $140, and socialist novelist Jack London penned a manifesto in support of the rebels. "We socialists, anarchists, hobos, chicken thieves, outlaws, and undesirable citizens of the United States are with you heart and soul. You will notice that we are not respectable. Neither are you. No revolutionary can possibly be respectable in these days of the reign of property. All the names you are being called, we have been called. And when graft and greed get up and begin to call names, honest men, brave men, patriotic men, and martyrs can expect nothing else than to be called chicken thieves and outlaws. So be it. But I for one wish there were more chicken thieves and outlaws of the sort that formed that gallant band that took Mexicali. I subscribe myself a chicken thief and revolutionist." 84 In San Diego, the local Anti-Interference League sponsored a speech by Emma Goldman at Germania Hall that raised $113 on the eve of the Battle of Tijuana. The League, whose members included prominent local socialist Caspar Bauer and progressive lawyer E. E. Kirk, was formed to oppose United States intervention in Mexico. Bauer and Kirk were also the local contacts for the Magonistas. Events such as these soon swelled the ranks of the rebels, which came to include around 173, 150 men, comprised of Mexicans from the Mexicali area, Cacopa Indian Scouts, IWW volunteers, and a number of soldiers of fortune. 86 Despite a lack of military funding from Los Angeles and constant chaos and squabbling in the field, the Magonistas managed to briefly take Tecate and hold off a lackluster attempt by Mexican federal forces to recapture Mexicali. 87 The leadership of the rebel army underwent several changes, with some of the Mexicans leaving to fight with Madero and the troops squabbling about tactics and leadership. By the time of their biggest victory, however, the Magonistas were under the command of Carroll A. P. Rees-Price, a Welsh soldier of fortune who had fought in India and South Africa and, after reading John Kenneth Turner's condemnation of the Diaz regime entitled Barbarous Mexico, had developed a fledgling sense of social justice. 88 While his military experience proved a temporary asset, his lack of any deep commitment to the cause, along with his affinity for Dick Ferris, ultimately proved disastrous. The new commander's greatest achievement was the result of either direct disobedience or a mistake. Flores Magón had sent orders directing the rebels to march east and attack the Mexican forces near Mexicali. Instead, the day after 30 Indians led by Juan Guerrero had taken the tiny port town of San Quintin, Price turned west and attacked Tijuana. At dawn on May 9, 220 Magonistas seized the small town after a fierce battle that killed 32 and wounded 24. 89 After the battle, while the rebels behaved with some restraint, a group of sightseers from San Diego crowded into the town and looted the shops. 90 This marked the beginning of the steady, farcical decline of the revolt, with the Los Angeles junta refusing to dismiss the untrustworthy Price or to give him aid or more ammunition. As Flores Magón remained inactive, the rebels were forced to open Tijuana for tourism and gambling in order to raise money. Battle watching was a popular spectator sport along the border, with the occasional spectator actually falling to a stray bullet. Once the battle was over in Tijuana, the town received a large number of tourists who were just as interested in meeting members of the eccentric Magonista army as they were in watching the battle. San Diegans were fascinated by the wild mix of cowboys, wobbly hobos, mercenaries, black army deserters, Mexicans, Indians, and opportunists. The army lacked any traditional class hierarchy and was characterized 174 by the rough camaraderie that was common among the Wobblies and their fellow lumpen proletariat. 91 Magonista soldiers were happy to pose for pictures with visitors and also for postcard reenactments of the battle that were sold in A. Savin's Bazar Mexicano, the town's most visited curio shop. The Tarjetas Postal's sign is evident in still existing photos of the post office where the rebels flew the red flag. 92 It is ironic that the Wobblies, who were so popular as a tourist attraction for slumming San Diegans in Tijuana, would be savagely driven out of San Diego in only a year's time. Apparently, revolution could be enjoyed as a commodity as long as it stayed across the border. The spectacle of the Magonistas continued to draw visitors and was given a further boost when Dick Ferris re-entered the scene. Ferris had been hired as the manager for the upcoming groundbreaking ceremony for the Panama California Exposition in Balboa Park, and his job was essentially to drum up publicity for San Diego in order to draw attention to the upcoming event and the city itself. Less than a month after the Magonistas took Mexicali, Ferris launched his first scam, which involved giving the Mexican consul in San Francisco an offer to buy Lower California or be faced with a well-funded filibuster. He then had an assistant place an ad in several newspapers calling for 1,000 men to come fight for General Dick Ferris. Ferris even sent a telegram to a Madrista general declaring that the peninsula rightly belongs to our country, and must, in time, be part of it. 93. Ferris's first stunt was successful enough to garner an angry response from the Diaz regime and plenty of press coverage about his plans for a sporting republic that would offer not just rights but the pursuit of happiness, whether that happiness may take the form of horse racing, prize fighting, bull baiting, or betting where the little ball will fall. 94. A little more than a month later, Ferris had a Los Angeles horsewoman ride across the border and plant a silk blue flag with a rising sun and the scales of justice embroidered on it on the Mexican side of the border near Agua Caliente. The feminist filibusterer then told the San Diego Union, "Lower California, I claim you in the name of equal suffrage and model government." 9's Miss Flora S. Russell then fled across the border amid the Mexican consul's calls for her arrest. With these two successful promotional scams under his belt, Ferris seized the 175 opportunity that the fall of Tijuana presented. With the aid of a San Diego Union reporter, he was introduced to Price. The Union followed this favor with extensive coverage of Ferris publicity schemes that would seem to indicate the editorial APPR Oval Office paper itself, then owned by San Diego's own main booster and robber baron, John D. Spreckles. Whatever the case, Ferris proceeded to befriend the rebel MNAR and champion his cause, troubling Mexican nationalism and anarchism. He brought Price to San Diego and introduced him to several prominent boosters and encouraged him to reconsider his position on Lower California, which might do well as a white man's republic. When Price was arrested on his way back across the border, Ferris helped secure his release and tried to stage a hero's welcome for him back in Tijuana, for which Ferris was too late but which the Union helped him hell 1kh nonetheless. While all of Ferris's efforts were, in fact, disingenuous maneuvers designed only for publicity, they did stir supporters of the Mexican government to action against the filibusterers. In San Diego, an anti-liberal group led by Dr. Gerardo E. Lopez raised $1,000 and a good number of recruits to go help throughout all of this comedic mess. Flores Magón continued to refuse to go to Mexico, aid the rebels, or dismiss Price, so Price came to the junta to convince them to fold their tents, join forces with Madero, or fight him. When no new directive was forthcoming, Price lost all interest in both social justice and filibustering and ended up in Hollywood acting in westerns before disappearing from history for good. With Price out of the picture, Ferris bled the dying revolution of all the publicity it had before he bailed out. After the departure of Price, there was a power struggle between the adventurers, Wobblies, and Mexicans. The last gasp of Ferris and the adventurers came when Louis James, who was relentlessly unable to get the Ferris joke, strove to enlist Ferris as their leader and hit up John Spreckles for filibuster funds. When Spreckles refused, James stupidly threatened his Mexican interests, which may explain the Union's eventual loss of sympathy with the filibuster story and Ferris exploits. For his pan, Ferris, with no intention of actually doing anything, went to Tijuana and gave an impromptu speech in which he chastised the rebels to haul down this red flag and cut out your socialism, your anarchism, and every 176 other ism you have gotten into, and form a new government that would appeal to the young blood or America 9. According to James's version of events, Ferris was elected president after his departure, but when James returned with a new hag for I Ferris-led Republic of Madeira that Daredevil Dick had flippantly sketched out and handed to his tailor, an angry group of wobblies burned the flag and nearly executed James before deciding to expel him. None of this prevented Ferris from playing up his possible presidency of a filibuster republic in the press, even as his much-desired publicity gravely insulted Mexicans, destroyed what was left of the liberal rebellion, and made a less violent end to the conflict impossible. Meanwhile, IWW man Jack Mosby was elected as the new rebel commander and proceeded to threaten to blow up Spreckles' railroad lines if he used them to transport Mexican troops. Spreckles then pressured the United States government to intervene, and Mexican forces finally moved against the Magonistas. With the junta still unable to either offer aid or accept compromise, the Magonistas stayed and fought anyway. On June 22, in the Second Battle of Tijuana, Mosby led a contingent of 150 Wobblies and 75 Mexicans into a right against S-60 advancing Mexican federal forces, including many recruited as a result of Ferris's antics. Badly outnumbered and seriously low on supplies, the rebels fought hard but were routed in only 3 hours. 30 rebels were killed. 100, the wretched band of outlaws, the Union was now calling them, had been wiped out. Mosby was captured as he fled weeping across the border and was later shot trying to escape military custody. Ferris fell from grace as the exposition's manager after his joke backfired. He was charged but not convicted of violating the neutrality law. His fortunes never did reach the same heights as they had while he was boosting for the exposition, although he did return to his original profession, acting, and played himself in itars called The Man from Mexico, in which he continued to exploit the Mexican struggle for freedom as a bad joke for financial gain. 101 after they were released from federal custody, most of the Wobblies drifted elsewhere, but some stayed in San Diego and sought work in the Wild West show proposed for the exposition. 10. Ricardo Flores Magón, who had steadfastly refused to leave the junta's headquarters in Los Angeles, eventually lost the support of his fellow Mexicans, who saw him directed by enemies of the United States, but a domestic response to exploitation. 106 perhaps, Santos ponders, the old anarchist ideas went underground in the Mexican community and were preserved privately within their families, thereby giving the Chicano community a later militancy. 107 if so, then maybe the San Diego activists who built Chicano Park, the janitors striking for higher wages, the maquiladora workers struggling for their basic rights, the Zapatista support groups, and the global-phobics challenging the excesses of neoliberalism are part of something started long ago. As a desperate Flores Magón wrote in the face of failure and death, the dreamer is the designer of tomorrow. Practical men can laugh at him, they do not know that he is the true dynamic force that pushes the world forward. Suppress him, and the world will deteriorate toward barbarism. Despised, impoverished, he leads the way. Sowing, sowing, sowing the seeds that will be harvested not by him, but by the practical men of tomorrow, who will at the same time laugh at another indefatigable dreamer busy seeding, seeding, seeding. 108 Tijuana itself was saved from radicalism only to be turned into a playground for wealthy San Diegans, Hollywood stars, and other vice-seekers that Ferris would have loved. Less than a decade after the failure of the Magonista revolt, Prohibition turned the Tijuana-San Diego region into a boomtown. One of the central players in all of this was Sonny Jim Coffroth, who built a racetrack with money from the Spreckles family. 109 The combination of liquor, gambling, and other illicit pleasures drew many visitors to San Diego and spurred an orgy of building. As Roberta Ridgely observes in her series of San Diego magazine articles on the man who built Tijuana. While thirsting pilgrims funneled through Southern California on their way to the international line, hotels and apartments quickly became San Diego's hottest real estate items. The tap-tap-tap of the hammers putting up Tijuana saloons and pleasure resorts was echoed by the noise of heavy equipment at work along San Diego streets as the epic of the stucco-frosted bungalow court and neo-mission apartment hotel came into fully landscaped bloom. The future looked as rosy as a tequila sunrise. 110. 179. Largely because of this record-building boom, San Diego was by 1924 the only Pacific Slope city showing as a white spot, indicating good conditions, on the nation's business map. 111. In downtown, grand new structures such as the Balboa and Pantages theaters were built and suburban development exploded. 112. San Diegan's sense of ownership over their backyard was well exemplified when, in 1920, the American Legion successfully demanded the border be opened for their private convention in the midst of a standoff between the governor of Baja and the Mexican government. 113. Indeed, with the bars closed in San Diego, racing fever was spreading to all walks of life. 114. Spreckles' union was crowing about the amount of money spent by visitors at the track, 115, which exceeded Balboa Park and the beach's American Samoa, a tourist attraction. Los Angeles was so worried by San Diego's unrivaled tourist attraction across the border that it sent an A-Morals squad to humiliate its southern neighbor. Many San Diegans hypocritically enjoyed the prosperity created by the border trade as they railed against the vices of Tijuana. As Ridgely points out, Tihé liked to delude themselves that the only beginning to be developed beaches, the tiny zoo, the park, and a few fringe attractions, were entirely responsible for the accommodations shortage, for the rage of construction, and for the Pan-Pacific luxury liners electing to make the town a port of call. 116. Thus, pious reformers who had conveniently forgotten the city's history of brothels, gambling, and opium dens in its own Stingaree district engaged in an effort to preserve a mythological old San Diego innocence, and lobbied for the 9 o'clock law, which shut the border down early. 117. In response to their efforts, the 20s version of contemporary Coyotes in Reverse shuttled Anglo visitors back and forth through the famous hole in the fence, which all the track employees knew about as well as Tijuana regulars and the in-crowd of San Diego and Hollywood. 118. The labor movement was also opposed to Tijuana's illicit traffic in drugs, booze, and women. Apparently angered by a Tijuana promoter's effort to break up the Labor Day celebration at Balboa Park, the San Diego labor leader threatened to expose the prominent citizens who owned the den of iniquity. 119. The Labor Council's mouthpiece, which also frequently protested the importation of unskilled Mexican. 180. Workers to San Diego, was apparently unconcerned by the racist employment practices of the resort owners across the border. In 1923, the Tivoli was invaded by 50 Mexicans who rioted, overturned gambling tables, and tried to make their way to the Foreign Club, protesting the fact that only whites were employed in many of the bars and casinos frequented by San Diego's wealthy Anglos. 120. This spontaneous uprising failed to disturb the fun-seekers for long, but by 1926 a new group of Mexican insurrectos along the border was enough to slow the party down. 121. While San Diego's Anglo booster party animals were happy to chug down the Tsar's vodka purchased from the Bolsheviks, 122 Mexican rebels with guns still made them nervous. Flores Magón would have been happy. Kissing the flag, terrorist patriotism versus free speech and public space. The lit flags which the citizens of San Diego are wearing are outward evidence of the determination that treason shall never again be tolerated in San Diego, by word of foul mouths or by the flaunting red rag of anarchy. San Diego Union, 1912. Your commissioner has visited Russia, and while there has heard many horrible tales of high-handed proceedings and outrageous treatment of innocent people at the hands of despotic and tyrannical Russian authorities, your commissioner is frank to confess that when he became satisfied of the truth of the stories, as related by these unfortunate men, it was hard for him to believe that he was not still sojourning in Russia, conducting his investigation there instead in this alleged land of the free and home of the brave. Surely, these American men, who, as the overwhelming evidence shows, in large numbers assaulted with weapons in a most cowardly and brutal manner their helpless and defenseless fellows, were certainly far from brave and their victims were far from free. Colonel Harm's Weinstock trademark. Out there in San Diego, where the Western breakers beat, they're jailing men and women for speaking on the street. IW Song 124. 181. In an August 2000 issue of the San Diego Metropolitan, a local business journal, Jerry Butkowicz, head of the San Diego Imperial County Central Labor Council, is quoted as saying, "I really have no idea how San Diego's reputation as an anti-labor town got started because it happened long before I was involved in the labor movement." 125. The feature, Busting the Anti-Union Myth, briefly addresses the brutal history of the San Diego free speech fight but focuses mainly on giving a sunny picture of the local labor movement. While Butkowicz deserves credit for working hard to create a strong and active labor movement, and it is certainly a good sign that the business press would spend time giving favorable coverage to local labor leaders, the notion that San Diego's bad reputation as an anti-union town is a myth is wishful thinking at best and disingenuous boosterism at worst. Even a casual review of what little labor history there is on San Diego reveals that if there is a myth about San Diego labor relations, it is that America's finest city is an exception to the rule of class conflict that has frequently marred Los Angeles and San Francisco as well as other large American cities. The only full-length study of San Diego labor is the 1959 A Short History of San Diego Labor Movement, a report by Frederick L. Ryan financed by the AFL-CIO and First National Trust and Savings Bank of San Diego. In it, Ryan makes the claim that a reasonable attitude on the part of both business and labor leaders made labor conditions different in San Diego. This tolerance is characteristic of a middle-class type of society in which the members on both sides are fairly prosperous and confident of their future. 126. This is the study's central thesis, the way it was reported in the local press, 127, and the way it has been noted by scholars who cite Ryan as the dean of San Diego labor history. If one reads his work to the end, however, the narrative seems inconsistent, as Ryan concludes. The Gompers tradition has remained strong in San Diego, and for years the unions suffered one political defeat after another. They were continually off balance, fighting against proposed legislation that would introduce the open shop in one form or another or that would limit the union's use of the strike and boycott. Nor were they able to rely on the common working man because the common laborer had little sympathy with the crafts. 128. 182. The successes Ryan attributes to the San Diego labor movement are the enforcement of minimum standards and the fact that the existence of unions was protected. 129. These are hardly convincing arguments for a strong labor movement. Interestingly, Ryan also notes that with the elimination of the most radical elements of the movement, something has been lost. The long-term goal of a better society that appealed to the emotions and the ethical principles of the old-time unionists has almost disappeared. 130. Thus a critical reader of Ryan's own history might conclude that the story of labor in San Diego is something very different than a tale of tolerance and reasonable accommodation. In fact, the history of San Diego's labor movement shows the extreme limits of the Gompers tradition that has ignored unskilled workers and not served immigrants and people of color well, in addition to the extremely hostile and sometimes brutal reception received by all those who have chosen a more radical path. Ryan fails to make this harsher judgment because his study is top-down in nature, blind to issues of race, an apologist with regard to the faults of the conservatism of the Gompers tradition. Hence, while he is very critical of the vigilante response to the IWW, quoting a scholar who compares them to European fascists, 131, Ryan fails to see the full significance of the free speech fight for San Diego labor, no less the history of the city itself. If Ryan's take on the free speech fight is lacking, other local historians have also failed to address it at all or have sought to diminish its importance. The predominance of booster history written to be sold to tourists explains much of this. A lot of local history light treats the issue as a colorful but forgettable part of San Diego's otherwise pleasant past or as an amusing tale of when the eccentric radicals came to town. Most of the serious considerations of the free speech fights have come in sections of books on the IWW or California labor, not the city of San Diego. 132 to date, there is no book-length study on the San Diego free speech fight. One reason for this may have been hostility toward the Wobblies by local historians themselves. For instance, scholars researching the free speech fight at the San Diego Historical Society, SDHS, archives are likely to review the vertical file of periodical articles on the IWW. A careful observer of these materials will note a memorandum to the files dated April 24, 1954, by G. F. McMullen, director of the SDHS from 183. 1954-64, which states, "The foregoing is set forth as a starter for a file on this phase of San Diego's history, a phase which has been considerably garbled by present-day liberal historians." 133. The rest of the memorandum gives an unsympathetic summary of several events surrounding the free speech fight during which, McMullen tells us, he was 14. He then cites the Union, the mouthpiece for the vigilantes, as evidence for his point of view. The articles in the file are almost entirely collected from papers hostile to the IWW, with not one single document from the liberal or labor press. McMullen's hostility toward liberal history is remarkable given the fact that, as Daniel Cornford tells us in the introduction to his 1995 anthology, Working People of California, the history of labor and people of color was slow to make inroads in the Golden State, and the new social history did not make a major impact on the writing of California history until the late 70s and early 80s. 134 attitudes like McMullen's show why that history has been even more tardy in reaching San Diego. Rosalie Shanks' award-winning 135-1973 Journal of San Diego History article, The IWW. Free Speech Movement, San Diego, 1912, is probably more liberal than G. F. McMullen would have preferred, but it still mythologizes the past by portraying the free speech fight as a struggle between two violent mobs. 136 A move that inoculates San Diego against more severe criticism by admitting some wrongdoing. This kind of intellectual homeopathy is an ideological apologist's stock in trade, as Roland Barthes reminds us. One inoculates the public with a contingent evil to prevent or cure an essential one. 137 The essential evil that Shanks' essay conceals is the fact that the vigilantes were not aberrations in San Diego's otherwise tolerant hegemony, but rather an expression of the city's essential character. Shanks cites Ryan as her evidence of the city's otherwise liberal character when she argues that, in direct contrast to the bitter opposition in the Los Angeles area, a distinctive attitude existed in San Diego that was reasonably tolerant toward organized labor. 138 She then goes even further by ludicrously suggesting that the San Diego Union, because it had supported child labor laws, was a bastion of liberal if not radical thinking on labor issues despite its overall conservatism. The fact that the union's owner, John D. Spreckles, was a major proponent of open shop, a member of the Vigilante Committee, 139 and owner of a 184 business that had been organized by the IWW is not mentioned. Shanks' own prose is also instructive as she puts quotation marks around free speech. 140 When addressing the Wobblies' grievances, refers to the hordes of their membership, 141 and speaks sympathetically about San Diego's anxiety over the upcoming fair. While in preparation for her debut as an important cultural and seaport city, San Diego could not afford to allow radicals to disrupt her labor force and flood her streets with inflammatory speakers of questionable moral character. 142 She also notably refers to a Tribune editorial about lynching Wobblies as a call for capital punishment. 143 cites the virulently anti-IWW press for much of her evidence of IWW violence and wrongdoing, and inaccurately characterizes Special Commissioner Harris Weinstock's conclusions about the events in San Diego as thoroughly confused and equally condemning of both sides. 144 Thus, even though she ends the essay by defending free speech, it is clear that the Wobblies are to be detested along with the vigilantes. 145 While the handful of master's theses, dissertations, and periodical articles that exist on the subject do a better job than Shanks, the history of the IWW in San Diego has largely been ignored or underplayed by subsequent generations of San Diegans. California's preeminent historian, Kevin Starr, has noted that despite the fact that labor and radicals were persecuted all over the United States during the early 20th century, no state pursued its radicals more remorselessly than did California. 146 Furthermore, he argues that both the resistance and the suppression of the IWW revealed the paranoid underside to public life in the Golden State. 14 In no place was this more evident than San Diego. As Philip S. Foner argues in The Industrial Workers of the World, 1905–1917, the other free speech fights were a Tea Party 148 compared to the struggle the IWW and their sympathizers engaged in when they came up against the worst enemies of organized labor in the United States 149 and fell victim to some of the worst brutality against prisoners in American history. 1S0 The paranoid hysteria, blind hatred, and eventual terrorism that the IWW inspired in the Anglo-booster oligarchy and their petty bourgeois minions exposed the brutal ity that follows when the powerful come to perceive themselves as victims. In this case, the crime that had been committed against the aggrieved elites was not so much 185 speech or any real threat to their power but simply the existence of an other, which defined itself against their mythological version of the past and their social Darwinist dreams of the future. The IWW and its constituency were, by their very existence, an affront to the boosters' self-proclaimed identity. Because of this they could not be allowed to speak, occupy public space, or for that matter even exist in the presence of the boosters' version of the future. 151 What the IWW threatened to do was upset the racial and class hierarchy that had been so carefully constructed and maintained in San Diego. Before the IWW came to the city, no one had even thought to organize unskilled laborers. The first IWW Local, 245, which was then prophetically changed to the unlucky 13, was set up in 1904 at the urging of Frank Little to do just that. 152 The Wobblies sought to organize Mexican workers who had been neglected by the local AFL. Their efforts aroused criticism of the AFL and resulted in some unions leaving the Labor Council, which then denounced the IWW in the local papers. 153 As opposed to the AFL, which, as has been noted, was frequently hostile to immigrant and unskilled work the IWW was anti-racist and internationalist in outlook, actually seeking out the most marginalized workers to organize. The Wobblies were the only American union to oppose exclusion laws and organize Asian workers as well as racially excluded blacks and Mexicans. Jews, Catholics, and recent immigrants were also welcome. 154 As a federal investigator into the Colorado mining wars put it, the Wobblies were born out of the fires of that conflict. 155 They rejected contracts, believed in direct action, were suspicious of political organization, and mixed anarchism, syndicalism, Marxism, and an inverted form of social Darwinism freely, as their rough and ready membership regarded such distinctions as useless nitpicking. 156 The IWW opened its doors to all comers with very low dues and gave its previously impotent and excluded membership a sense of community and a way to channel its deep grievances. 157 In an obscure 1956 book, Skid Row USA, Sarah Harris interviewed former Wobblies about what the union meant to them. One old Wobbly, Rickety Stan, describes why he joined the IWW and what it meant to him. 186. Things was terrible. Them bosses' hearts was made up from rusty iron. Say some workingmen had a argument with the bosses was not worrying. By them in the head they had it figured out was always plenty men would work for nothing and never give the boss no arguments neither. They thought dumb workers was the cheap est things in the world. Till one time the dumb workers begun to get smart and says to each other, alone we ain't nothing but weakers. So what's to do, huh? Nothing? Nothing like hell. Is plenty to do. Is get together and organize a union. We won't be weakers no more if we got our own union. So the hobo workers organized and we got us the one big union. Never did find a place to lay my head steady before my union came. No matter where I was working, things always get so bad I'd have to move on. After my union, I didn't have to move on unless I wanted to. If things got bad, I could stay right where I was and fight the bosses was making them bad. My union brothers would help me. I never felt like a brother to no man or woman till after I joined the one big union. Before I'd thought I was nothing but a bum. After I got in our union, I found out who the real bums was. Not me and my brothers but the bosses we was working for. 158 Thus, when the IWW came to San Diego, they sought to turn bums into men by transforming the attitude of the town's small disposable labor force from individual shame and defeatism to solidarity and class anger. Their method was street speaking. In We Shall Be All, Melvin Dubofsky explains that for the Wobblies free speech fights involved nothing so abstract as defending the Constitution, preserving the Bill of Rights, or protecting the civil liberties of American citizens. 159 They were interested in overcoming resistance to IWW organizing tactics and demonstrating that America's dispossessed could, through direct action, challenge established authority. 160 The aim was to show workers who were dubious about legal and political reform the effectiveness of victories gained through a strategy of open yet nonviolent confrontations with public officials. 161 The IWW sought to win free speech fights in order to preserve and enhance their recruitment efforts as well as their ability to educate unskilled workers about how anti-union employers and the turnover of common laborers keep wages down. 162 Rickety Stan describes how he used to agitate. 187 I let them have it straight. I said, how do you like living the way you live anyways? The fellows always say the same things I used to before my organization came. What do you mean how I like it? All I know I got to live. Right. So then I'd say, well my friend, there's living and there's living. Why should bosses live so good and you and me live so lousy? Who say the world's got to be like that? 163 While many of the press reports and unsympathetic historical accounts cite obscene language as one of the primary offenses of the soapboxers, talk such as this was probably even more unwelcome to San Diego's oligarchy. Stan also describes the tenacity of the free speech fighters, recalling proudly that they was sure scared of littler agitators like me. A sheriff's man came with a whip and hit me over the face and punched me in the belly and threw me in jail. I couldn't ever have quit. It did beatings or jail matter compared to the class struggle. 164 This kind of commitment to endure numerous beatings and jailings in the name of the struggle partially explains the brutality with which the Wobblies were met. They were a tough bunch and hard to beat down, but San Diego, more than any other city, upped the ante of brutality in response to both its tenacious foes and the fellow citizens who chose to stand by them. As Dubofsky points out, San Diego was an odd choice for a free speech battle as it didn't have a huge migratory working class or large industry. 165 The reaction they inspired might also seem odd in that there was not a huge base for IWW recruitment. What the wave of intense terrorism unleashed on the free speech fighters shows, however, is how little tolerance there was for even the idea of an unruly working class in San Diego. By organizing Mexicans and other unskilled workers and making their presence felt on the streets, the IWW presented the antithesis of the boosters' vision. The IWW claimed that the real reason for the street-speaking ordinances that banned public speeches was the business elite's fears of their efforts to educate the floating and out-of-work population to a true understanding of the interests of labor as a whole. 166 The Anglo-booster oligarchy could be tolerant of a weak, craft-based AFL, and it was fond of using unskilled Mexican and other workers for cheap labor as long as they remained docile, but the thought of a unified, openly rebellious 188. Class-conscious, multiracial working class sent chills down their spines. Hence, when the IWW organized Mexican workers in John D. Spreckles' streetcar franchise and struck, it was as if their worst nightmare had come true. There were only 50 MEM bears in Local 13, but the efforts to go after the poorest workers in the mill, lumber, laundry, and gas industries were a profound threat to the symbolic order, as was the location of the Wobblies Oratory, Heller's Corner, at the corner of 5th and E Streets, in the heart of the Stingaree. The Stingaree, which sprawled southward from E Street toward Market, was where the majority of working-class whites, white ethnic immigrants, blacks, Chinese, and Mexicans lived. 167 full of shops, saloons, cheap hotels, gambling houses, opium dens, and prostitutes, this district was at the center of the Anglo elite's sordid racist and classist imaginary. It represented the exotic and the debased, vice, violence, and the unruly others who did not fit the mission fantasy picture. As a New York Call article of that era recounts, one possible motivation for the ban on street speaking was that it was unpleasant for ladies to pass crowds of ill-clad and grimy-looking workingmen. 168 Rickety Stan describes what street life was like from his perspective. Nobody knows how a man feels to get treated like a dog and to have nobody care if he lives or dies. I came into town and I seen the way everybody looked at me like I didn't amount to nothing. Just because I was shabby. 169 In the midst of crowds of such men, the Wobblies would stand on soap boxes, denounce the boosters, and try to educate and organize San Diego's working class. The prospect of the Stingaree's combination of lumpen proletariat and unskilled laborers finding common interests across racial and ethnic lines against the boosters was a horror to be avoided at any cost. Hence, the war on free speech went hand in hand with a war on public space. As Foner points out, San Diego had plenty of room for her traffic and no one believed that this little town in Southern California would suffer a transportation crisis if street meetings continued. 170 The fact that the restricted district encompassed 49 blocks in the city's working-class core was clearly an effort to eliminate the possibility of San Diego's undesirable elements coalescing into a unified group. Indeed, even indoor spaces like Germania Hall were made off-limits by local police. 171 This left the IWW and its sympathizers with two 189 choices: resist or be utterly silenced and erased from the map of the city. The ban on public expression was so complete that it did not stop at radical politics but included the enunciation of more moderate ideas as well as religious ones, making San Diego's law the most restrictive in the country. 172 Hence, the free speech fight was not just a war on the IWW, but on the entire San Diego working class and anyone else who dared dissent from the fascist hegemony. Even before the anti-street speaking ordinance was passed, an incident occurred on January 6, 1912, when real estate man and off-duty constable Robert Walsh drove his car into a closed-off soapbox row with horn blaring in an effort to disrupt the speakers. His car was rocked and his tires slashed by onlookers even as a wobbly speaker warned the crowd against giving the police an excuse to break up the meeting, which is exactly what followed. 173 The real action started when San Diego authorities, acting in response to pressure from Spreckles, passed an ordinance banning street speaking that went into effect on February 8, 1912, and was immediately met with civil disobedience by the California Free Speech League. The League, a coalition of AFL unionists, socialists, wobblies, religious leaders, and other people of conscience, elected local IWW Manwood Hubbard as secretary, socialist Casper Bauer as treasurer, and E.E. Kirk of Magonista fame as attorney. 174 Local IWW member Laura Payne Emerson, 2 other women, and 38 men were the first to be arrested for speaking in public. More arrests followed, and IWW headquarters announced it would flood the city with protesters. Because of this fact, many accounts fail to recognize that the free speech fight in San Diego was not just an IWW affair. It united them with their foes in the AFL, with socialists, and with a large number of San Diegans who were outraged by the city's emerging fascist tendencies, as the League chastised the Weinstock Report for forgetting. 175 When Superintendent of Police John C. Hahn issued an order for a roundup of vagrants, things heated up as the jails filled. City officials responded to the waves of incoming wobblies by passing a move-on ordinance that further extended the powers of the police to break up public assemblies, which they did with increasing brutality, wading into crowds with batons flying and beating prisoners on the way to and in jail. A Labor Council committee sent from San Francisco found that accusations of police brutality were well grounded in fact and that, outside the jail not a single act of violence or even wantonness has been committed. 176 Still, despite this and other chidings by state officials, the police's reign of terror continued. 65-year-old Wobbly Michael Hoye was arrested and savagely beaten by 3 policemen who kicked him in the groin repeatedly and left him to lie on the cement floor of the overcrowded, vermin-infested cell for weeks until he was finally transferred to the hospital, where he died as a result of his injuries. When 5,000 people showed up to protest the police brutality, they were greeted by a 4-hour assault from fire hoses strong enough to knock many of them off their feet. One of the protesters who wrapped himself in the American flag to shield himself from the barrage of water was arrested, roughed up, and fined for insulting the national emblem. 177 Agnes Smedley, a young girl at the time of the free speech fight, recounts her impression of the war on the streets of San Diego. The opponents of free speech were like the land speculators I had known. I heard my friends called unspeakable names, saw them imprisoned and beaten, and streams of water from fire hoses turned upon their meetings. I escaped arrest, but the fight released much of the energy dammed up within me. It was in this struggle that I felt the touch of a policeman for the first time. Before me in a small group, 2 policemen walked deliberately pushing against a working man who walked peacefully with his hands in his pockets. One of the policemen shoved him until he was hurled against the other policeman, the second policeman then grabbed him by the collar and, shouting that he was attacking an officer of the law, knocked him to the pavement. "That's a lie!" I screamed, horrified, thinking they would listen to me. "That policeman shoved him. I saw him." The man had his hands in his pockets. The policemen were already upon the man. Blow after blow they beat into his upturned face, and I saw blood spurt from his eyes. 178 In May of that year another IWW man, Joseph Michael Lasuk, was murdered by police who shot him in the leg as he stood outside of the IWW headquarters. After being shot, Michael Lasuk reached for an axe to defend himself and was then shot 4 more times. A roundup of wobblies, not an investigation into the shooting, followed the murder. 191. The only response many of the prisoners could make was to sing. Rickety Stan recalls the IWW songs with fondness. "You should have heard us singing with all our voices together. Sometimes we used to put our arms around each other. We always sang about what us workers would do to the bosses and their tools. It was good." 179 The purpose of the songs was to express solidarity and defiance and, simultaneously, drive their jailers to their wits' end. Police Chief Wilson, for one, saw the singing as an expression of the depraved nature of the wobblies, as he complained to the Labor Council committee sent to investigate from San Francisco. "These people do not belong to any country, no flag, no laws, no supreme being. I do not know what to do. I cannot punish them. Listen to them singing. They are singing all the time, yelling and hollering, and telling the jailers to quit work and join the union. They are worse than animals." 180 If the police chief thought the brutal treatment dished out by his charges was insufficient, he was not in need of help. Vigilantes, urged on by most of the local press, took up the terrorism where the official violence left off. IWW Bard Joe Hill, for instance, was so severely beaten by a group of vigilantes that he could barely speak during an appearance at a solidarity rally in Los Angeles. 181 The vigilantes were backed by many of San Diego's most prominent citizens, praised by the press, and left unmolested by the police, so that they were, in effect, an unofficial arm of the city's power structure. Prominent businessmen and exposition directors such as San Diego's own robber baron John D. Spreckles, banker Julius Wangenheim, and sporting goods manufacturer Frank C. Spaulding, as well as lawyers and realtors John and George Burnham, and other booster elites John Forward Jr., Carl Ferris, Percy Goodwin, W. F. Luddington, and Colonel Fred Jewell, were the driving force behind the vigilantes. 182 Kevin Starr argues that the oligarchs did not take to the streets, but the threatened middle and lower middle classes. 183 As he characterizes the vigilante thugs, would not have been able to operate with such impunity if not for the encouragement and support of the elites in both the city government and the private sector. However enlightened, the elites who opposed vigilante violence, such as George. 192. Marston, Edward Scripps, Samuel Fox, Ed Fletcher, 184 and others, clearly lost the day and, if they spoke too loudly, paid a steep price for it. In an editorial entitled "Put This in Your Pipe and Smoke It," Mr. Anti-Labor Man, Scripps's paper, The Sun, argued in 1910 that it appears that there are some people in San Diego who think they are able to run this town successfully in the way that General Otis of the Los Angeles Times has been trying to run the city of Los Angeles for the last 20 years, and then went on to attack Spreckels by name, suggesting that the city's #1 booster believed he ought not to be taxed for occupying the streets with his railways. 185 According to a contemporary article in the New York Call, The Sun took the side against free speech and refused to print some accounts of police repression, leaving only the Herald and the labor leader as the voices of dissent. Vendors of these papers, the Call claims, were harassed and arrested, while sellers of the Union, the Tribune, and the Sun were unmolested. 186 A close examination of the Sun, however, reveals that Scripps's paper, while proclaiming that San Diego wants none of the IWW invasion or the anarchist, was a firm supporter of the principle of free speech, the Weinstock investigation, and, at times, an end to police brutality. 18 Specifically, the Sun favored the moderate compromise of creating a site where public meetings could be held at all times. 188 This may not have pleased all involved in the free speech fight, but it was a far cry from the position of those who supported the vigilantes. It was probably a combination of Scripps's distaste for the far left and his prominence that saved him from the vigilantes. Spreckels's union praised the vigilantes and openly threatened anyone who might oppose them. Riding on the wave of terrorism that swept through the city, Spreckels's mouthpiece roared, "And this is what these agitators, all of them, may expect from now on." Flouting all criticism of torture and murder, the paper proclaimed, "If this action be lawlessness, make the most of it." 189 Utterly shameless in its support for some of the worst vigilante violence in the history of the United States, the paper went so far as to attack Colonel Harris Weinstock, the special commissioner who was sent to the city by the governor to investigate human rights abuses, for reading a threat he received from the vigilantes during an address at the Commonwealth Club. Claiming that the letter was probably written by an IWW, the editorial went on. 193. To chastise Weinstock for the injustice he has so impetuously cast upon the ordinary good citizens of San Diego. 190 When the editor of the San Diego Herald dared to take the other side in the free speech fight, he was kidnapped, bound, threatened with lynching and run out of town. 191 Defying the threats of the vigilantes, Abram Sauer returned to publish his paper and wrote an article exposing the fact that the personnel of the vigilantes represents not only the bankers and merchants but has as its workers church members and bartenders. Chamber of Commerce and Real Estate Board are well represented. The press and public utility corporations, as well as members of the grand jury, are known to belong. The vigilantes struck the paper again, breaking into its offices and destroying an upcoming edition, forcing the production of the Herald to move to Los Angeles, where it had to be smuggled back into San Diego as contraband. 192 As opposed to the muckraking of the Herald, the Tribune took a more politically correct line by openly endorsing the lynching of free speech fighters. Hanging is none too good for them and they would be much better dead, for they are absolutely useless in the human economy. They are waste material of creation and should be drained off in the sewer of oblivion there to rot in cold obstruction like any other excrement. 193. Following Samuel Johnson's maxim that patriotism is the last refuge of a scoundrel, the supporters of extralegal violence proclaimed their love of country, exhorting the opponents of free speech to wear American flags on their labels, and associating their beloved terrorism with other great battles in American history. As the Union put it, let every loyal citizen of San Diego wear the little flag on his lapel. It is the flag of Yorktown and Gettysburg. No American citizen need be reluctant to wear it, and wearing it his neighbors and fellow citizens will know just where he stands on occasion that just now is of vital importance to San Diego. 194. On April 12, the Union ran an announcement by the vigilantes in which they proposed the deportation of these undesirable citizens after they had left their mark on them. 195. The vigilantes taught patriotism and reverence for the law, as one local journalist put it, by torturing and marking their victims. 196. In one of the most notorious incidents, a drunken, well-armed vigilante army of 400 men wearing white armbands stopped a southbound train from Los Angeles carrying 140 men. 194. Over half of whom were under 21, kidnapped them, took them to a cattle corral in the vicinity of San Onofre, and tortured them for 18 hours. 197. In the corral, the men were forced to run a gauntlet of over 100 vigilantes, where they were punched, kicked, and struck with pickaxe handles, wagon spokes, and whips. As one victim, Charles Hanson, remembered it, the first thing on order was to kiss the flag. "You son of a bitch, come on kiss it, God damn you." As he said it, I was hit with a wagon wheel spoke all over. When you had kissed the flag you were told to run the gauntlet. 198. As Albert Tucker, another victim, recalls, several men were carried out unconscious. Afterwards there was a lot of our men unaccounted for and never have been heard from since. 199. Codger Bill Lewis, wobbly and brother of one of the IWW men who went to San Diego, recounts, "They killed 2 wobs and you don't know how many more bodies they might have dumped in the desert for the coyotes, since a lot of us were what you might call footloose, without family ties and connections if we was to disappear 200. One of the weapons reserved for special beatings of defiant wobblies was an 18-inch hose filled with sand and tacks. Toward the end of the nightmare, those who could walk were made to sing the Star-Spangled Banner before being released and forced to walk up the tracks toward Los Angeles. This flag-kissing torture ritual was repeated a month later in Sorrento Valley, and other smaller attacks are too numerous to mention. 201. By the time the famous anarchist Emma Goldman came to speak in San Diego with her partner Ben Reitman, vigilante terror was at its height. At Santa Fe Station, she was met by an angry crowd of vigilantes, mostly the same upper-class women whose delicate sensibilities were supposedly offended by the vulgar soapboxers, screaming, "Give us that anarchist, we will strip her naked, we will tear out her guts." Goldman herself remembers that fashionably dressed women stood up in their cars screaming, "We want that anarchist murderess." 202. Narrowly escaping this mob, Goldman and Reitman made their way to the U.S. Grand Hotel, where another mob gathered outside in Horton Plaza and the hotel manager warned her that the vigilantes are in an ugly mood. 203. While Goldman met with Police Chief Wilson and Mayor Wadham to unsuccessfully demand they clear the mob or allow her to speak to the crowd, Reitman was kidnapped from the hotel. He later spoke of his ordeal. 195. After being threatened at gunpoint and captured by several persons who looked like businessmen with the help of the police. The 20-mile ride was frightful. As soon as we got out of town, they began kicking and beating me. When we reached the county line, the auto stopped at a deserted spot. The men formed a ring and told me to undress. They tore my clothes off. They knocked me down, and when I lay naked on the ground, they kicked and beat me until I was almost insensible. With a lighted cigar they burned the letters IWW in my buttocks, then they poured a can of tar over my head and, in the absence of feathers, rubbed sagebrush on my body. One of them attempted to push a cane into my rectum. Another twisted my testicles. They forced me to kiss the flag and sing the Star-Spangled Banner. 204. The Union celebrated the news of Reitman's sadistic, sexualized torture, cheering the departure of Goldman before she could give a scheduled talk, and crowing that Dr. Ben Reitman is said to be somewhere on his way to Los Angeles, clad thinly in his underwear and a coat of tar and feathers acquired somewhere on the Penasquitos Ranch 20 miles to the north of this city after being forced to kneel and kiss the stars and stripes and promise never to return to San Diego. 205. In Living My Life, Goldman recounts how Reitman was never the same after the assault. His whole being was centered on San Diego, and it became almost a hallucination with him. 206. When, in 1913, the two returned after his recovery only to be driven out again by J.M. Porter and his vigilante fellows, Reitman was consumed with terror. 207 and could not bring himself to return a third time, after the free speech fight was over, when Goldman finally spoke unharassed by thugs in 1915. Colonel Weinstock's report on the violence in San Diego illustrated that the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, the Chamber of Commerce, the San Diego Press, and much of the intelligence, the wealth, the conservatism, the enterprise, and also the good citizenship of the community had organized and participated in criminal vigilante behavior and recommended the governor direct Attorney General Webb to intervene, but no substantial action was taken other than some public chiding. 208. As Melvin Dubofsky puts it, no agency of government was prepared 196 in 1912 to defend the civil liberties of citizens who flouted the traditions and rules of America's dominant classes. 209. Indeed, the only serious consequence befalling the vigilantes was the citing of J.M. Porter for contempt of court, while the real powers behind the terror got off scot-free. In fact, Spreckles and others went over the heads of state officials and pressured the federal government to investigate the IWW. While this specific request never resulted in any arrests, the IWW was, in the years to come, to be the victim of the intense paranoia of the Red Scare, as laws were passed specifically to prosecute them. Technically, as Carrie McWilliams claims, the San Diego free speech fight was won. 210 And when Emma Goldman finally did speak in San Diego in 1915, an enthusiastic member of the Open Forum argued that out of the fire of the free speech fight has come the intellectual salvation not only of the martyrs, but of all the inhabitants of the city. 211. Local IWW member Laura Payne Emerson was less optimistic. The sacred spot where so many I.W.Ws were clubbed and arrested last winter lies safe and secure from the unhallowed threat of the hated anarchist, and in fact, from all other human beings. They have the courts, the jails, and funds. What are we going to do about it? 212. In the final analysis, while the heroism of the Wobblies and their supporters who endured brutal beatings and torture, on multiple occasions in some cases, for the right to free speech must be remembered, it is clear that the vigilantes won the more important battle. Their terrorism cleared the city of undesirable citizens and taught not just radicals but all working people, unionists, and other marginalized groups that the price for stepping outside the accepted parameters of political speech and activity in San Diego was very steep indeed. The boosters, via legal and extralegal violence, were able to maintain unquestioned control over the shape and future of the city. They would have their exposition, lure the Navy to town, and ensure the city's conservative course for decades to come. The fight for free speech and access to public space re-emerged in the 1930s as unions frequently struggled for the right to picket and slash or leaflet businesses downtown. In the 60s, the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, struggled for those same rights on the streets, and Herbert Marcuse fought the American Legion for the right to teach unpopular ideas at UCSD. San Diego's countercultural newspapers. 197. The Door and the Street Journal, were attacked by local authorities and right-wing vigilantes with regularity, and local activists were spied on by police. Hence, the notion that the free speech fight was a one-time struggle in San Diego is wishful thinking. Public art, which criticized racism and police brutality in America's finest city in the 1980s and 1990s, lost its funding and caused a considerable angry backlash. Even recent petty battles over whether people without beachfront property can drink beer on the beach reflect the old struggle between those who think they own the city and those who believe in the democratic right for anyone to use public space. Perhaps the Wobbly's ghosts would be gratified to know that at the yearly Raiders-Chargers game, the Silver and Black's much-hated lumpen fan base invades the city and pummels genteel San Diegans with impunity in a farcical inversion of the city's vigilante past. Today, in the gentrified Gaslamp, nothing marks the sight of Heller's Corner, and the tipsy crowds of tourists and locals strolling the Disney-fied streets have no idea that so much blood was spilled there in a battle for the right to criticize the government and the rich in public space. Even vice has been driven out of the quarter, and now expensive prices and high-end condos do a better job than the police at keeping the rabble from crowding the streets. Public spaces like Horton Plaza and celebratory events like Street Scene and its various holiday-inspired offshoots ensure that access to public space in the heart of downtown comes with a price tag hefty enough to filter out undesirable citizens like the homeless. Non-commercial expressive active ITY, as the signs in the malls say, is not welcome and rarely present. Fascist Valley, the communist wrecking crew, and the parasitic menace 213 California has become prosperous with the toil and sweat of Mexican immigration attending to its number one industry, agriculture. Now they have sustained a true and lasting patriotism to a democratic country that refuses to give them citizenship or even basic civil rights. 214 Luisa Moreno, United Cannery, Agricultural, Packing, and Allied Workers of America, Tocapawa. 198. Sitting in the office we heard the commotion. I guess the thugs retreated. They later testified in court that they were trying to arrest myself and Dorothy Ray Healy, who was a representative of the Young Communist League and participating in the strike organization. The first we knew of their presence was the sound of tear gas. This cordon of men we then discovered armed with pickaxe handles, pretty much a slaughter. As our people tried to escape the building, they were knocked back in, knocked down, and Miss Ray and I escaped through a back window. 215 Stanley Hancock, San Diego Communist Party. You red son of a bitch arguing constitutional law. We'll give you a taste of our constitutional law. 216 Chan Livingston, Imperial County official in 1949, Carrie McWilliams wrote of the Imperial Valley, today as yesterday. The valley is ruled by a set of power-drunk ruthless nabobs who exploit farm labor with the same savagery that they exploit the natural resources of the valley. 217. Writing a little over a decade earlier, John Steinbeck agreed, and while he wrongly predicted that the future of farm labor would be white and American, he quite accurately portrayed the situation faced by the mostly Mexican migratory labor force working the fields of the Imperial Valley. To the large grower, Mexican labor offered more advantages than simply its cheapness. It could be treated as so much scrap when it was not needed. Any local care for the sick and crippled could be withheld, and in addition, if it offered any resistance to the low wage or the terrible living conditions, it could be deported to Mexico at government expense. Recently, led by the example of the workers in Mexico, the Mexicans in California have begun to organize. Their organization in Southern California has been met with vigilante terrorism and savagery unbelievable in a civilized state. The right of free speech, the right of assembly, and the right of jury trial are not extended to Mexicans in the Imperial Valley. And if the terrorism and reduction of human rights, the floggings, murder by deputies, kidnappings, and refusal of trial by jury are necessary to our economic security, it is further submitted that California democracy is rapidly dwindling away. Fascistic methods are more numerous, more powerfully applied, and more openly practiced in California than in any other place in the United States. 218. 199. Kevin Starr's assessment, in 1996, is similar, as he says of the Imperial Valley in the 1930s. Political power in the Imperial Valley had been organized into a vertical structure which even a moderate conservative might label fascist. 219. Specifically, as McWilliams tells us, in 1936, 43% of the land in the valley was controlled by less than 6% of the growers. 220. Their interests were promoted by the Imperial Valley Growers and Shippers Association and the Anti-Communist Association. These organizations were filled with officials from county government and were graded into the highest levels of the county commissioners, the highway patrol, the police, and the courts. Some of the nastiest work was done by deputized vigilantes who were drawn from the American Legion, the Ku Klux Klan, and the Silver Shirts, a fascist group modeled after the German SS. Statewide